tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland, with love and strength and faith.
The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my people. With love and strength and faith. With all our hearts and minds we from my heart to go be down to from Warri to Lagos.
Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin. Hello, my people. LEMFI, the Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
like prince and princess. Remember, remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for new America. Oh, remember, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for new America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. President for so long.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Thanks for joining us this beautiful Sunday, coming from you from Europe. And it's been a wonderful week and weekend. We've had a nice show yesterday, the politics and the our ladies segment. This particular topic, I must say that personally inspired to cover it. Let me state for the record that as far as this platform and channel is concerned, we welcome everyone, including bigots or bigotries, as the case may be. They are welcome on the platform to hear their views, their opinions, and we have to do every possible best to see how we can win them over. They are everywhere and they walk on this planet. And in my personal opinion, they happen to be the most crafty and dangerous people to work with. But we are not going to run away from them. We want to win them over. We want them to what? To have change of mind. They have this belief that their opinion or their argument is what is more superior than others. And in the context of Nigeria, it has brought that country to its knees. Yes, we recognize the corruption that is there. And like some people always say that your thief is better than, or my thief is better than yours, as long as it's not my tribe. I dislike him. But if it comes from where I come from, I'm going to applaud it. And that shouldn't be. So tonight we will be discussing it. And let's get this clear. It's not just in politics, it's in religion, it's in every facet of our life here, our organizations, in our homes, on the street, anywhere you can think of, they exist there. And we are going to encounter them every day. But how do we deal with them? And you can see the topic. The topic is bigotry, the blocking system. What do I mean by the blocking system? For those of us, most of us are on WhatsApp. We know how to block somebody on WhatsApp. We know how to block somebody on our phone, emails, and everywhere. But how can we block these individuals? If you watch the prelude of this podcast, I ask a question. What if these individuals happens to be my father, my mother, my brother, my sister, my uncle? How do I deal with this individual? Will I what deal with them the way this video highlights? Let me see, let me call up this video again. Is it a case that we're gonna stone them to death, as this video did that show played yesterday? I can't really find it again, but I'll get to it. So we're not going to go that route of condemning one another, but rather we're going to go on the route of what, of how we can help one another to build a society, because that is what is killing us. I have two people that are going to join us, and I'm going to ask them questions. I'm going to ask them to explain certain things. Then before, I'm going to put out the link out there for what, for everyone who wants to come and weigh in on this issue, to weigh in on it on their own. And let's build, we want to build a better society. We want to, but we cannot build a better society if we cannot build a better platform. That is impossible. We can't achieve that. For us to build a better society, like they always say, a good society starts from the home. That's an argument. But at the same time, there are also those who don't have homes, sleep on the street. Do they mean they are not good? They are also equally good. But due to unfortunate circumstances, they find themselves out there on the street. Thank you for joining me, Kenneth and Mr. James. Kenneth, thanks for yesterday for supporting our women in the women's section. I still have this blink on your position. I wish I discussed that in private. Mr.
Thank you,
James,
Pastor.
thank you very much. Mr. James happens to be uh, my own historian, or our historian on this platform. I'm going to start with you without wasting time. Please, gentlemen, I will appreciate if you don't look at the comment section, because this topic is a very, very sensitive one, and you will hear different things, and people will say different things about it. But for this particular moment, please take your eyes off the comment section. Let's focus on the topic. Kenneth, I'm going to start with you. I'm going somewhere, but I'm going to play a video. But before I play the video, oftentimes I have heard you use the phrase, my people, my people, my people. I stand to be corrected. Okay. So I want you to give me uh, uh, why do you use the phrase my people? I want you to dramatize it for me. I'm taking down notes, because why do you use the phrase my people? How do they become your people? What are the uh, uh, characteristics you look at for you to say my people? What, I'm looking for a right word to use. Uh, Goodness me. What are the characteristics you look to
Yeah, I understand what you're hearing.
my people? So please, the floor is yours. Take your
Okay, thank
time.
you.
I'll come to Mr. James later on.
Yeah, thank you. Good day, Pastor, and good day, Mr. James. Good day, our viewers. So to answer your question, right, I will bring it down to the barest level. See, I'm from a place. I'm from a home. I'm from a community. I'm from a town. I'm from a local government. I'm from a state. I'm from a tribe or ethnic group. Let me not use tribe, ethnic group. So whenever you hear me refer to, use the word my tribe or my people, I'm making reference to those that I share common ideology with, common beliefs, common tradition, whatever. Just those people that I align with, they are my people. When I mean my people, I mean Igbo people, IGBO, Igbo people. These are my people. We speak the same language. We share the same culture and tradition. These are my people. That's what I mean by my people.
common ideology.
Ideology. Correct.
When you reference to common ideology, do you mind if you can expand further? What is this ideology, please?
Okay. Nigeria is a place where you have a collection of different nations, Nigeria isn't just a nation. You have a collection of different nations in Nigeria. So when I talk about, make reference to common ideology, I mean those that we share one identity, similar, the same ideology that you're talking about, similar belief system, political view, religious view, and all whatnot. But the thing is, in Igbo land, even when you come to the Igbo land, we still have different, let me use dialect. We have different belief system in Igbo land. We have those that are of the Christian belief. We have the Islam, no. We have traditional believers. We have those that don't even believe in God. So they made up Igbo, Igbo as an ethnic group. Then on the other side, up north, we have the northerners, where you have the Christians, you have the Muslims, you have the traditional believers, and you come to the southwest, we have the Yorubas, Muslims, we have the Christians. You go to the middle belt, like for example, Edo, where Mr. James comes from. We have the Christians there, we have Muslims, we have traditional believers, we even have those that don't believe in anything. So these are a collection of people that made up Nigeria, or collection of nations that made up Nigeria. So we share common ideology. When you're coming to federal, for example, if you're heading to the federal, the Igbo people share common ideology. Yorubas share common ideology. Hausas share common ideology. I don't know about Fulani, because they are of the minority. In short, Fulani shouldn't be in the list at all. They should be relegated on the downside of the list.
Okay. I'm still not hearing. I've not heard what that ideology is. Ideology has to be a thing.
Okay.
What is that ideology?
Okay. The focus.
In the context of Nigeria.
Okay. In the context of Nigeria, let me use the just concluded election. Okay. Let me even before the just concluded election, during Obasanjo's campaign for election, the Igbo people come together and voted for Obasanjo. Among all the contestants there, I think including our own brother. So Igbo people are progressive people. They are people that don't want to be drawn back. We are, some people will call it avaricious kind of people, but that is one of those stereotypes that we have in that country that is dividing us further. But what I mean with this is the Igbo people are people that wants to advance. Every minute they are on the movement of advancement. They don't mix advancement with sentiment. They don't want anybody born of human being to control their progress, to tell them how to survive as a human. Now, in that 1999 election, they come together and voted for Olusegun Obasanjo. When Yaradua came up, Igbo people come together and voted for Yaradua. When Goodluck came up, Igbo people come together and voted for Goodluck. Now, though some people in Nigeria thought that Goodluck wasn't that good enough, some called him bad luck. Some say that he's a woman, he's not strong enough to fight off corruption. So they needed somebody that is stronger, somebody that is manly, somebody that can fight off corruption, and they brought Buhari. Igbo people said, no, we know this guy. He was once military head of state. We knew how he treated Nigeria. We knew how he messed up the economy of this country. So Igbo people retracted. They refused to vote for Buhari. Now, what happened? Other nations, like the Northerners, the Southwesterners, voted for Tinubu and Buhari. And what happened at the end of the day? Buhari that they thought would be manly, Buhari that they thought would be able to fight off corruption, Buhari himself is a personified corruption. is corruption in personification. Buhari destroyed the economy. Buhari brought in nepotism. Buhari destroyed whatever that's that stands to unite that country. He destroyed it. Again, Tinubu came up. The Igbo people said, no, we are not voting for this guy. He has a questionable character. He's a drug baron. He destroyed Lagos State. In as much as some people thought that he's a master planner, he's a strategist, and all that. Igbo people said no. So you see that ability to be able to discern how good a leader will be, or how the potential of a leader is one thing that I will give to the Igbo people. So they refuse to vote for Tinubu. And what is happening today? Is Tinubu not continuing from where Buhari stopped? In short, Tinubu is even doing more than Buhari, taking more loans that Buhari has taken, building up corrupt leadership more than Buhari did. So you see, that common ideology, I will link it to this, our ability to discern how, the potential of a good leader, or how to move that country forward.
Thank you, Kenneth. We lost Mr. James. Is going to call. Actually, I was supposed to bring Mr. James in after you. I didn't explain that. You stated that they share the same political view, and it's the same political and religious view. That's why I'm putting open and close quotes to it. So if I'm wrong, you have to correct me if I am wrong. You went further also to state, you stated that Igbo people voted for Basenjo, Yaradua, and Goodluck. Would that be correct?
Yes.
But Basenjo is not an Igbo man.
Yes.
Yaradua is not an Igbo man.
Yes.
And maybe Goodluck Jonathan, we can argue a little bit on that side. So what exactly did they voted for? This individual, or they voted for good governance? They're looking for good governance.
Exactly. So I think you answered. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. It's all.
I think you've answered your question here. That's the idea that Igbo people voted for non-Igbo people will again show you how detribalized Igbos are, to show you how Igbos are looking forward to building a better Nigeria than dividing Nigeria. It shows you how Igbos don't miss, like I stated earlier, good governance with sentiment. Shows you how the potential of Igbo people to driving that country forward. So we have our own brothers that we think that are not fit to be there, but we left them and voted for somebody that is not of Igbo ethnic extraction. It shows you how detribalized we are. It shows you how we, the Igbo people, are the ones actually making sure that Nigeria succeed.
Thank you, Kenneth. So, in a nutshell, the issue is not about Igbo. The issue is about you looking for good governance. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, I'm going to highlight something here. I'm going to bring you back to, where is this this thing again? Yeah, here. This is it here. How do we encourage individuals to reflect on their own biases and take responsibility for addressing them? Now, don't answer it yet. I'll tell you. I'll tell you when to answer it. I need to play a video for you. Then I'm going to ask you a question. Then, if once Mr. James comes back, I'll bring Mr. James on. Then I'll put the link there. I need you to watch this video objectively. Be objective. Don't be biased, because I'm going to ask you a question.
Never been biased.
If you fail the question, that means you've shot yourself in the leg.
ọba máa rìkọ́ọ̀dì a máa lọ gbé gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà èkó wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní àwọn ipò tó bá wọ́n lè ní ọjà tí máa rì ipò tó bá lè ti fẹ́ Yorùbá ká jogún ẹ̀ a máa jogún yín ni a máa jogún gbogbo ipò tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí wọ́n lọ ṣe máa ṣe nìyẹn ogun wa lẹ́ máa jẹ́ a máa ṣe ìyíjà a máa jogún yín ni lágbára jẹ́
ìtẹ̀ ṣe bá ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín tó ẹ̀bà rajẹ́ àwa kan bínú ọmọ wa sísá mi tún wá lọ bímọ fún Ìgbò. Ṣé kí n lọ kó Obieze wá? Obieze lẹ́ẹ̀ ti gbà bọ̀dé. Olórí Obieze lẹ́ẹ̀ ti gbà bọ̀dé. Ó ti lọ mú kámẹ́rà wá lọ lé ẹ̀ ní ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé. A máa jogún yín ni ẹ tọ́ra yín àwa la máa jogún yín. Àgọ́ wa ló máa jáde yẹn gbẹ̀yìn.
In light of the question on the screen there, that's the wife of the president. We don't know who the other woman is. She's known, and the husband are known to be bigotries, with respect. In that clip, who do you think is at fault there? Be honest with yourself.
Okay, I'll be very honest. You see, but my honesty will have K-leg. Let me put it that way. Yes. The people.
Hold on. Hold on. I need you to read this question again on the screen.
Okay.
And drag this question to that video you just watched. How do we encourage individuals to reflect on their own biases and take responsibility for addressing them, which are the bigotries? Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't understand Yoruba, but I could get some little stuff from what she said. And I think her statement was against Igbo. Is a bigoted statement against Ndibo living in Lagos. I think she was trying to tell her pathetic fans, those people around her, that the Yorubas, will inherit Igbo people that are not married to Igbo, something like that. But unfortunately, that lady that was talking that rubbish, the wife of the president, the wife of the illegitimate president of that country, she's not even a Yoruba woman. I think she's from Delta State. But you see, when you have statement like that on check, right, it furthers fuel tribalist culture in that country. And if that is not handled properly, a lot of people tend to accept it. See, those people you see around her, I will fault them because somebody like me would not stand to hear that kind of statement from such a pathetic person. So I will fault them.
Look at the
but you see why I say it will have K-leg. Yeah, you see why I say my honesty will have K-leg. But what do you expect from people that cannot even afford one meal per day? What do you expect from people that are living under 50 cents a day? So they are just trying to. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised that some of them there are even asking her for money, like begging her for assistance, one way or the other. So you don't really fault these people in his entirety. They have nothing. Like these people. See, in Nigeria, that in my place, they said, onye jigu kewuneso. Igu is that these are palm tree stuff. I don't know how they call it. Is it palm tree straws? So when you carry it, you see goats coming, after you, going after you. So it means that you have the food, so people will follow you. She has the money. She's affluent. So people tend to agree with whatever nonsense she's saying. In my place, they said, how did they even put it? Like when you are rich, you can now be among the stakeholders in that community, even if you're a stupid person, even if you have nothing in your coconut head, provided you are rich, then you have wisdom, so people can listen to you. So those people, I would not blame them completely.
You've still not. Yes, you say your answer have a K-leg, but you did not answer the question.
Okay.
Between the president's wife and the lady she's speaking to, who is to be blamed? Just forget about your K-leg.
No, whoever that made the statement, whomever that made the bigoted statement, so she is to be blamed. Number one, she's one person. She's one individual that should be blamed for what she said. So the listeners or the spectators, they didn't say anything, so you can't even hold anything against them. But so she will be blamed.
They are listening. They hear what
they are listening.
They
Pardon, they are
understand what she
listening.
said.
Pardon me?
They understand what she said. The
They
woman
understood what she
that
said.
was listening to her understood exactly what
Exactly.
she was saying.
Exactly.
Should
But
she
what
have
do you
stood
expect
up
her?
against? No. We are trying to
Okay.
build a society here now. We can't build a society on sentiment. We can't build
Okay.
a society because we are poor, we cannot eat. And I can understand these things plays a role in decision making. If I don't have money, I'm desperate. I will fall to anything. I will do anything. But for us to build a better society, we have to deal with this issue. Or else, if we don't deal with it, then it's going to continue to what? To be a problem. And we will never get to
Exactly.
where we are going.
Exactly.
Should she have stood up to her at that point, regardless of the poverty that you highlighted or not?
Yes, I agree with you. And I'm making this affirmation based on the type of person that I am. I don't care if you have battalion of soldiers around you. I will question the stupidity in what you say. So I would expect that I would have expected them to question her and kind of made her to like rephrase what she said, or even correct what she said. But what do you expect around her? You have soldiers carrying guns around, protecting her. Should they make any statement or try to question her? You and I know how our leaders bully the people, right? Those women that you are saying there could be arrested or could even be killed for questioning Almighty, the wife of a potential Nigerian president. So the fear is there.
We're pushing for a project on this
Exactly.
platform where I said earlier that all are welcome, including bigots.
Exactly. Mhm.
How do you think we can encourage those individuals to reflect on their biases when they come on this platform and take responsibility for addressing them?
Well, it's unfortunate that in Nigeria, you don't have a system that hold
I'm talking
people
of this
accountable.
platform. I'm talking of
Okay,
this platform,
so you're talking
Dr.
about blocking.
Damage's platform.
Yes. Yeah, it's difficult, man, because I'm one individual that believe that everybody should be given the opportunity to say whatever nonsense they want to say, and also others should also be given the opportunity to respond to the nonsense that they are saying. Because when you come out and say that I'm a criminal, I will now ask you, hey, can you tell me what I've stolen from you or from somebody that you know, or what I've ever stolen that you know of? And if you are not able to prove what you say, then you'll be asked to correct what you said. But on this platform, yes, bigots are welcomed, should be welcomed, but in moderation. I don't know how to deter them from their bigoted statement. I don't know. It's difficult for me to answer this because if you keep blocking them, how many people will you be left on the
No. When I say
platform?
blocking, when I say blocking, I didn't say block them.
Yeah.
There's a question mark there, the blocking system with a
Yes.
question mark. What
Yeah.
I am saying is that
Yeah.
they come here, they are welcome here. Okay?
Yes.
And like you rightly said, if we don't checkmate some of these things, it's the disease will keep spreading and
Exactly.
spreading and spreading and spreading. But because we want to build a good society, everyone is inclusive. We can't isolate them. There's a particular video that I'm looking forward to play, but I just can't find where it's disappeared to
So,
somehow. Uh,
so
where they show.
while you are searching for that video,
Yeah.
I something came to mind. There was a time one doctor, I've forgotten that man's name. That's handsome, smart man from I think from Germany. One doctor, somebody I've forgotten his name. Dr. Damages invited him on this show, and one I don't know if he's still a bigot, but that time he was a super bigot then, called One Man. One Man went to more in, I think he lives in UK, made some nasty statement. That guest, the one from that doctor, somebody from Germany, ought to call him to order and trash him to pieces. So I think from that day, One Man went to more begin to develop some reasonable way of understanding gradually, and I think he has changed now. So you see, I'm of the opinion that people should be called out when they make nasty statements like that. People should be questioned and made to correct themselves. I believe in that.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to
Yes,
mention
one
one man
Dr.
went to
Franklin,
war.
Obumweze, yes.
I
Franklin
didn't want
Obumweze.
to mention his name, but you mentioned his name, and I'm glad that you also highlighted that there is a positive change in him. Since you mentioned him, I will ask you this question: should people go there to support his platform or not go? Or let me put it this way: some individuals hold the views that people who goes to one-man show should not come to this platform. Some individuals.
No, no,
Don't
no,
let me
no,
say
no.
some. Wait, let
No.
me finish. Don't let me say
Okay,
some individual.
okay, go
An
ahead.
individual hold the view that those who are on this platform should not go to one man's more platform. Do you think that argument is accurate?
No, I believe in learning. You can learn from anywhere. I learn from kids. Children, I don't use kids because that is good. I learn from children. I learn from older adults. I learn from my mate. So if anybody is okay with going to one man's show platform, it's okay. It's okay. You go there, you learn, you see people for whom they are. Then you come to this platform like this where you will learn positive things, positive ideas. You now ask yourself, is it being a bigot? Is being a bigot, is it better than being a responsible and reasonable human being? So you now make the choice for yourself. The world is about choices, right? You choose how you want to live your life. So I don't think anybody should be restricted on going to anybody's platform. I've been to one man shows. One man went to most what they call it platform. I've been there I think twice, and my stomach was turning, and I don't know how. I can't just withstand it, so I have to leave. Do you understand? I can comfortably come on this show and express myself. I can comfortably go on all our politics, the obvious show, express myself. I go to what is her name? That beautiful lady. One corner, something corner, Moya's corner. Express myself.
Amoye's corner.
Thank you. So see, I don't keep bigots around me. Honestly, I don't keep. Sorry, use stupid people around me. That's just it.
When you say you don't keep bigots around you, I'm a little bit concerned about that because it appears to be a little bit on the side of contradictory based on your argument that we have to. What do you mean you don't keep them around you, please?
No,
I would like you to,
no.
before I put my last question to
No,
you.
what I mean by keeping them around me is keeping them in my cycle. You know, I think
Well, how
all
can
of
you
us.
win them over if they're not in your cycle? If you don't keep them in your cycle, how can you share that knowledge or try to win them over if you don't keep them in your cycle?
No, no, no. See, whether you like it or not, we as human beings, we tend to have some level of selfishness in us, and I wouldn't want to equate that selfishness to maybe being a bigot. Now, we tend to have that selfishness in us, and if you know that this statement you made wasn't pleasant to people around you, I think because you are a human being and because God gave you brain for free of charge, you should use that brain to tend to correct yourself next time you want to make that statement. Even if you don't verbally apologize to the people, but you know you made that statement, you have um, senses, you could sense that the people around you weren't happy with that. So you tend to correct yourself next time. But if I have that individual that is so adamant, that is so close-minded, that wouldn't want to correct themselves, the first time you made that statement, you showed yourself to be a bigot. The second time, you proven to be a serious bigot. The third time, every time is about bigotry, and you tend not to change, even if I called your attention and I tried to educate you, and you still refuse to change. you will not be in my cycle. I will not open the door and push you out, but you are not going to be friends. You just sit.
Okay. Can it is argued that this your argument, the ones within your circle, you don't want them your circle. I can understand that. It is argued that the president, based on his comment during the election, and what the video you watch about his wife, it is argued that they are bigots.
Yes,
How do you
exactly.
deal with these individuals? They are powerful. They are very powerful. I use the word. After God is the government. That has always been in my book. And what they say goes a long way, resonate. They have the biggest microphone you can think of or platform. How do we deal with this sort of individual? Because, like you said, you can't keep them within your circle. You don't even need to make any attempt. They will always be in your circle, in the sense that you will hear what they say, you will listen to their videos. Everything we've said on this platform for the past 1 year is about them. How do we deal with such bigotries, okay, in order not to continue to spread the news? This is the challenge we're facing right now.
Okay. You see, last time, what they call it, our supposed president of the country, Mr. P2B, was on this platform, and Shosho asked him a question. And the question was, I can't like vividly recite the question, but something in this line.
Let me
If what
see.
happens,
He asked, let me see if you're right in what
okay,
you're trying to say. He asked him if there are people he can work with, and he said no. Is that the question? Okay.
yes. So if he happens to be the president, are there people around him that he may not work with? And without blinking of an eye, P2B said, yes, of course. There are people around him that he already know how stupid they are, that he will not work with. But not, he didn't say it just as I said it now. So yes, the current president has a spokesperson called Bayo Ononuga, and he has some other stakeholders that work for him, right? That always come out and make nasty statements, bigoted statements, stereotypical statements.
Can I hold that thought there? Okay. Mr. James is back. Let me give the floor to Mr. James. I believe he's been listening to us since, and I'll come back to you. Mr. James, I believe you've been listening to us. So you don't need any update from me given to your background of being able to make any argument. So in respect to the topic we're talking about, and the question being highlighted on the screen there, and what Kenneth have said so far, how do we encourage individuals to reflect on their own biases and take responsibility for addressing them? The floor is yours, Mr. James. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you please hear me? Good.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you, Mr. James.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I hear you. Right.
I've not been listening because the internet was completely off. But back to what you just said, how do we encourage individuals to reflect on their own biases and take responsibility for addressing them? In a country like Nigeria, that's not an easy thing to deal with because, as I always tell people, the character of a society is made up of the summation of the individual characters in that society. When you add all together, the concussion that comes out of it, that is the character of that society. So if it's a society that is based on bias, majority of the people are already, they're already accustomed to bias, then they behave like that. For example, in Nigeria, the various ethnic groups have their own territories. The Igbos have theirs, the Ishans, the Urhobos, the Hausa, each ethnic group has a clearly defined area. If an Urhobo man goes to Igbo land, a place like Nnewi, and starts speaking Urhobo, nobody will understand him. he has to speak the language of that place or English. So that is how we were brought up. The government has not made any effort, from our point of view, to truly integrate the country. Even the NYSC scheme, I won't call it a scam, but it has not achieved this objective of integrating the people. Now they're only integrating the university graduates or the graduates in the NYSC scheme. What about the commoners? What are they doing to encourage, let's say, the Yorubas to settle en masse in the north, the Northerners to settle en masse in the south? The leaders are busy pursuing ethnic agendas, and this is what has caused this problem. So it's not a problem we can solve in a lifetime. We can only lay the foundation and put structures in place to make sure that the foundation is not demolished, to enable future generations to inherit what we have done. Because in the country today, every man is just fighting for what he will gain, not for the future generation. So it's a very difficult question to make, how to encourage individuals to reflect on their own biases. What you call biases, they see it as a way of life and taking responsibility for addressing them. To them, there's no need addressing it, because if I'm a Benin man, for example, or an Urhobo man, fundamentally, I see myself, first of all, as an Urhobo man before a Nigerian. Any Nigerian who tells you that he loves Nigeria more than his ethnic group is a liar. This is the society we were brought up. So that is just how it is. So it's up to the government to put policies in place. When Yakubu Gowon brought the NYSC scheme, he did it with the intention of integrating the country, because the university graduates, they are the people who will become the policy makers and those implementing the policies in future. So that is why I maybe concentrated on them. But successive leaders supposed to put structures in place. For example, let's say the Igbos are into spare part business. Is there anything wrong if a northern governor to set up a village for spare parts dealers and make it encouraging for them to come in large numbers? If they do that, there will be a retaliatory move. I won't call it retaliation, but the compensatory move, maybe in Imo State, that this area is carved out as a cattle colony. You can settle there because they know that their people are settled over there. But with what we have been going through in the country, no government is interested in unifying the country. So this is why it's, for now, impossible to make individuals reflect on their biases, because to them, they are not even biased. That is how life is. That's how they were brought up. So taking responsibility for how I organize my life, it's a non-issue. That is how I see it.
Thank you, Mrs. James and Kenneth. I highlighted Timaje. For those of you who said I should bring you on, the link is already in the comment section. I think it's Timaje or who said it can. The link is already there. I posted the link. Good governance is not an ethnic ideology. I love this. What is the traditional belief that aligns with good governance? Because you are trying to I don't know what he's saying there, but I don't understand the last part. Good governance is not an ethnic ideology. What is the traditional belief that aligns with good governance? Kennedy, it's a question.
No, good governance is not an ethnic ideology. What is the traditional belief that aligns with good governance? Now, let me cite an example for where I grew up, Benin City.
Thank you, sir.
The traditional belief among the Beninese that aligns with good governance is fairness and justice, fair play and justice. Because no matter what you do to a Benin man, he's not going to ask you, first of all, where do you come from? What you have done, is it right or wrong? If I see my neighbor's child misbehaving in town, and I give the child a good beating, when the child gets home, he will be very afraid to tell his parents that Mr. James got me beaten up. Because the way I treated him is exactly the way I'm going to treat my child. Because if the father gets to know He will ask you, what did you do wrong that made Mr. James to beat you? You've got to spoil our family name outside. For doing that, they will give him extra beating. So this is how they brought us up in Benin City in the 60s, up to the 80s or so when I left the country. So, Mr. T. Mark, whatever it is, good governance is not an ethnic ideology, that is true. But if you are not fair in your dealings with people, if you think of yourself alone and nothing but yourself or your people alone, of course, there will surely be problems. This is the problem we have in Nigeria today. The president was declared president by INEC. He went to Lagos and packed all his boys to fight. I mean, for God's sake, the country is a country. It's supposed to be a nation. So when you are appointing people, don't think that it is only the people you know that are good enough to govern the country. And see how they, see where they plunge us. What's right now is very disgraceful. See what Buhari did, Buhari of all people. The man people held in high esteem, because of tribal prejudice, he could not find his bearing while he was in government. So this is the situation we are grappling with right now. So the traditional belief that aligns with good governance among the people of Benin is fair play and justice.
So I think T. Majek made reference to what I said, right? So let me help T. Majek here. That traditional belief has everything to do with good governance. You and I know that traditional belief is a foundation for shared values and norms, right? We agree on that? Let me use the way you ask questions, Pastor. Do we agree on that? That traditional beliefs.
Come again, please.
Yes.
Hold on one second.
So
welcome, Henry. I will come to you, please.
Do we agree that traditional belief is a foundation for shared values and norms, right?
We have to first of all clarify what are these traditional beliefs.
No.
If going by what Mr. James said, if we agree that this traditional beliefs,
we're not talking about traditional religion.
No, traditional beliefs. Okay,
traditional
what are the traditional beliefs you are referring to, please?
Okay, traditional beliefs, like in my place, right? There is a belief that a young guy, should wake up in the morning, pray to God, to ancestors, and then go out and search for his daily bread. You shouldn't be sitting around enjoying free food. Matter of fact, in my place, if you're a young man and you wake up in the morning and you are sitting around every day, smoking, pursuing small girls, you have nothing doing, people will start asking questions. If anything is missing in the society or in the village, you should be the first person that they will call. Hey, you will be the first suspect because you have no job. You have nothing that you are doing that brings money to, that gives you daily bread. So that is a belief one. A belief two is that it is the man's responsibility to take care of his wife. It is the man's responsibility to take care of his home, to provide for his family. There is another belief. So things in that nature is a traditional belief in my place. And in my place, another of our traditional beliefs is that if you are elected as a leader, you should lead without biases. But if you are having that biases, the same people will call you out and do what they call vote of no confidence on you and take you out of office, is our belief. So you cannot be a king over us forever. No, it is not done that way. If you're a king and you are messing up, we'll take you out. So now, are we agreeing that traditional belief forms a foundation for shared values and norms? If we agreed on that, now this is it. These shared beliefs and norms will help to foster social cohesion, and fostering of social cohesion or having a strong social cohesion helps good governance. True or false?
True.
Good. So, T. Majek, it's not just that. We have a lot of things that has to do with the alignment between social traditional beliefs and good governance. Are we talking about cultural identity?
No, based on
we're talking about
hold on one second. Based on what Mr. James just argued about fairness, Mr. James, can you repeat fairness, transparency, and justice? Am I correct? That is
Yeah,
what you are
fairness,
saying, and then as well.
justice,
Yes,
And
and
yes.
fairness.
Go
Your
ahead.
dealings with people,
Yeah.
you should be fair.
Exactly.
Now, let me cite an example of something that happened to me in my primary school days. This was around 1967, 68, during the Civil War. You know, during break, we go out to play football. So my class was challenging another class, but I was not part of the team. Out of sheer zeal for my class to win, I smuggled myself in. So in the course of participating in the match, I made an error and I scored an own goal. Now, my classmates gave me a thorough beating on the field. At the end of break, when we got to our classroom, the beating continued. It is one of them. His name is Idahosa. I can't remember that's his surname. I can't remember his first name. He told them in the Edo language, only said, that is enough. He did not do it deliberately, just leave him. He did not do it deliberately. And I'm just the only non-Benin among them. So for a Benin man to come to my rescue while I was being beaten for what I did not do deliberately, that is a sign of fair play and justice. Now, he did not acquire that habit in the classroom. That is how he was brought up at home. That character is what he brought to the classroom. That is what I mean by fair play and justice. Because in his opinion, the punishment I received on the field is enough. Beating me after that is just sheer, that's a wickedness. That is how I saw it. So in the course of doing things, if you offend me, I should not find out what tribe do you belong. Are you a Yoruba man or Hausa man? Or if I'm in a position to award scholarships, when I'm processing the papers, it is out of place for me to be looking for particular names or candidates. That is why in the university exam, and I think WAEC exam as well, your answer booklet, you are not allowed to write your name on it. You only write your matric number or whatever exam number. That is to show that the marker will be fair in assessing your paper. So fairness and justice is a hallmark of good governance.
Yeah.
So as long as we
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, as long as we brush those things aside, we are non-starters. And that is what we lack in Nigeria, fairness and justice.
Henry, thanks for joining. In reference to fairness, justice, and equity, this actually has nothing to do with tribe, because your argument is across board, not just with the Igbos, of wanting to promote hard work, wanting to promote productivity. It's because if you say that, how do you view me? I'm not an Igbo man. Am I not one of your people? Don't you see me as your people? I'm asking you a question. Who am I to you?
You're a human being. No, you're a human being. Irrespective of your tribal affiliation, you are a human being first and foremost.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Based on your argument of my people, do you see me, Mr. James? I don't know where Henry is from. Do you see me, Mr. James and Henry?
Mr. I'm a pure blood Benin boy. It's right.
Okay,
It's in my face.
Okay,
we're authentic.
I'll come to you.
Yeah. So,
do you see us as your people?
No. In an environment where we have a conversation, healthy conversation.
No?
No, I didn't say that. I said in an environment where we are having a healthy conversation on how to maybe move the country forward. I will first and foremost see you as a human being, as a citizen of Nigeria, right? But if I found myself in an environment where there is already built up ethnic bigotry or sentiment or stereotyping or something that, in that nature, then I will see you as who you are. I will see myself as Kene of Onyibo. I will see my people. This is when I will begin to make reference to my people. Now, because it's a fight now between you and myself. And if you are coming for my people, it is time for me to defend my people. And this is when you hear me making reference to my people. But if we are having a healthy conversation without being bigots, then we can make that conversation in a healthy platform. But if I come in a platform and it's about Igbo bashing, Igbo this, Igbo that, this is when I will take my position and say, no, you don't, touch my people. You don't destroy my people. You don't hurt my people. Because I know what have happened to us in the past. We are already victims of bigotry in that country. And I wouldn't want to give room for that. I wouldn't want to accept that from anybody. So if you hear me, whenever you hear me, whenever you hear me using that phrase, my people, know already that there is an attack on my people. And this is when I will come to say, no, you don't do that to my people.
Back to you because I need to push further on you on this, your last argument. I'll come back to you. Henry, the floor is yours. According to what is on the screen there, good governance is not an ethnic ideology. Do you agree with that? I believe that is yes.
Yeah, no.
Can you weigh in on it?
Yeah, no. Yeah and no.
Adi?
I would say yeah and no.
It means you say yes and no.
Both, yeah.
Okay, could you explain further, please?
Okay. If you look at the situation now we have in Nigeria now, right now, the bigot is there in this governance, what they are doing there. It's there. It's written. Let's look the time Good Luck was there. It was not like this, about tribe, bigot. It was there, but not pronounced like this, openly like this. If you remember 2020, if I'm not mistaken, I have the video. If you want me to show you, send it to you, I'll send it to you. Your president's wife, what he said about other tribe. I don't want to call name here because I don't want to call tribe here. One tribe. He said they will send them out back to, I don't want to, you know it, our host. You know what she said. 2020, you want it? I should send it to you.
She called out Igbo people.
Give it to you.
Go ahead. She called out Igbo people and said that she will send them back to their place.
Yeah. So this is a woman who said she's a pastor. And she's not a Yoruba either. This big up stuff a thing. It's unhuman. Not like me, I'm a Bini. I don't look anybody say it's better than me or I'm better than this person. I look everybody as human. That's for me. By the time you come on this bigot issue, I will give it to you 50-50. If you look at the way with government, the president's ruling now, look at all the so-called BB posts now. It's given to Yorubas. You don't see it yourself. He even boast on his campaign, but it cannot be my president, that is for sure. It can never be my president. He said, Emi lo kan, Yoruba lo kan. So what did you expect? But he forgot one thing. Who will be crying most? The same Yoruba will be crying most. Lagos, they suffer more than people living in Edo State. You don't know. They suffer more. They don't have farm. We have to go and farm. They don't have it. So people forget about this bigotry, or this tribal hate that this country in Nigeria. I'm first of all Benin before Nigeria. If you should know that. Nigeria was forced on us to accept. Okay, we accept it. But we should come as one Nigeria. But not to say one tribe could be better than the other tribe. Or try to make other tribe. That is no go. But in the time we wake up, we Nigerians, we wake up to say, you know what, it's enough, attacking one tribe. Because most of the time they're always on Igbo, the Yorubas, that's for sure. First of all, they say somebody said Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Who told them that? It belongs to Nigerians. If they want us to be one Nigeria, that's it. I can go to Lagos to build a house there and live there. I was born in Lagos, University of Lagos Teaching Hospital. I was born there. My father was working in University of Lagos Teaching Hospital before we traveled to Benin. So when people come from Ogun State, other states come there, come and build house, they'll say they are Europe, they are Lagos, belong to them. They bring this hate. When you sell your further property and use to marry an extra wife and do party, you want people who build house in that land to come and compensate you again. They forget about they said their birthright for money, and they used to marry extra wife and make parties like the Yorubas. They make parties a lot. So when they see the beauty of this house land is said to this person, the way they change the environment, they want to become a landlord on that area. They want to become how they call it, chairman. So till they stop this hate, because I call this word hate. If you use this word bigot, it's just too much grammar. It's hate. Till they stop this hate of other tribe, Nigeria will not move forward. The president himself is a bigot, if you don't know. He is. Look at his Daniel Nodu guy go to Twitter. That is somebody's father. A lot of things said about Obi. Obi never speak about bigot to any tribe. He never speaks like that. But these people are attacking this guy every single day. These are somebody's father. And these are people who say we are all Nigerians. These are people who say they own position in that country. How are we going to move forward? Tell me that. Tell me how. It's just like Edo State governor now. We'll be putting blame to other tribe. That's why they didn't do well. No. We putting there, we have different tribe in that state. We're putting that as our governor. So you should do it to all tribes. As they vote Tinubu in there, they should rule. If anybody come out on this, because now they're taking it so lightly now. Till this escalates, there's going to be war in that country. You don't know. It's just little by little. Time, there's going to be a time people say, you know what, it's enough. They should do something fast. National Assembly, the so-called National Assembly, the Senate, they should go pass into reading. Anything about anybody they caught using this bigot statement should go in 10 years in prison. Till they start doing jailing people, this hate will not stop. Look at what NC Oluomo said during the election. What did they do to him? Nothing. No, we are sitting here. We're just looking. This is a joke. It's not a joke. This can destroy that country. Okay, talking of heights. Till Nigerians stand up and say, you know what? It's enough from this bigot, from this mostly this Yoruba stuff. These are the Yorubas. I will say it. If you want to go and hang yourself, look for transformer. Yoruba are one of the biggest bigots we have right now. The hate from Yoruba to Igbo is too much. They don't do this hate to the Hausas, the Yorubas. They don't go and do it to the Hausas, or they go and do it to the Beninese.
How do we hold on, Kenan? How do we deal with this hate? Because that is the purpose of this.
Self-hate is a sin. Self-hate is a sin. They hate themselves. That is why they hate other tribe. If they feel leader might be free, they will work with these people. They should stop this hate, because they have this hate about the Igbos. They should love themselves. They don't love themselves. If you love yourself, you don't hate other people. That's for me. Self-hate, that's the problem. If the government cannot change because like one man went to Jericho or hell in your program, I'm so disappointed. Sometimes people are lying to come here to mislead people, being that bigot about people here. People are lying to speak there. When you see him talking about going to this extent, you cut him off. People like that, you don't bring them in the space. I know people want view, whatever. But
no. Any, stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. We're not.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me add to. Yeah, let me add to what.
I just need to correct what Henry just said now, because whatever we say here matters. Okay. We don't entertain it because I don't think Rudolph entertain it because he wants to view. We're trying to build a good society. I use the word bigotry, the blocking system. How do we block these people? If there's any need to block them. So I just want to correct that with you, that don't go on that route and think because of views. Views are important.
I take it back. I take it back. I take that one back. I take it back. So people like that, they cannot. Okay, how long this guy coming to this program? 1 month. It's more than 2 years, 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Do you think people like this will change? No. Do you think they cannot change? See, in this,
Are you asking me a
this,
question?
no, I'm general. It's
Okay.
open for everybody to answer it later, not now.
Okay.
People like this will never change. Till the government put a strong law, not law to put it and just leave it aside. People should be arrested and jailed for hating other tribe. The tribe did not, that did not harm you. If you put his own bigot to the once the Fulani bandits who's kidnapping or the doing all these things or the Boko Haram, it should be okay for him. But people that not do nothing. These are people who are just living their life, building their business. You hate them because of no reasons. Like somebody want to invade your country. We are all Nigerians, for God's sake. If they don't want this to be, let everybody go for a referendum. Share your Gary. It's not by force. But as once you say we are all Nigerians, we should come together as one Nigeria. Because sometimes when he comes to this program, I don't want to come to talk to him because I there's what I would say to him, but you people will not like him to say it here. Because sometimes it's so annoying when I see him come with this so-called the way he speak like somebody who have I don't know somebody who's mentally sick. When he's talking, people still he try to penetrate on somebody's cane to provoke you. The you that's in this tribe, you will just get angry. And he just come to the program, he try to bring this allow me to speak, I want to go. And you just speak it, but dash people and go away. We don't do that. Don't do that no more here. So till they put law into that country to kick against this hate. The day will happen.
Thank you, Aaron.
No, don't say I'm not telling people. The day will happen in that country. Because like go happen, go bust.
No, Aaron, I think in that country, this protest was about end bad governance.
Okay.
And
so let me add to what Gabriel.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. So because when he was making his statement, he said that this kind of hatred could trigger some ethnic tensions. I mean, war or something like that. And that reminds me to one of the questions that you have concerning what happened in Rwanda. I think what happened in Rwanda is a stark reminder to the devastating effect of unchecked ethnic hatred. And if that is not addressed in Nigeria, I think what happened in Rwanda will replicate in Nigeria.
It will be child's play.
Yes. And now this is it, right? We have a system or a government where the wife of the government, of the president, is a bigot, a well-known bigot, and someone who has this strong hatred against Ndibo. And we have a government or a president where his spokespersons are bigot as well. They have this hatred against Ndibo. And if the president cannot address this issue, and if none of these people are held responsible, if none of these people has been taken to court or even sanctioned, it then means that the president has no credibility, he has no moral stand to even speak against bigotry. In his recent presidential nonsense statement, he said that those that are engaged in tribal or religious bigotry, that the law will be, catch up on them. Coming from somebody that surrounded himself with bigot and haters of an ethnic group, he should start with his own people, the people around him first, holding them accountable one after the other. During the election, during the campaign, he has his people, the people working for him, dishing out tribal and ethnic statement against Ndibo. It didn't just stop as statement, they even acted it by not allowing Ndibo to even participate in the election. Some were killed during that election. And none of these people have been held responsible. None of them has been arrested. None of them have been taken to court. So how do you expect such a person to be able to address this kind of issue? So Tinubu has no integrity when it comes to that. He has no credibility when it comes to that. He's part of them, whether you like it or not. He's a bigot and he's a tribal I don't know even know how to put it. So whatever that it is their kingpin. He's the one telling them what to say because they are speaking for him. Now,
Can I hold on one
you
second?
ask,
Hold on one second. Can we're gonna take a short break. I'm handing over the moderating to Adama. She obliged the platform. She's joining from work. That's why she have a camera off. Do you want to have your camera on? Are you comfortable with that? I can't hear you. You muted. You muted, please. Hello, Adama. You muted. I don't think you're muted. Adama, can you hear me? You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm going to be going in and out because I'm working
Okay,
at the same
that's what I'm
time.
trying to
So that's
explain.
way if my camera is off, they know I'm on the background. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm
Is
trying
that
to
okay with
explain.
you?
Yeah. So everyone must have, I'm in the background. I just need to quickly go. So we'll
If
take a
in there,
short break. We'll take a short break. She will be moderating going forward until I come back if time permits.
yeah,
We'll take
no
a short
problem.
break, then I'll hand it. She's already the question on the screen there. I'm gonna take it off. That is the question I want us to look at, the audience to look at. Then I leave it to you how you want to navigate from there. We must understand one thing, that bigots or bigotry is not just in a political circle. It's everywhere. So that is why she's comfortable in doing this. It could be my father, my mother, my sister, your brother. It could be anybody. How do we address it and win them over if possible? If possible. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Person is going to be CM if I'm wrong. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're clear.
All right, CM, you can go next. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Actually, a while ago, I was having a bit of a problem with my connection, so I missed the question electricity was posing that he wanted us to talk about.
If I'm not wrong, it's about good governance, bigotry. Yes, he highlighted. Can you see the highlights?
Okay, yeah, good governance is not an ethnic ideology. Okay, yeah. Yes, of course, it's not an ethnic ideology. It hasn't got anything to do with ethnicity. But bigotry, to some extent, yes. Like, I think I heard somebody say, in fact, this is in for a long bigoted government. That's what we are having now. I never knew that Tinubu is such a deadly. You know, there are bigots and there are bigots, but he's a deadly bigot. During the campaign, all
Could you
manner of
highlight
people were
the date of
casting
birth,
as.
if you don't mind? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. During the campaign last year, 2022, leading up to 2023 February 25th presidential election, all manner of dead woods, let me just call them because they are good for nothing, all manner of imbeciles, we are casting aspersion on Ndibu on behalf of Tinubu, including the wife. We felt that maybe it's just because they want to win vote. Ordinarily, now that you are number one citizen, you cast those ones away. Since you failed to call them to order, by now you cast them away. Rather, you elevated by your nonoga to a higher position. what he was doing in Lagos, you now lifted him to Abuja. Ononoga put in writing, in black and white, that an Igbo man to vote in Lagos is interference in Yoruba internal affair. Henry, my friend here, is Bini. So if Henry is in Lagos, two of us are living in the same street. As a friend, we say, oh boy, I come from UK. Henry, we say, I'm just coming from Germany. I didn't know we live in the same, maybe Adelabu area of Sulere, because that is the area I love. Gulano Drive, you know, Bodetamos. So, boy, now we go there here, make we vote. So that day, for Henry to vote for a candidate of his choice, Henry is not interfering. But for me to vote, I'm not interfering. That is the meaning. And Tinubu kept quiet. All these things happened. Ndị Igbo lost their lives. We watched video clips. After election, they went to the house at Yokoko, macheting them. Because Oluomo said so. Because Tinubu authorized him. Tinubu himself was on video, on tape, saying they will come to Lagos with a bedroom slippers and a polythene bag. When they want to fight us. He spoke it in Yoruba, he's there. We thought that this is just somebody, you know, for those that are interested, if you want to get a woman as a girlfriend, you can tell all manner of lies that after you, after God, now you. If you are by the roadside talking to her, you dodge. He said, why? He said that's my uncle. He will report me. He said, hey, that big. He said, yes, I just come back. Oh, you don't? He said, no, I don't want. This is my father's house. The tenants there know me. You just pose. So the lady will say, you are from a rich home. So, but after that, the reality will dawn. Now you are now sworn in, and you lifted that by your nonoga from Lagos to Abuja, and the guy is still writing till tomorrow, and you kept quiet. You see that this is bigotry. There is no other way to define it. This is pure big, and he is the chief promoter. It's a very big shame. That's why when I see people defending, I said, what type of a man is this? Ordinarily, under Obasanjo, this thing won't happen. Obasanjo is Yoruba. From Egba, under Obasanjo, this thing won't happen. Obasanjo was president for 8 years. Look at the cabinet he constituted. Look at the impact it made. Today, nobody can put money in Nigerian bank.
Sorry. See him. They said the Apostle is not a Yoruba. This is what the Yoruba people are saying. You don't know that?
Because it's not a bigoted. Forget about it. If we claim Obasanjo and they will say a lie. So we know all those things. So look at this. Look at the cabinet Obasanjo constituted. Debt forgiveness with Okonjo-Iweala. Soludo did consolidation. Today, nobody can put money in Nigerian bank and say the bank collapsed. It's a lie. Because they raised the equity ratio, the equity base, and continues to increase. So look at the economy then, revolution. Because Obasanjo went for the base brain, he assembled them. Tinubu is still doing Lagos boys. This is a government of criminal. Gbajabiamila stole a lawyer. You stole your client's money in Georgia, I think in Atlanta. That's what he did. Then he's a thief.
He's a thief.
He's a thief. And he's a thief. So if I call him a thief, I'm not missing what. These are the people you surround yourself with, and they are making noise on behalf of. You see, that's why when I listen to this type of thing, I've just said, I mean, Haba, what sort of man? Ordinarily, it's even a shame that somebody who is a career criminal will change in midway. He can't. When you've passed 80, forget about 70-something years, Tinubu is saying. Tinubu is close to 90. When you've passed that age, you can't change. This is a career criminal. Now, what is he doing? These are people that will cover him for his oil deal in Malta. That is the oil deal in Malta. That's why we're having this petrol issue. Yes, Buhari during his own time, it wasn't like this. But Tinubu quickly removed the subsidy on the day to make sure that when he says subsidy don't go, everybody go say subsidy don't go. So when you are now paying higher, who are they? He's paying it behind. Rufai said it in Medugri that yes, the subsidy is removed over the microphone, but we are still paying subsidy. It took him time to admit it. Now, when you are not paying subsidy, why are we still paying higher? Because he's taking the money with Chaguri. Chaguri is the person overseeing that refinery in Malta. So with Tinubu, how can 4 refineries in Nigeria and Kaduna, Port Harcourt, 2 in Warri, and 1 in Kaduna, How can they come on stream? And then to see his rival in Dangote, that's why Dangote is crying. That's why I say the rich also cry. You see, this, how can you have a government like this? This is a bigoted government. Look at what is happening in Lagos. Under him immediately started the Igbo houses, demo everywhere. Till tomorrow, they are still punishing the Igbo in Lagos. For what? Because Tinubu wants to be president. Now that he's president, he's still showing us the same thing. So bigotry, they are saying, it's not far-fetched. The government in Aso Rock is the chief promoter of bigotry.
If your name is not Yoruba name, they don't give you your food.
To be honest with you, you see, sometimes I want people to listen. When you build a house worth 300 million naira, say in Victoria Island, the lake anywhere, say the house, they value it up to 400 million. How much is C of O that you can't afford? When you buy land for 100 million somewhere in Lagos, when you buy million naira, when you buy land for 50 million naira, how much is C of O that you cannot afford? People should reason. People that can't even, it's only the poor people that, if a rich man wants to build a house, because he knows what he's going to bury on the ground, he knows the foundation is doing, and you are telling him, see, just go to the office. Don't you know this? As a big man says, they all have links. They all have links. He can easily call a lawyer. He won't even do it. He just call a lawyer. Lawyers like to have big men as their friends because through them now you'll be getting jobs. He will call one lawyer, say, I want to build a house. Please take these papers, go and find out what is happening. Take this 1 million for your transport. When you finish, then I see you. The lawyer will jump up and then go to Ikeja and dig out everything. And later they tell me 16 years later, house you built in 2005. More than 16 years later, they will tell you haven't got C of O. They knock you down. Go to court. Ndibo. You see, this man is bigoted because he wants Chaguri to almost of the areas Ndibo are dominated. Ndibo had in Lagos. So he said because his own he knows no bound. To be honest with you, he knows no bound, and that is what pains me. That is now sitting there as #1 citizen of Nigeria, and he's there talking nonsense. A career criminal, master certificate forger. How can that person change? Tell me.
Thank you so much, CM.
Can I add to what PM just said it now? Just for
could you please wait? Let's go to Ify, then you can add. Yeah. Thank you. Ify.
Good morning, Adele. Good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning.
Yeah, no. Take it, man.
Sorry, so I've been busy.
It's okay.
I'm handling prescriptions, so I can't.
That's okay. That's okay. You can go back. Henry, good morning, and thank you so much. Thank you. It's even good to hear this from somebody from a different ethnic group. So I heard you a little bit of what you said from, behind. Sometimes when I talk about Nigeria issues, honestly, it gets me so emotional. And again, let me deviate a little bit. I don't blame Tinubu. Let me tell you who I blame. The Igbo politicians. They are the ones I blame so much, And like I keep saying that, if all of them march to, listen, if Igbo people wants to get the Biafra they've been asking for years today, they will get it today. All it's going to take is all of them to march to Aso Rock and tell them, you know what, enough is enough. All these things are going on. None of them is saying anything. None, not even one person. And then you ask yourself, if the people you put in power cannot defend you or cannot speak for you, then what's the essence of having election in Nigeria? What is the essence of you being there? For anybody hoping that Nigeria is going to get better, it's not going to get no better. Let's make it clear. It's not going to get better. Instead, it's going to get worse. Igbo should go home, Igbo should go home. The only reason Igbo people are still in Lagos is because of that Tinkan Island, because of that wharf there. Because like I always say, I've talked to my family, they are so much into business. They live there in Lagos, they have properties. And they will always say, if you go back to Igbo, how are you going to transport your goods? So if you live in the Newe or Onitsha, then from Lagos, you send your goods. It doesn't make no sense. Give them this thing in the eastern part of the country and see if anybody will still be in Lagos. I remember when they had the election last year, this guy that his wife is Igbo, the one from PDP, You guys refused. Of course, we know he won that election. Let's not even talk about presidential election. His wife is Igbo. Tinubu's wife is from where? Is from
Delta State.
right?
Ishekiri.
Is she Yoruba? Of
No.
course, she's not Yoruba. But you people never had a problem with that. Then it came to this guy's turn. You people have a problem. A lot of us were born in Lagos. I was not born in Lagos. Then tomorrow you're gonna tell somebody because they don't speak Yoruba, they are not Lagosians. Olumide Akpata, I think initially they were saying something that he's not a do or something like that. So the bottom line of what I'm saying is this. You see, let us be honest. An Igbo man can never go to Kano and vie for a governorship election. It will never be possible. It is not possible. But let me tell you something. It will be easier for an Hausa man to come to an Igbo land to vie for a governorship election and win it. Very easy. A Yoruba man will be easier to come to Igbo land. So why all this hate? Why do we keep talking about one Nigeria, one Nigeria? It can never be one Nigeria. If I can happily go to Zamfara and get a job in, over there in the government parastatals, why are you still talking about one Nigeria? We are so much divided in that country. Look at what happened to what's going on with Nnamdi Kanu. Sunday Igboho was fighting the same fight Nnamdi Kanu was fighting. Sunday Igboho is out now supporting Tinubu, and then Nnamdi Kanu is still there.
What do you expect? Betrayal is always betrayal.
And nobody's saying anything. Everybody kept quiet.
And they are charged with the same treason. The same offense is treason.
Yeah.
The same treason.
And nobody's saying
Everybody
anything.
treason.
But see, again, I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming the Igbo politicians because they are the ones holding Nnamdi Kanu and not the federal government at this point.
But why? Why I don't tend to sort of agree with that is this. Okay, if the Igbo politicians are so powerful to tell government, hold him, they will hold him. Can Igbo politicians tell government, we need one extra state and 20 more local governments?
Let me tell you something. It's all about politics. And that's why I say, let me tell you something. The people we put in office, if all of them march to Aso Rock and call Tinubu for emergency meeting today and tell him, this is what we are asking you to do for the Igbos, do you think Tinubu is not going to do that? Let Igbo pull from Nigeria. You see what is going to happen to that country. There will be no Nigeria anymore. The economy of that country will sink. I'm not saying it because I'm Igbo. I have a lot of Yoruba friends, and I've said it over and over again. They are my closest friends here in Atlanta, very good friends of mine. They too can understand the sufferings of Ndibo. We love each other. If anything I need and I call them, boom, they'll tell me, do this, if we got you. And I will call them, and they will call me, and they will tell me, I will tell them the same thing. So when you people are talking about one Nigeria, it can never be United States. Let me make it clear. It can never be the same. Even in this state I am, if I meet the requirement of vying for any governorship election, I will. They're not going to ask me whether you're from Nigeria or your father is this or your mother is this.
If you give me 30 seconds. Can you believe during the election, you didn't see what Soludo said about Peter Obi?
I heard it very well.
So
I totally.
They are one of the people making things worse there.
But that's what I'm saying. They are our problem. The Igbo politicians are our problem. I said it over and over again. Even when during the protest, I was against it. I told you people, Tinubu is not, what is the outcome of the protest? Tinubu is not the problem of Nigeria. Go to your local government chairman, go to the National Assembly. Innocent is from my place. He saw Tinubu. I was very angry, with the statement he made. Because in my head, I said, these are the same people that left your company and went to Japan to buy import cars for the National Assembly. While you are there in the East, manufacturing cars, they did not even support you. Why are you going there to go meet him? So, you see, Nigeria as a country, I don't even know what to say. It's high time we start talking about breaking up. Let everybody go.
No, I think, Ify, I think
So,
in
okay, hold
Nigeria,
on, Ekena, before you talk. Now, the question I want us to, or if we're going to speak, is how can we take out ethnicity, religion, in order to have good governors?
It's not going to be possible at that. Let me say something. You see, the problem, what's this guy's name? Jerry Eze came to America and performed
Can you
miracles.
can you wait for 1 second? Dr. Sim, you had a question for me?
Yeah, what I'm saying, the question you asked, if you take out religion and ethnicity, is that not what you said? In that case, you're not talking about, you are talking about another country, not Nigeria. That's not the same process.
There's no way.
No.
No chance.
Okay, hold on. Can
If
I
I may
wait?
answer that question, okay.
Yes, hold on. If you done before I go to Ekene?
No, I said it's not possible. It can never be possible. During the protest, did you hear Adeboye say anything? But immediately after the protest, he held his convention. Tinubu's wife is a pastor there in RCCG. Jerry Eze was busy performing miracle. In your country is busy burning. You're performing miracle in America. We have a lot of crippled people in Nigeria. None of them, you didn't perform your miracle. You see, these people are hypocrites until Nigerians begin to understand it. But I thank God this new generation, these Gen Zs, they are beginning to learn their lessons. Trust me. Sooner or later, just that the freeze said, said it over and over again. Sooner or later, all these churches will be nightclub. It's a question of time. Watch. Thank you.
Why I asked that question, thank you so much for answering that question. Why I asked that question is, I feel like we need to learn to be human first. That's just me. Where we judge people by their character, their action, and not necessarily where they come from. You can be whatever you practice in your house. I don't care. It works for you. That's your problem. But how can we have good governance by not saying this person is evil, Yoruba, Hausa, whatever? Where can we have achieved that Nigeria that will work for everyone?
Let me say one more thing before. Can I hold on? Okay. Remember when we have Muslim ticket, right? It was a problem during the election. That is the biggest problem we have. Is it possible to have Christian ticket? It will not be possible in Nigeria. But it's okay to have Muslim ticket. So how can a country like that unite or come together? So let us stop deceiving ourselves. It's okay to have Muslim, Christian, but you can never have Christian ticket in one country. We are not just serious. And we will never be serious. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I over to you? Thank you.
Yes, I've been itching to talk since. The issue with Nigeria is Nigeria has no working constitution or working laws or policies. We don't have one. And I think by intentions, the leaders deliberately don't want to enforce that. They don't want to have a working policy or laws that will checkmate all these tribal hatred or hate species, right? It is a deliberate thing, and you wouldn't blame or disagree with whomever that thinks that Nigeria will never work. I, for one, am also of the belief that Nigeria will never work, because whatever law or judicial system that you have in that country is one-sided. The judicial system can be bent at any time just to suit what you are looking for. Just the concluded just concluded election, where the issue of Abuja comes up. The law, was it not thwarted? The law was twisted to now claim that Abuja is the 37th state. So the law in Nigeria is one thing that is a major problem. Is one major problem in that country that is destroying that country. And to fix it is something that I think is impossible to do. And in my previous statement, I say that Nigeria is made up of different nations, whether you like it or not. The best way to actually bring some sanity in that country is to let these nations be on their own. That is the only way to fix the Nigeria's problem. But if there is a way, I don't know the kind of miracle, maybe the likes of, I don't know why if he call up those names, that criminal Jerry and all those criminal working ministers. If they can perform miracle to make sure that we have a working law or policies that will checkmate a speech in Nigeria, I think is one way to addressing that issue, which I think is impossible because their miracle has never changed anything. Their miracle is for the gullible, confused people that they extort money from to live their better and best life. So Nigeria is one country that I think to checkmate these biases, they have to create an opportunity that will maybe educate the people. First and foremost, before you educate the people, you have to fix your judicial system first. You have to make laws that will stand against hate speeches. There was a day, I think last week or thereabout, I was thinking about the level of hatred in Nigeria, especially against the Indigo. And I sat down, I began to list among the stakeholders, I mean the useless elite in Nigeria, those that have made public statement against Indigo. I begin to jot that their name, and I was thinking, how do I begin to sue these people in court? Take them to court and say, hey, you have to come and explain why you say this against Indigo. I begin to think about it. I say, do I have a badass friend that is also a lawyer or maybe a stronger? I begin to like check among my friends who can actually go with me to begin to create. I mean, I don't want to use nuisance or begin to fight these people. And I will first and foremost sue the president's wife. I will sue her, sue Bayo Ononuga. And that was why I like what Peter Obi did recently by suing Bayo Ononuga to court. But you shouldn't stop at that. You should go beyond that, not when it comes to you personally. When your people are being denigrated, you have to stand up for them. The Indigo, what they call them, or Ohaneze Indigo, I always call them out because I see no use for having Ohaneze Indigo. Ohaneze Indigo is just a nuisance to our people. They've never fought for the people. They've never fought against the to protect their people. Ohaneze, you have Ohaneze Indigo, and somebody like Bayo Ononuga is denigrating your people. Somebody like this woman, what is her name? What's the name of the president's wife now? I don't want to recall. Remi Tinubu is speaking against your people, and you could not charge them to court. So why are you having that useless organization? You should be the one to say, you know what? We are suing you for saying this against our people. Last time during the election, one Igwe in one Igwe, diaspora Igwe, which I don't even support having diaspora Igwe in Lagos State, spoke for the people in Lagos State.
Can I make sure I understand what you're saying? In the diaspora, we have Igwe, who is in charge of the whole Igbo community.
No, this is in Lagos.
Yes, in Lagos State. In Lagos State in Nigeria, we have Igwe of Ndigbo in Lagos. You know, that kind of nonsense stuff. I don't agree with that. So he spoke, for the people, when the Igbo people are being threatened, he now make reference to calling on IPOB to protect the people in Lagos State. This guy was arrested. He was arrested. Today, he's still in jail. But the Bayo Ononuga is a free man. Remi Tinubu is a free woman. None of them has been arrested. MC Olomo is a free man. You see why I say that Nigeria will never function with this kind of level of injustice. And then somebody will now expect me, Kene, to speak for unity of Nigeria. For what now? Am I crazy? When you held my people on captive, you refuse them to move forward, you refuse them to move backward, and then your people are dishing all manner of hate speeches against us, and then I cannot speak against that. I cannot defend my people. You see Nigeria, Nigeria is a conglomerate of whatever stupidity is. Nigeria will never function. See, I don't care if you like me or you hate me, right? I don't even send your papa. The truth is, Nigeria cannot move forward, and I cannot die for Nigeria as it is today. I cannot sacrifice 1 second for Nigeria. I cannot. From my time, sacrifice for Nigeria, God forbid. Until we begin to tell ourselves the truth, until you begin to know that behavior you exhibited on your fellow human being, if they treat you the same way, you will not feel good. And for that reason, you should not give it to another. Until you begin to have that kind of feeling, you begin to retract those nonsense that you are saying or you've said. And until you begin to speak out and defend the oppressed, or you defend the victim, until you begin to do that, that country will never move forward. If you go on X Ando, there's one Ife Salako, wherever that person is. I don't know if he's a man or a woman. God, the kind of God that will bless that, the kind of blessing that this human being will receive in this world, is immeasurable. So may God continue to bless such a person. She always, or he, I don't know if he's a woman, Ife Salako, if I think he's a woman, always stand and speak against Bayo Nonoga, speak against hateful speech against anybody. That is her function. That is what she does on X Ando. So may God begin to bless this kind of a person. So Nigerians, we are not telling ourselves the truth. We don't love ourselves. We don't love ourselves. Not ruling out the fact that there are still good Nigerians. There are still good Nigerians. We understand that. But for the fact that the Ohanes and Ndibo will be there and your people are being maltreated and you are not speaking up, the fact that we have the likes of Hope Uzodimma that will support the enemy to even push out their people down. There is one that deleted recently. It's from Nnewi, one Ifeanyi. I don't want to call it like Ifeanyi nonsense. He left us recently. For the fact that we have the likes of these people, see, it's very difficult to change that country. And then for anybody believing or waiting to see if the federal government is going to arrest hate speakers or bigots in Nigeria, it's not going to happen. So for you to bring,
Can your voice is fainting.
Your voice is dropping. Can you round up? Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yo, can you hear me? I can hear you.
But you're kind of low. You're kind of low.
Very low.
Oh, really? I'm
yes.
Shouting here. I think.
Yeah, but it's from your network. I think so.
My phone on do not disturb. So.
Okay, someone is probably trying to call you.
Yeah, but is it okay now?
Still a little bit low, but it's fine.
Oh Lord. Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is we should not fold our hands and expect the government to fight for us. We should begin to petition anybody that speak against, or any hate speaker or any bigot that speak against Indibo, not just Indibo. If you speak against any tribe, or if you're being tribalistic, or if you're being a bigot or hate speaker, you should be sued to court. You should be dragged. They should drag the hell out of your life.
Thank you.
Lesson not to repeat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which court are you talking about? Dragging the person.
Well, you should drag the court, both the judges, drag everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Henry, I just want to say we're going to be on a time for 5 minutes so that way everybody gets to speak. And so I want to say something. No, please. I'm sorry. Right? I'm sorry, okay. Please, because more people are coming in. Okay. And I appreciate if someone is speaking.
No
let's
problem.
not interrupt.
I don't talk more than 5 minutes anyway.
Yes, let's not interrupt and allow the person to finish. Then when it's our turn, we can speak. Thank you.
Yeah. As I was saying, I'm a pure Benin, local Benin man, and I'm proud to be a Benin. I'm a Benin before I become a Nigerian. So anything about, because this, when we say Nigeria going to work, how are you going to work? When this tribe is hating one tribe, it's not going to work. We should tell ourselves the truth. If Nigeria want to work, the judicial system need to be wiped off. Then they have to sit down and put law that is functional, and law will be that people will go in for it. Not just law in paper, but people just go above the law. Tinubu himself supposed to be in jail for saying Yoruba Lokon when he want to become as a president. His wife going to be in jail if they want to follow the rule of law, hate speech. So when people say Nigeria is a joke, Nigeria is not going to work anyway. We are trying to make it work, but it's not going to work. With this kind of habit that's getting worse every day. It's getting worse. This hate. Can this so-called Yoruba keep those ones on, and not say all of them, those ones who play this bigot issue, till they love themselves, till they accept to love themselves, and so forget about hating other tribe, Nigeria will move forward. If Nigeria want to change, like Igbo now, like Ken was saying, Those people are a bunch of jokers. People will like what I'm saying, some will not like it. I don't give a damn about it. They're a bunch of jokers. You know why I say that? If they come out with their full chest, say, you know what? Let's go to Aso Rock, speak to this man. You know what? If they don't stop this hate about our people, we are going off from Nigeria. This will be changing fast. Look at the bunch of criminals who is in the Senate, as of Rep, all those ones, bunch of criminals there, telling Nigerians, let them be protesting, will be eating. People like that will be in jail. Look at Wike playing mini God. Look at this bunch of criminals. Ruling Nigerians want me to say Nigeria going to work. Should I be deceiving myself? Come on. This Igbo, if they are serious, the country should not be in prison till now. He did not carry gun and shoot people. He said something. Okay, charge him, take him to court. The court granted him bail. They went to kidnapping and bring him back to Nigeria. And the Igbo sit down and say they will go there and pretend they love him, they care about him, put on their red cap, go and visit, say they are telling Tinubu to release him. They should not beg Tinubu to release him. If he's found guilty, take him to court and judge him. They are playing. Igbo should stand up and kick against this so-called Igbo. They are not for your interest. They are a bunch of criminals, bunch of crook. I think one of them who died in the UK. Who died in UK. I heard about his own money. He holds one bank or whatever. I saw it. Fake life. Spending money. He come home, spend money anyhow. If those so-called billionaires who live in Igbo say want to change things in their states, Lagos will be like a kindergarten where it is. But they don't want to change nothing because they want to become superior to other Igbo when they come home. So if somebody's telling me Igbo, Nigeria going to work, you're just a dreamer. Because Nigeria it never work. We are trying to work, trying to make it work. Nigeria never work. The colonial masters put us together. They know it's not going to work either. Nigeria is a country of how would I put this? It's a country of many countries. How many millions in Swiss? No way. Sweden, how many millions they have? Think about it. Nigeria it's not going to work. Before it's going to work, let me just say, before Nigeria going to work, they're going to call all ethnic group. They're going to sit down. They will draft the constitution again, and they will follow this constitution. Those judiciary, they will wipe all those old criminals who stole our elections. Put laws.
Could you please round up? You have 50 seconds left.
50 seconds. Thank you. They will put laws that will function, and that law, people will obey that law. Nobody's going to be above the law. When you hate speech, you go from 5 years imprisonment. You see all this nonsense will stop. Corruption will go from 10 years imprisonment. You see all these things will stop. Nigeria will be working. But without that one, we are jokers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry. I'm going to go over to Dr. CM Yunus. Thank you.
Yes, just a second. Currently, Nigeria has a law that is against hate speech.
Hey, you're still low. You're still low.
What? Okay.
Yeah, your volume is still low.
Okay. Can I go out and come back?
Yeah, go. Yeah, thank you.
If you can in backstage, bring me out and bring it in. If there's no space, right?
All right, thank you. I will do that. Thank you, Dr. CM. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, what I will say now is this. Normally, my late father taught me that whenever there's a problem, you feel that is when the problem is severe, he said, look around or think. The solution might be lying at the corner. Which brings me to this patriot, what they went to tell Tinubu. It's not that everybody knows this, but if this is done, that is the only thing that can save Nigeria. Because the constitution they want to bring in, he said there will be referendum in it. And this issue, let it not just be a constitution, let it be whereby any part of Nigeria, if you feel you don't want, you are tired, they do, just like the way it is in Ethiopia, they conduct referendum for that side. so that if you agree want to go, you go. That is the thing. Because this flag they waved in Kanu, they and Kaduna and some part of Zamfara, all these places, this Russian flag. A lot of things are embedded in that flag they are waving. Look at Niger today. Look at Burkina Faso. At least they are having hope. Their trajectory is moving up now. The people are happy because they've left France. Look at Mali. So in Nigeria's own case, like Kenneth said, it can't work with the way we are going to it. But because I, for one, I wouldn't like us to start to buy each other. Maybe in a state of confusion, we start losing people. No. Let us now, what these patriots are saying, we have to go back to 1960 Constitution and 63, which empowers every region to behave as a mini independent country within Nigeria. Part of that behavior, given our recent experience or over 50 years experience, will be to also explain it clearly that any region, any area, if you feel you are tired of Nigeria, you don't need to. Please, let it not be as if it's abomination. Oh, it's a, what should I say? It's a taboo. See, why should you say? Just to know, like say, my Igbo people may say, we are tired of, because this generation doesn't like Nigeria anymore. All you need to do is that let us, like Nnamdi Kanu was advocating, conduct referendum for that side. If majority say they are leaving, then we work out the instrument and divide assets and liability, and people go. We can't continue to be living in Stone Age. Give it 5 years now, Nigerians will be going to Burkina Faso to go and look for refuge because they are moving. Forgetting that Burkina Faso is double landlocked, not just landlocked, double landlocked. Mali is landlocked, locking Burkina Faso on the western coast. Niger is landlocked, locking Burkina Faso on the eastern coast. Then Ghana, that is below, is just because it's having access to the sea. So having access to the sea doesn't mean anything. Go to Europe, look at Austria, look at Switzerland, come to Africa, look at Somalia. More than 1,000 kilometers of a coastline. Where are they today? Where are they? So what should spell so that to save people, we can't continue living like illiterates. Nigeria is the only country joined together by Britain that is still intact like that, or not really intact because Bakassi has left us, Western Cameroon has left, but because that Nigeria is still remaining, can you imagine if India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan are still one country? Can you imagine what will be happening there? Look at Singapore and Malaysia. Are they not different today? Is Eritrea complaining because they left Ethiopia? So these are the things. I don't want people to just come and feel that we are joined to each other at the hip. They will tell you, oh, we are the largest country in the... Look, if India will leave Nigeria today, Nigeria will still be the largest country for those that want, if Yoruba and Hausa want to coexist with the Urobo Delta and all those people, let them be. But this idea that we must continue being like this and then be dealt with. If you go abroad as a Nigerian, you are ashamed. You come back home, there's nothing. You run away because of a bad government. You go abroad, they treat you. I mean, for what? How long shall it continue? You see, like Frank Fanon said, every generation must be able to address the challenge of their era. The challenge of the present era is...
Dr. CM, you have 40 seconds left to round up. You're breaking up.
The dreams of, if you go, oh, thank you. Thank you. If you tell Ogoni man to give you his experience about Nigeria, it will be different from the experience of a Igbo man or TV man or the Fulanese. So this is what we are saying. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. James, we're going to come to you next. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'll spend less than 5 minutes. I feel so bad that the country is in this terrible state for a very simple reason. During those good old days in Nigeria, we in Bender State, as former Midwest, though we broke away from Nigeria, from Western region, we had a very good time and we maintained cordial relationship with them. When they brought their free education policy, they implemented it in Bender State and then Midwest State as if it's still part of them. I, for one, I've said it on this platform very, very many times. I, for one, I received absolutely free education from the Yorubas. They gave it to me. Maybe I would have become a taxi driver or whatever it is, I don't know today, if not for the Yorubas. One of the best governors we've had in Bender State, Ambrose Folonsho Ali, although he's an Ishan man, but that name Folonsho is a Yoruba name. It means that he's having Yoruba ancestry. But it's so disgraceful that this same Yoruba race that has distinguished themselves in the past have produced this kind of people we cannot understand. Even while Latif Jakonde was in Lagos implementing his policies, the Igbos, Hausas, and other ethnic groups in Lagos benefited from the free education policy. So my fear is this. I've been talking about post-Nigeria republics. That's what I want, post-Nigeria republics. Because if we go back to the old system, that's the parliamentary system, operating the 1963 Constitution. Now, we were operating that system, and we ran into formidable problems. A civil war broke out. We chose to go to adopt the presidential system. Now, what is the guarantee that if we go back to that old system, the country will be properly run? The guarantee is not there. So my opinion is we should go for post-Nigeria republics. Various ethnic groups and various ethnic groups should, at this time, be discussing behind the scene how we should be governed. Should the country eventually, or if the disintegration of the country is officially recognized, how should we be governed? Because we don't want to slide into South Sudan situation. The Igbos, for example, and the people of the coastal minorities, they should work out modalities on how they can form a country. If they cannot work out a modality, then the Igbos have the capability to go on their own. But somebody was just mentioning just now that coastline is not the issue. Somalia has over 1,000 kilometers of coastline. How developed is Somalia? Despite the potentials they have. So this is how I see it. Nigeria, the way it is now, is beyond redemption. If I remember those good old days we had in Benin City, compared to what I'm going through now, I just feel that Nigeria is beyond redemption. And nobody should expect this present administration or the ruling class to fix Nigeria. Because I said yesterday on the program that a corrupt society cannot reform itself. An immoral society cannot reform itself. The country is morally barren and bankrupt. So what we need actually is a post-Nigeria republic. There's nothing wrong if the country should break up. Yugoslavia was a country, it broke into pieces. Czechoslovakia, the same thing happened. Even Ethiopia, where the Organization of African Unity was established, they had cause to part ways. So what is no offense, it's no crime for a nation or a country to disintegrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. I'm going to come to Mr. Christian. Could you please unmute? Once again, I apologize for keep going in and out, turning my cameras off. The rule is everybody has to have their camera on this segment, and I'm on call, so electricity asked me to step in, so I'm sorry. So if you see me with my camera off, I don't mean to be rude, so I just want to explain. Mr. Christian, you're next. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me. You know, I've been watching this program from the background, and it seems to me that the biggest problem we Black people do have yeah, very close to this thing. The problem we Black people do have is that we approach knowledge or education in terms of knowledge and theoretical knowledge and certificate without practical implications. See, the problem of Nigeria is not corruption, it's not bad governance, it's not bigotry, it's not anything. It is diversity. There is a body of knowledge we call science of taxonomy or classification. that body of knowledge classification is the importance of classification should not be lost on us. Everybody listening to me here now. There is the reason why we classify things is because we have performed an experiment and discovered that the mean tested is significant, meaning that the populations are different. So we begin to classify them. Now, there is what we call social natural laws, which uses ethnicity as a basis of classifying people based on their religion, their culture, language, ethnicity. Language, culture, religion, and etc. In fact, I would like any of you to go back and read an article written by the late Professor George Obiozo on the power of ethnicity in binding people together and also as a source of segregation from other people. If we understand that, then we understand why Nigeria can never function as a country. In fact, the Europeans understood this very well in 1845 when they had this when they had their conference in somewhere in Germany, where they now understood that every ethnic group should be allowed to self-govern. So you have mostly in Europe one ethnic nationalities. And where you do have any of this ethnic nationality having coming together, it is so much loose. They come together in such a loose proportion that it is easy for them to continue to govern themselves, even if they don't have any center government. For instance, in Belgium, So when people talk about Nigeria, the reason why Nigeria is saying continuously is there are two reasons. One, the selfish interest of those who thought they won the war.
You have 60
and the
seconds
international
left. Mr.
and
Christian,
the
you have 60
international
seconds left.
yes, and the international community that interested in the oil resources. So whatever we discuss here, or whatever anybody discuss here, without discussing the diversity of Nigeria, will come to nothing. So I want everybody to appreciate the importance of classification and why this natural social classification is very important, and we must go back to it in order to develop as a people. And I mean a people throughout the whole Africa. We must redo the Berlin Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong. Can you tell me your name, please?
It's Eccentric Cast.
Eccentric Cast. Welcome to the show. You're going to be next. 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So I'm gonna rebuttal what the previous guy said about diversity being a problem, right? On Earth ecosystem, right? Survivability is based on diversity and complexity, right? Complex organisms survive, right? Better than and diverse organisms survive better than organisms that are not diverse, right? Like if you animals that are more diverse, like mixed bred dogs, right? Last longer than the ones that are purebred, right? So Nigerian problem, we need to offer solutions here instead of complaining about, because all the problem that you guys are mentioning right now, if you separate the countries, we're gonna have the same problem in Igbo land, right? Because in Igbo land we have different intra-ethnic groups, right? You have you have Imo State. In Imo State you still have intra-ethnic group inside Imo State, and even in Abia State, even in like Bendit local government, like the the guy up top, James is, James is from Bender, right? I'm from Bender local government. You still have intra-ethnic group in Bender local government, right? You have Alai, you have Item. These are all separate groups, right? They're not going to cooperate because we are Igbo, because we speak the same language. It's not going to all of a sudden foster a cooperation. That's magical thinking, right? So, I think Nigeria, if Nigeria allowed diversity, right? If we actually let go of our what separates us like ethnically, right? Like, I'm Igbo, therefore I'm not Yoruba, or I'm better than Yoruba, right? It makes no sense. Biologically, Igbo people are not different from Yoruba people, right? If you look at our DNA, it's pretty much the same thing, right? So somehow, somewhere, we were family, until we somehow separated and started speaking different language that came from the same language group, actually, So I think, listen, there's a solution here, right? It's not a single solution. It's not separation. If you separate, like I said, if you separate, we still have civil war in Igbo. Seriously, right? People from the River State want to, they want to separate. Two other people want to separate. Banda people want to separate, or they want to have a bigger share based on what they produce. So we need to, we need to let that go. We have, we have Nigeria. We have a construct called a country, right? The bigger your country, the better you are. It's the construct that we inherited. So be it. Life sucks. This is how it is, right? If you separate, you make it easy for other countries to invade you and take over your resources. You're more susceptible to be taken over by the bigger guy. That's just the way things work here. Sorry, right? See, ethnicity, tribalism, right? It's a huge problem. It's something that's inherent. Everyone is tribal. Even in the United States, you can say whatever you want. United States tribal. It's a tribal country. You have white, black. Tribalism exists in America. I live in America. I see the tribalism. I use Nigerian tribalism to understand American problem. Right? It's there. The tribalism, it's still, I don't know why you're shaking your head. Let me finish. You're distracting me, dude. Let me finish what I'm saying. All right. So let's see here. So we need breaking up is not a solution, period. Breaking up is not a solution. We need diversity. We need Igbo people to marry Yoruba people, Hausa people. We need to intermarry, right? Marry Yoruba people. Yoruba people, listen, Yoruba people are smart. You know what I'm saying? They do well in education. They do well in a lot of sectors, like Igbo people, coincidentally, because we a family, right? Hausa people, they have diversity. They have what makes their culture great. They have their diversity is what makes the culture great. They have things in their culture that are pretty exciting when you study them. Their history is pretty beautiful, but we're stuck in this ethnic difference nonsense. We can see. Let's look beyond this and find the real solution to our problem. Our problem, like I mentioned a few weeks ago, is IMF conditions. Right? We are part of IMF. Nigeria was entered IMF 1 year after independence. Right? It's not a coincidence. It's part of the plan. We became part of IMF. We took a loan, we defaulted. IMF said, hey, look, you're gonna have to implement this draconian policies, right? And that's what we're experiencing right now. All the stringent economic policies. IMF does not like social programs that benefit ordinary people. So they say, hey, take out all the social programs, free education, free this, free that. The government took all that stuff out, right? Because, our leaders are not smart people. They can't think. Look at our Constitution, for instance. Our Constitution looks like a plagiarized American Constitution. It says, one nation under God. What are you talking about? What God? We're not Germans. We don't believe in God, right? We don't believe in God. We have our own sense of religion. It's actually has more depth than freaking Scandinavians and the Germanic tribes, right? It's actually more in line with the Greeks, the most civilized society in Europe, right? In Igbo we have Ane. Ane is pretty much Gaia. If you study Gaia, that's Ane right there, right? And we worship nature because we understand the importance of nature and all that stuff. If you look into Igbo spirituality, it's pretty scientific.
You have 50 seconds left to
50 seconds, anyways. So when it comes to my turn, I'm going to come up with something, rebuttal all the points, all the people talking about separations. Hey, look, You can say that while you're in the United States of America, because here in America, no one cares if you're Igbo, if you're Yoruba, you're a black man. Period. You know what I'm saying? We need to bring that whole mindset back home. We are black people. Now we have the poor, we have the working class, and then we have the elites. You know, this is how nature always worked that way. You know, there's always the manipulators. We need to find a way to deal with this, guys. Right? We need to tell them, hey, look, we know your problem. We know the problem is IMF policies. Listen, we need you to change this.
We're going to go another round so you can get to explain further better. Thank you so much. Mr. Christian, could I ask you something? I'm going to give you 1 minute to respond because you kept raising up your hand and shaking. So go ahead.
Yes,
1 minute.
please. You know what? No developed nation, every developed based on unity and peace. You know, every nation develops based on justice and equity. The law. So, and the law, every law derives from what we call cultural or every man-made law derives from cultural or religious law. And it is not.
You need to read philosophy.
Excuse me. Can I finish? And if we do not get the law right, if the constituent components do not, the problem of Nigeria is inability to rationalize the differences, the different values into a coherent legal framework that everybody obeys. And that has been the problem. Why the federal government do not obey their laws, the state government do not obey their laws.
Your 1 minute is all.
Yes, and nobody obeys the laws in Nigeria. And so no nation develops without the law. So every law, if you go to any developed nation, they will tell you about the law. The law is the most important thing in development.
Yeah, so when we come back the next round, you can get you have another 5 minutes to have your time to
please, I would like to explain this very much. I would like to explain this very well.
Yes, we're going to go another round. So if there's any specific thing you want to disturb, I just want to reiterate and say, please, let's not interrupt people when they're talking or make any
I'm not
facial expression.
Yes, thank you.
Please, let's allow them to have their 5 minutes. And yes, Mr. Eagle Air, can you please unmute your nest? 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Please, I want us to understand something because I've been watching this program from background for a long time. The problem of Nigeria is too complicated. The problem of Nigeria is too complicated. It's not something that they can solve under a day or tomorrow. And Nigeria, from beginning, is arranged marriage. Yeah, people that experience arranged marriage, people like India, they will tell you more concerning arranged marriage. Arranged marriage is marriage that it did not desire, it did not plan for, it did not, in fact, out of love, that they organize you to ask you to get married. And when the arranged marriage is taking place, a lot of things are involved along the line. That's why if you come to India, you see many divorce marriage. They divorce because the marriage was arranged. So initial time they want to get independent of Nigeria around 1960. You found out that even when they go to they get independence and they meet in Lagos or somewhere, they travel for it. Northerners refused to accept the independence. They were forced to be part of independence. So any marriage that is out of force can never work. Nigeria is a movie that have a complicated problem that need to put pause. They need to put it pause first and ask themselves, what is the actual problem? Where do we start from here? What are we going to do? What will be the next solution for it? Nigeria come to the state, come to the brim of putting pause first before every other thing. For instance, since last week, on Saturday, they found that there is no equity in Nigeria. How can a notorious bandit we know, will come on TikTok, be showing live program on a TikTok and be sharing money? People are bringing their bank account, they are sharing money and he was putting money in people's bank accounts in Nigeria. And DSS is there. DSS could not do anything. But if it is an Easterner now, sorry to use this word, if it is an Easterner now, as I'm talking to you, they will arrest the person, put him in the prison, they do everything. That shows that the marriage does not work. The law of Nigeria, it favors some people, it does not favor some people. That's the main issue. So when you see somebody agitating, saying that they want to go on the separate way, there's something they saw in it that make them to want to go their way. They say Igbo must go in Lagos, or all the Yoruba land, Igbo must go. Yes, Igbo must go. But they should remember, when they say Ghana must go, Ghana went back to their country and developed it. Ghana economy is better than Nigerian economy right now. They say Ghana must go. And then I go and develop their own country. They are doing well right now. So if they say Igbo must go, in my own perspective, they should allow Igbo to go. But before Igbo go to their own eastern estates, let them make sure that the seaports that make Igbos to come to Lagos. Because if you don't know, it's about something that caused Igbo to come to Lagos. So 1999, when he was president, he closed every seaport in the eastern zone and opened only Lagos. And all the whole businessmen, they suffer too much expense for moving their container or their load from Lagos to East. That's why many of them, they go to Lagos and open their warehouse that place. Sometimes we don't know, we don't study the history, know how this will go. And these people that are ruling people in Nigeria, they know that if you allow history to continue to be taught in the school, a lot of things will be exposed. That's why they close history. So people that say that Igbo must go, if they want Igbo to go, Igbo will go, no problem about it. But they should allow Igbo to enjoy within their territory, in their environment. But allow all the seaport, Calabar seaport, Warri seaport, and which one again? Port Harcourt seaport. Allow it to start functioning. They will go. All their goods will be coming direct to the east, and they have nothing to do with Lagos. But bear it in mind, if we will go,
You have
it will be
50
like the summer
seconds
time.
left. You have
Thank
50
you.
seconds left. Yeah.
It will be in mind that when Igbo left, travel to east for a Christmas period, Lagos will be like a desert. But all these people are saying that Igbo must go. I want to ask them a question. In which area, what award did they have? Which investment they have in Lagos, in Yoruba land, that said that Igbo must go? They don't have nothing. People that own something in Nigeria does not make noise. So these people are making noise are touts. Sorry to use this word. They don't know anything. They don't have anything. So the problem of Nigeria now is that let them put it in pause and go back and ask themselves what they want to do. Constitution we're using in Nigeria was created by military. State we have in Nigeria was created by military. Local government we have in Nigeria was created by military.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Solo, can you please unmute your next 5 minutes? Welcome to the show. Thank you.
Yes, this is my first time. I've been watching the show for 2 years. And I've heard a lot that people have said. So I'm going to speak for and against. Number one, I'm a separatist. I should even put my name as separatist. Nigeria will not work. Nigeria cannot work because we're a divided country. Yoruba should go. I'm in support of Biafra to go. Let the Hausas, let them go. And that's just a fact. If we continue to stay, it's going to continue to be a bigger problem. We will continue to have this problem. And I want to also make this statement. Igbos and the Yorubas, they've been cohabitating, they've been coexisting for a long time. But this last election divided us a lot. And part of the reasons why I believe that currently the Igbos are being, I don't know the words, in Lagos, currently in Lagos, that they are suffering now, is because of the statement they made that, oh, Lagos is no man's land.
Could I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question before
can
you
I
go
continue?
further?
Just please. I
just want to. No, I know. You have your time. You said they made a statement. Who made the statement? That's what I wanted to ask.
Like I said, it's all over the news that the Igbos were making the statement that, oh, Lagos is no man's land. I don't think it's only Igbos. I think it's other ethnicity as well, that Lagos is no man's land. And I think that was part of the reasons why Igbos were more or less targeted. And I feel sorry that they are targeted because it's very, very wrong. Nigeria belongs to everybody. Lagos belongs to everybody. Abuja, Kano, anywhere belongs to everybody. And this shouldn't be. But because we are divided, we all need to choose and we need to understand the kind of words we say. I went back, I heard some people, I heard Ife, I don't know, maybe she was the one that said, oh, and Hausa, if he comes and he can make can be a governor or something in Igbo land. I am from Ondo State. The past Ondo State wife, Akeredolu, I don't know where she's from, but I know that she's from the East. She went
She's from
to
Imo State.
vie,
Yeah.
yes, she went to vie for a position in Imo State. According to the story, no matter, I don't know how true it is, they said no, she's no more part of them. She should go back to her husband's house, which at the end of the day, she comes from that side. I mean, she has the right to also do that. And when I looked back, they said, oh, Tinubu is a bigot or whatever. Yes, he is. And I condone that. I don't accept the fact that we're making those rhetorics. Bayo Ononiga should be jailed. Whoever says anything against any other ethnicity in Nigeria should be jailed. And that's why I say Nigeria is not going to work. However, I have lived in Ogwashuku. I lived there for 2 years. I traveled to Onitsha almost every single 2 weeks. My best friend is a Delta Igbo, and we are more or less like family. We are even brothers. And we have conversations. But what I just think is that people should, and I want to make a statement. I am not for Tinubu. I supported him, but I want to tell you he has failed. The protest that these people did this past week, they should have made just 1 day protest. The next election, we will vote him out. It's just as simple as that. You don't perform, we vote you out. That should be what the youth need to say. PDP, APC, vote them out. Any other party, YPP or whatever, we rush there, we vote them in. Because these guys, they are manipulating us against each other. And that's just the fact. But I just want people to understand something. The guy that said, oh, Tinubu said
You have
Emiloko.
50 seconds left. Thank
I
you.
want people to understand that Tinubu was canvassing for a vote with the Yoruba people. And he made that statement to the Yoruba people. So he was saying it that Egbe Kiniwa Emiloko. Yes, he's a politician. But like I said, at the time, but now I am not for him. And I am always, I'm not from Nigeria. I just want everybody to go because I want the best for everyone, both the Igbos,
Thank you.
both the Hausas, and both the Yorubas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. CM, I'm going to give you 1 minute because you have your hands up. And after that,
Yes.
I'll go to the Detroit. I'm sorry, did I mention you? I'm sorry. Yes, you're next. Go ahead, Dr. CM.
Okay, thank you. I raised my hand up when Sola was speaking. You see, there are lies that people push around, and that is what is causing the confusion. The idea that Lagos is a no man's land, please, 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 please. It was said by Jakonde. Lateef Jakonde said it on 1st October 1979, inaugural speech. After being sworn in as governor, he went to deliver address. The link is here.
Please, I'm moderating.
Please, the link is here. People should not use it. This was what they used to slaughter Ndibu. I lost my cousin, 27th February 2023, Monday, at Mushi. We used more than 40 million naira to open a motor park shop for him. Today, it's worth 200 million naira because of the exchange rate. We lost him. We lost every business. They say Lagos is no man's land. People man said, it's Jakonde. Please, moderator, open this, let them see. Stop saying these lies. Ndibo not did anything. It's Yoruba it's Yoruba conjecture. Jakonde is Jakonde Baba Kekere.
Dr.
Baba
CM.
Kekere is Yoruba. Please, please, please.
I know, please. Can you calm down, please? Could I ask that you calm down, please? We're trying to have a conversation and get a solution to this problem. I want everybody to be able to express themselves, even if he said something that triggered you or you do not agree with. Could we please respond in a very respectful way, please, sir? Please. I'm going to go to the next person. If do you want to say something, I'll give you 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah.
He called your name, yes, so go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. CM, that's so wrong, for you to scream on Sola. That is so wrong, and unprofessional. But Sola, let me say something. Let's assume that he will say that Lagos is no man's land. What is wrong with that statement? Lagos is no man's land. Are we no longer Nigerians? Is this how we're gonna build? One thing both of us agree with is that we need to go our separate ways. There is so much, we are so much divided in this country. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me behind when I said that my good friends are Yorubas, Alaja and Mama Wale. I love them so much. They listen to this. I'll call them before I even call any of my Igbo people. I consult them before I even consult my uncle who I live here with. So we know that, we are so much divided. And you said something about the election. We're going to vote them. Which election? Who are you going to vote out? Of course, we don't have election. We don't have judiciary. So I don't believe with what happened in the last election, I don't believe in election no more. So I don't think anybody can vote anybody out, no matter what. But one thing I know for sure is that if we come out and vote in masses, it's going to be difficult for them to rig the election. But are they going to rig it? Yes. If Tinubu, like I always say, Tinubu will do his 8 years, it's going to be hard for him not to be president in next election. It's going to be hard to vote him out. But, I apologize. CM, there is no reason for you to scream, about on this guy. He didn't say anything wrong, honestly speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the next person, I believe. Detroit, I'm sorry. Did I mention your name right? Because I'm busy. I'm sorry.
Delroy?
Delroy, yes. Thank you. Delroy, you're next. You have 5 minutes, sir.
All right. I don't think I need that much time. But anyway, I'm going to say a statement that I'm going to ask the panel a couple questions. South Africa. South Africa has been protesting against...
I changed the medication. Let me tell the pharmacy to pick up. Thank you.
Yeah, could you hear me?
Sorry about that, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, South Africa. South Africa has been protesting against Nigerians and other Africans for a good 3, 4, 5, 6 years, whatever time it is. Nigerians have no problem getting together and condemning it. So Nigerians are Nigerians when somebody else is messing with them, but they're not Nigerians when they need to get along with each other. Another thing I'm going to say is, how come for the people that said Nigeria is a marriage and it was put together by colonizers, which is true, right? But how come Nigerians are not quick to get rid of Christianity, Islam, what was also forced upon Nigerians and Africans alike? They have no problem accepting Christianity and maintaining it. They have no problem with white Jesus all over Nigeria and Africa. They have no problem with Arab Muhammad. All of that they have no problem with, but to get along with each other, it's a problem. I grew up with Nigerians in New York, all right, from I was a teenager, and with all my other African friends, Nigerians are the one that hate their country the most. They tell you not to go there. It's the worst place on earth, and so forth and so on. right? So why are Nigerians always condemning their country so much? My last this question I'm going to ask now, for the descendant, because I'm a descendant of Nigeria, or what they call Nigeria today, because there wasn't Nigeria back then, right? I'm from the Igbo people. I'm from the Fulani and one other ethnic group. I got to check my my DNA.
In other words, you have a little bit of everything.
You're right, but it's 90% Nigerian from that area, right? My whole linkage. My mother did her thing. Everybody did her thing. So if I decide to move to Nigeria, where do I go? Where do I go?
Good
Because I have all these,
question.
I have
Good
all these ethnic
question.
groups. Where do I go? Where do I go? The whole thing is nonsense. We're just breaking up and everything like that. It's all nonsense. It won't work. How are you gonna move the Igbo people them in Kanu with all the businesses that they have in Lagos, all over Nigeria? They're not going to reality, they are not going anywhere. These people are not going to leave their multi-million-dollar business and go anywhere. It's not going to happen. That's fantasy. It will never happen. So why even dwell in it? You should dwell on trying to fix the place. That's what you should dwell in, because the other thing is not going to happen. They're not going to happen. You have people that marry different ethnic groups. What do you tell them? You go that way, I go that way, because we're from different ethnic groups. It's not going to work. So you might as well concentrate on fixing the problem that is at hand. That's what it is. I'm going to tell you right now. I was in the military. All right. I'm going to tell you this right now. The United States and Europe, they would love if Nigeria break up, because let me tell you who they do not want to get together. African Americans and Nigerians. They do not want those two to get together, because it would be the end of them. So they want you to break up. They want African Americans not to come there. Okay, this is the plan, and this is the bigger plan. So while you guys are infighting, they love that. Okay, so you better fix the problem. Okay, because without Nigeria, I'm gonna tell you guys that now, because you guys seem like you don't know. Without Nigeria, the black world, it will not go nowhere. I'm telling you guys right now.
Thank you so much, Mr.
That's all I'm going to say.
I really appreciate your input, and you said a lot of things that I quite agree with. Ify, I'm going to, the next round is now, we need to talk about solutions. Solutions on how we are going to fix this problem, because as far as I'm concerned, I am tired of this ethnicity, Igbo, Yoruba, this, because I'm looking at it from a healthcare point of view, and I'll explain why. And I know I have someone who is a healthcare person as well here. When you go to the hospital where I stay in the United States, you want the best doctor, the best nurse. You don't care if they're white or black. You want to get the care you need. You're not going to, a lot of the doctors, nurses, they are, a lot of them in a private group, whatever group they are in, which I'm not going to name here, but that's their personal life. But when it comes to their professional life, they are professional. Do we encounter patients who are racist? Yes, we do. I have encountered one. So my specialty is an anesthesiologist. So for me, I'm putting you to sleep while you're going to surgery. So when I see you, you're ready to be, put to sleep. So you don't need to care what color I look. I'm going to take care of you. So, but I want us to think from the medical system we have right now in Nigeria. When they treat people, do they treat them based on ethnicity, religion, or who they are attached to it? Because every one of us standing here as a panelist, if we go to Nigeria today, including me, God forbid you have an emergency tomorrow, do we have hospital that we can go to regardless of the fund and get the care you need? So while we're thinking about how to separate for those that believe that's the solution to our problem, I want us to come up with ideas as well as how we can fix the problem. So Dr. CM, I'm going to start with you. 5 minutes, you're next. Thank you. You're muted. Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah. See, let me start from the conclusion. Nigeria is unsalvageable. Forget about anybody can use any accent to paint anything. It can work. India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh were one country. They separated. And they not moving. Is Nigeria better than India? Singapore and Malaysia, Britain colonized them. Can Nigeria attain the height Singapore attended in the next 100 years? What of Malaysia? Is that not where Nigerians are running to? Today, Eritrea is better than Nigeria. They left Ethiopia. Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, they were called East Africa as a country. They refused. They said no. They speak Swahili, one people. They went their separate ways. Is Nigeria better? Is Nigeria look at the way Kenyans are changing their country. Is Nigeria better than Tanzania? For those of you who study public health, they refer to Tanzania as a middle-income country. Middle. Nigeria is still where it is, the poverty capital. Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, they were coexisting as one country when Britain came. Malawi left. Zambia became Northern Rhodesia. Zimbabwe became Southern Rhodesia. At independence, they are named to Zimbabwe and Zambia. Are they not going on there? Nigeria, does it not just think? I want people to think. Nigeria is the only country coupled together by Britain that is still like that. Don't you know why we are having problem? And people will tell me, for those who do not know, they claim they are Igbo. What Igbo has is dialect. We are one people. Somebody from Onsuka is Igbo. But if he speaks, somebody from Nnewi might not hear what exactly he's saying. Abakaliki is Igbo, but I may not hear what the person is saying, or whether they had their accent or dialect. So what are people talking about? It's not by force. If you're in a marriage that is hurting you, what do? And people are telling me, without Nigeria, the black man is not. It's a lie. Look, there are so many lies told us about Nigeria. I'm changing it. Nigeria is a disgrace to the black world. If people should go their separate ways, if Ghana is the most populous country, Ghana will do better. Nobody told Nigeria that you are the hope of the black world. It's just that we assume we have resources. We have population. Does not make you great. It's not, unless you give them skill so that they become human capital. Population does not make you great. What the population of Singapore? Can you joke with them? What is the population of Israel? What is their landmass? Can you joke with the Israelis? What really are we talking all the time? You see,
you can't joke. You can't joke with Israeli because we protect them.
You can. Listen. This is my time. When it comes to your time, you can make your argument. Who cares? Let me say this. The problem we have is that we always assume that we are superior to other countries. It's a lie. We are not. Nigeria is a disgrace to the black world. Why is it that when you carry your passport and they look, okay, Seychelles. Do you know the population of Seychelles? They are very tight. They're not up to Ogun State. Yet, they rejected Nigeria. Don't come to Nigeria with a Nigerian passport. Has the world invaded them? Are they not living happily? Why is this all the time? Even the British, I'm in England. I'm in England here, if you must know. I'm in England. If you discuss with them, they say there is colonialism. Nigeria can sort themselves out. Why are we? Because they joined us together for economic conscience has a Nigerian got to tell a Namibian that a Nigeria is the leader. Why are you leading? Can you lead yourself? It's a shame. Nigerians are in the look at the protest. Nigerians are now looking towards the Nigeria in the north They are waving flag and looking towards Burkina Faso, looking towards the Republic. Is that not a disgrace? And we are here talking about without Nigeria, the world can't breathe. We are the largest black nation. See, that is even a burden. It's a shame. What the solution is, Nigeria should quietly organize a referendum. Those that want to become part of Nigeria are free. You organize yourself and they move. Those that doesn't want can quietly leave. We are not the first. This time Cameroon left. Bakassi left Nigeria. Are they not there? Are they not where they are now? So what I don't like is there is no logic to all this something that Nigeria must be like this. Every 60 years we are talking the same thing. We can't organize the election. Does it not worry you that we are giving 3 ballot paper simultaneously to go and vote, and they switch up the beavers, and we are come here to like, which country is being ruled by a criminal drug baron? Let me put that as a challenge. Which country do you have a career criminal being in charge?
You have 50 seconds
Have
left,
you asked yourself
Dr.
why
CM.
Nigeria is having petroleum problems today? Yes, let me round up. Because sometimes these people get on my skin. Somebody here will come and tell lies. That's why they slaughtered Ndibo in Lagos. Ndibo said Lagos is no man's land. But it was what Jaconde said. I put the link here. 1st October 1979, he was being sworn in. He said it. It's on record. When you refer to it, they now say Ndibo said it. That's why they killed Ndibo. And I lost my cousin in Mushi. Somebody will now come from one platform to the other. That's why Ndibo said it. Lagos is no man's land. It was Jaconde that said it. This is my evidence. Dispute it.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Allow
you, sir.
people that doesn't. You can't force a woman. No. You can't force a relationship. No marriage is by force.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up, bro.
Okay, so please, can I say this, please? I'm the one moderating. Please, if you don't agree with anything anybody say, please, you're not allowed to unmute. We have decorum. Please, let's respect each other. No interruption. Even if they're saying something that you quite don't agree with, when it comes to your time, you can address those issues. I really appreciate that. Ify, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute? Before I come to you, Ify, Electricity, do you have anything to say regarding this topic?
Thanks for sitting in for me. I greatly appreciate that. I will go last. I'll
right.
give the
All
panelists
right.
about. Once again, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. Ify, you're next. Can you please unmute? Thank
Can
you.
I pass, please? Can I pass?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Can I pass? Musola, can you please unmute, sir? You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I think, CM, you need to go back and read that statement. But I'm not going to go there with you because I've always watched this program and I won't let you deter me. I totally know where to keep you. So that one is aside. Like I'll continue to say, we all have to go our separate ways for us to be able to move forward. You see, the reason why in the early 60s, 70s, why the country moved forward was because each of our founding fathers went back to what we have and they developed it. And that was what Peter Obi said. Let's go back to the farm. Let's be a productive nation. However, because these people are eating, they are fat cows. They won't allow the government or the country to develop. It will only develop infrastructurally, building of roads and all of those things. And the only way we can move forward is if we keep on voting. I totally concur with you, Ify. If we vote, they will rig it. We vote, they will rig it. At least Jega did something during Goodluck Jonathan time. He shocked them. Another person will come that will be like Jega too, that will do the same thing. It will shock them again. We'll be able to use that to counter them in the future. I think for now, before we start fighting for referendum, because that's where we are all going, and that's just the reality of life. That's where we are going. We should do like what Mahatma Gandhi did. Civil disobedience. We go, we protest, we go back, we look, we start sensitizing people. The problem is when you vote and they give you money, don't worry, collect their money. So far, they are not with you when you are voting. Vote another person. I know it might look as if maybe, oh, we are teaching them another wrong thing at the end of the day. But sincerely, I don't see the way forward. Because I have been to Onitsha, I have seen the sea. I don't see the reason why there shouldn't be a port in Onitsha. There shouldn't be a port in Lokoja. There shouldn't be a port in Calabar. For the country, a country as that massive cannot have one port is an abomination. But when some people want to spit, they just talk Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa, or whatever. You know, when I was voting, my father said, you want to go and vote another tribe. You want to go and vote, you vote Yoruba person. That's not the problem. That's not my problem. I want a good Nigeria. But I have seen with my eyes what is going on in Nigeria. It's not maybe I'm cursing the country. It cannot move forward. It will only be growing infrastructurally. So maybe Igbos, Yoruba, they are playing us against each other. CM is shouting up and down, and that man called one man to the moon. I totally concur with whoever said that word. It should be bad. It speaks, I know, I don't even want to go there to him again. So, but sincerely, we don't need bigots on this platform. We don't need bigots in Nigeria. We don't need bigots anywhere. We need to come together. And that's what I'm saying. Let us continue to exercise that right, to continue to vote, to continue to sensitize people in the north, in the east, in the west. Over time, in a long time, we will get to where we are going to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your
Yeah,
inputs.
please, Adama,
Yes,
I had
sir.
to stop. I had to stop somewhere so I could just have a 2 minutes input. Is that okay?
Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes because I know how you can take. Yeah, you can have please with my being the moderator, I'm going to allow him to talk if that's okay. I know he just came in. So Uncle Pansat, please let's not let's make it fast. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead. Pansat, Uncle Pansat, are you there?
Yeah, I'm having a connection issue, so let me make it quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I was driving. I've been in queue for a while. It's just that I was driving, so I was removed. Thank you for the
Okay, sir.
courtesy. Yeah,
You're welcome.
it's a very good conversation. It's a good discussion. We all are on the same side actually. There was a speaker. I didn't get the name because I was driving, and he made quite a passionate speech. I wanted to have a dialogue with him about a couple of points. The guy was saying that that he lives in the United States, that there are tribalism or race divisions in the United States. So I wanted to first of all make sure he understands that in the United States you have what you call de jure discrimination, and then you have de facto discrimination. In the case of the United States, they stamped out very quickly the jury. For those who don't know what that means, it means discrimination by law, where the laws aided and picked winners and losers. So that was stamped out. Now, the de facto takes a while. They're still working on it to make it a better union. So that's one disagreement I had with him, because a bunch of his premises I agree with, right? We all won. We are fighting on the same side. They will have to make some decisions very quickly, because we shouldn't be fighting this thing up to now. The other point I disagree with him is that when you look at what CM said, other countries have been divided. Some of them look alike. For example, North Korea and South Korea, they look alike. Maybe they've had their fight and they want to integrate again. There's nothing wrong with dividing a country. For a Pan-Africanist like me, I love Ghana. I love Ghana. They're our brothers. They're a different country. if you outdone my helmet and go to war to defend Ghana, just because we're divided doesn't mean we can't still fight for that Pan-Africanism, right? So the other thing I want to tell him is that he's preaching to the choir. If he's that smart, let him go and talk to the Northerners, Northern Muslims. Or let him point to us where you have these two traditions work and have a progressive country, where you have Muslims, 30 or 40% of a population, Christians, 30 or 40 or 50% of the population, and then there's peace. There's nothing like that. Since caveman, there's nothing like that, right? So you want to be, you want to have very beautiful premises, which I agree with, but the conclusion is where the problem is. You have to cite some examples. We can't do this forever, right? So in the case of Nigeria, it's particularly shameful. Now, if I'm an arbiter, I would say that so far, CM is winning the debate, if this is a debate. So now, what I want people, such as the guy, plus the guy from the United States who says he has a Fulani blood and he has an Igbo blood, you better go and redo that test, because we Nigerians, we have 3 major tribes.
You have
Hausa,
59 seconds left. Thank you.
let me ask that my time be extended as much as I may consume. So what I'm saying, Adama,
It cannot be extended, man. You can't be
Okay,
talking
okay,
like that.
let's not interrupt. I'm in charge. I have it. Trust me, when his time is up, he will know. Trust me.
Jenna, she's fair and she's firm. Like I'm saying, we in the Southeast who want to go away, we've been to war, we're not playing. We went to war for 3 years. Now, he's got a point that the British, who we actually fought in that war, right? Because without the British, we would have wiped out that place, taken over that country in months. We'll be doing mop-up operation. And we're going to do it again, by the way. We don't have to get permission to do it. That's where I disagree with CM and other Igbos. We have to get serious, get ready, and do what we have to do. We don't need permission to do it. We're going to do it by force. We cannot, in the 21st century, sit here talking nonsense about tribal stuff with the Yorubas.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Uncle Pansad. I really appreciate your inputs. And Mr. James, Mr. DeRoy, do you have something to say? I
Yes,
can give you
because
1
you
minute.
said,
Yes,
because
I can give
I
you
would like
1
to,
minute.
yeah, I'd like to ask him a question that because he just said, I have to do the tests over. I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Mr. DeRoy, please just act like you didn't hear that part. Trust me.
Right,
Listen,
it don't make no sense. What is he talking about?
please, can I please plead with you that you ignore that part, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. James. You're going to be next. Mr. Christian, no, wait. You're going to take up. Mr. James has been waiting patiently, so I think we need to accord him that respect of his 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm still of the opinion that there's need for the country, for us to pack up the country. I want to cite examples of what has happened in other parts of the world. At the end of the First World War, the US President Woodrow Wilson came up with the 14 points agenda at Versailles Treaty, 1919. And that treaty created the East European countries out of the defunct Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire has been referred to as the sick man of Europe because of their inability to reconcile the differences of the various nationalities in the empire. So countries like Romania, Bulgaria, and what have you, Poland, came into existence after the end of the First World War. Nigeria of today is an apartheid state. It's an apartheid state. Now, it will have been outrageous to tell the blacks in South Africa that, oh, well, you've lived with the white people for over 400 years. Why not just try to blend with them and let the situation continue as it has been? But they fought consistently. The ANC was founded in 1912, and they fought from 1912 till 1994, till they were able to flush the white man out of office. Now, during the colonial era in Central Africa, the British government established, or they formed what they call the Federation of Central Africa, made up of Northern Rhodesia, which is Zambia now, Southern Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. These three countries could not coexist. So there was need for them to break up. Now, German East Africa, when Adolf Hitler lost the First World War, the First World War, our colonies were taken over. The former German East Africa was broken up into pieces to form the East African nations we have today. Now, the American blacks. Why do you complain of discrimination in America? Why not blend with the situation? Because all the black Americans I've come across, none of them speak well of the United States. They seem to be, they are crossed with the system. They complain very badly of the system. So why not blend with the system and you remain together? In Pakistan, when India got her independence in 1947, it was glaring that they could not live with the Pakistanians. So they created West Pakistan and East Pakistan out of India. As time goes on, the East Pakistanians could not live with the West Pakistanians. They had to create the Republic of Bangladesh. So telling Nigerians that they must live together is like telling the Palestinians that, oh, well, you live together since God knows when. Why not forget all about Palestinian state? Blend with the Jews and get along with the system. So to me, it is, I don't want to use vulgar words. The country has to pack up for one reason. It is outrageous that people are saying that Africa cannot progress without Nigeria, which is not true. Ghana was playing the role Nigeria played at the time, when Nigeria had not gained her independence, from Nkrumah of Ghana. But Ghana declined. Then Nigeria took over. Nigeria has played a role. Nigeria has declined. South Africa is in a position to step into Nigerian shoes. And they made a very good move during this recent war in Gaza. They took a matter to the International Court at The Hague, and they gave a good account of themselves. When they get stabilized in South Africa, they're in a good position to step into Nigeria's shoes. It is very childish, let me put it that way. Please, no one should be offended. It is very childish for people to believe that without a nation, the whole of the continent, the whole of the black race cannot progress. It is not true. This is how, you see, the way the leaders are behaving today, this is how they behaved in the past, sold millions of Africans into slavery. And up to today, the ruling classes in Africa in those days could not give account for how they spent the money they got from slavery. So this same class of people, to be mismanaging the people's lives from now till eternity, will not be condoned. So I'm of the opinion that Nigeria as a country is beyond repair, is beyond redemption. And people should stop telling us not to criticize our country. The fact that we say it in public shows that we are open. We are open. There's no need to hide our deficiencies. If you watch Nigerian movies, we say all the good things, the bad things, and the ugly things about the country. That is our movies. That's how we live. We are not hypocritical. When a black American, for example, comes out, he wants people to believe that they are on top of the world. Whereas there in the United States, you are facing chronic injustices, which you
Mr. James, you have 50 seconds left.
Okay, thank you so much. Indeed.
Adeo. Inebi. Adeo. Darkness.
Ify, can you mute? Ify. Ify, can you mute? She's not even listening. She's not seeing us. Ifoma, mute Okwana. Ify, I'm sorry. Electricity, could you please take her out? I'm sorry, my other laptop is Up with something. I know you're in the background. Take her out, please. Hold on. Let me see. Let me take her out. Please, 1 second. While we're waiting on her, Mr. Christian, I'm going to give you the floor, but the only thing is if her voice is not a distraction for you, is that okay? But I'll prefer to take her out. So could you give me a few minutes to take her out?
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Can you please go ahead? I'm sorry for that. We do,
Okay.
you know,
All right.
every now and then we make mistake. We're not perfect, you know.
All
Sorry.
right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 5
You said
minutes, sir.
yes, you said you want solution.
Yes, that was my question. Yes.
Yes. You see, the problem is that we know the Nigerian solution, but everybody is afraid to apply it. Let me go to the Bible. They said when the sons of wanted to build a tower of Babel to go to the heaven, God put language differences in them, and therefore they couldn't complete it. So that is the beginning of diversity. So when we talk about Nigerian case or the development or anything, you see, there is something we call the value. The value, in fact, I like the logic, because logic, one thing good with logic is that good reasons always give way to a better one. Now, there's something, if you look at the logic, the value creates the system. Values of everybody, of the people, create the system. And the system creates the leadership and then the governance, and not the other way around. So if the value do not align, the system will not align. And if the system do not align, the governance becomes a problem. So what I'm trying to explain here is this. You see, if we restructure Nigeria in such a way that each components are on their own, making their own decisions, it doesn't mean that they have moved away geographically. They will cooperate. There will be competition. And then there will be development. But unfortunately, because of the oil in the Igbo lands in the southeast, it has become difficult for people to understand it. But even if they understand it, they pretend that they don't. Okay? So what I'm trying to explain is this. If you do not, if the value, let's look at something like education. Okay? If you go to the values, educational value in the East is different from the educational value in the North. And that is why you continue to have what they call, what's the word? They said a North is educationally disadvantaged. After 60 years of existence, or after Universal Basic Primary Education, after whatever government listing. Now, you know that in recent time, Jonathan built what they call graduate schools, but it doesn't conform with their value. So they eventually closed it when Buhari entered. That is where. So when you now start putting educational system, when you now start talking about educational system, because the values do not align, it will be difficult to have a comprehensive legal system that will use to run that educational value, to bring out to run educational departments in Nigeria across the whole federation. Now, if you look at the leadership again, in the north, there is what is called oligarchy. They are happy with it. In the east, they are more of Republicans, and they're happy with it. So when you come to now, the Nigerian system, you find it difficult. You find that because the North has monopolized the leadership of Nigeria all along, they try to infuse or try to inculcate this feudalistic oligarchy into other parts of Nigeria, where you now see governors like a representative of or emir, kind of, where the president is the ultimate emir, the sultan. And then you have the emirs representing him in different states. That's what they have been trying to do. But unfortunately, it hasn't been working in the East. And that's why you have instability in the Nigerian polity today. So what I'm trying to explain to you is simple. The value systems are different. Therefore, in order to get the system that works for each country, each part of this thing, they will have to work according to their value. And now let me now answer the guy that it is American. Why, the Nigerians accepted Christianity or Islam. It's not that they accepted it. It was forced onto them. And it has been part of the colonizing culture. Christianity is an European culture, just the same way Islam is an Arabic culture. And these people have come to use those culture to conquer and rule the Africans, right? So if African had to be independent,
you have 50 seconds
yeah.
left, sir. Thank
So
you.
if African has independence, they will have to do away with those European culture and Arab culture. And for him himself, if he wants to come to Nigeria to live, if Nigeria is divided, he will not choose which part of the country or which country then suits his own values that he can live. Just like most of us who left Nigeria, moved to Europe, moved to America, because we or some other people moved to different places.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Eccentric, I'm sorry, I know I'm not pronouncing your name right. Please don't take it personal, please. Could you unmute? You have 5 minutes. So this is your time. Thank you.
All right. So, anyways, this is a preference solution, but I want to rebuttal some points that were made.
Yes, you can. If you want to rebut or anything, yeah,
Okay.
you can.
Yeah. So, someone said that Bakassi, right? Bakassi left Nigeria. That's not true. That's not the whole picture. Bakassi was given to Cameroon based on the agreement made by Obasanjo's government and Cameroon. That's how Bakassi became part of Cameroon, right? They did not leave Nigeria in their own will. They wanted to be a part of, the country. Anyway, so that's that. So people say something like, Ghana has the same problem Nigeria has. It has ethnic groups. It has the Twi, and it has other ethnic groups. And there's particular ethnic group in Ghana that actually controls the government. That actually, produce the elite, right? It's the same thing. It's the same problem. There's nothing special about Ghana. And when it comes to Pakistan and India, Pakistan is not that great. They're having problems. Their president was just recently deposed, by Blinken's, his plays. Blinken had a hand in there. Anyways, I'm not going to go into that. So offering solution, right? No one here actually offers solution because our thinking has been clouded with bigotry, right? I am Igbo. I'm born Igbo, right? And I lived in Nigeria, right? I saw the problems. And all the things, all the solutions people are presenting are not really solutions because it's been talked about for so long. The problem is, if you have a problem, right, you do not just, let's say if you have a problem in your house, right, your water is leaking, something is going on, you feel like a ghost is hunting you, in quote, you don't just leave your house and run away, right? You deal with the problem. You stay there and deal with the problem like a man. That's what a man do, right? You deal with the problem. There's a solution. We can find a solution. Wherever there's a problem, there's a solution. You know, there's a solution. People that run companies, people that are QAs in companies, people that are engineers know that if a machine breaks down, there is a solution. As long as, you know, as long as there's a structure, there's a solution. You know, you can do it by fixing the internal structures little by little, the bearing. You can fix it.
How do you fix a broken egg?
You can,
can I please, can we not interrupt him when it's your
Sorry about
time?
that.
Yes, let him finish. So please, thank you.
you know, we can fix all these little parts to make the machine work, right? Nigeria is like a machine. You know, countries are like machines, right? They're like family. They're like the macrocosm of a family, you know, microcosm of family, right? They are the bigger aspect of families, right? The problems that we have in Nigeria is the same problem that people have in their small ethnic groups and their hamlets, right? You know, it's the same problem that you could see if you go to, you know, places like Abia State, if you go to Bend, the local government, those problems exist, right? And like in Igbo land, right, in our region, all the governors, all the ruling elites are Igbo, right? And they're not doing anything for us. Why do you think if we separate all of a sudden, this guy's gonna step back and go, hey, you know, run your country however you feel is right? The same problem will still exist there. You know, that's what, you know, you guys are not putting that in your thoughts. It's gonna be there. Even if you separate as Igbo, you're thinking, oh, that's gonna solve my problem. It's not gonna solve your problem. You know, the same problem that we're experiencing right now, it's gonna be there. It is a human problem, you know, and there's a solution. We just got to find solution, you know, based on what we have. And some of the solutions is, one of it is we have to do away with ethnic bigotry. We have to do away with ethnic bigotry. I am Igbo. When I come to Nigeria, here in the United States, nobody gives crap. I don't want to curse. No one cares if I'm Igbo or if I'm from Bend, the local government. If my mom is this, no one cares about that. You know, I'm a black man in America, right? You know, Igbo people cannot just leave, you know, place to place like Lagos State, you know, Kaduna, Kanu, because we have investments there, and they're in the millions of dollars, right? We have millions of dollars investment there. For those people outside the country saying, hey, we should just leave and move maybe to somewhere in the east, you know, maybe move back to our villages, right? Because if you move to Aba, Ungwa, someone from Ungwa will tell you that you are on your home. He will tell you that this is not your land. You know, you're a foreigner. And that's an Igbo person. You know, and Ungwa man will say, you on your home, you know, move back. No one can deny this. Like, it's like waving his hand. We've had problem. We've had problem in Aba.
No, ignore it. I'm sorry about that.
We've had problem in Aba where Ungwa people want everyone to leave their city. Seriously, I mean, it's the same thing that's going on in Lagos. You know, it's not a coincidence. It's reality. It's the reality, right? So we need to solve the human problem, right? There are solutions, right? You know, there are dimensions to the problem. You know, there are social dimensions. There are political, religious dimensions. You know, to the problems, and we can tackle that individually. You know, tackle the social problems, but most importantly, right? I look at it from the class perspective of class, right? You know, in Nigeria, you have class, you have the working class people, and then you have the elite, right? And believe it or not, all the problems are caused by the so-called elite, right? The elites in the east, in the north, these guys are all, you know, they work together, right?
You have 50 seconds left. We'll do another
Exactly.
round. Yes, we'll do another round. Trust me. Yes.
Yeah, they all work. These guys work together, right? The guy that's working with Tinubu is from Rivers State, right? He's not Yoruba, right? I forgot his name. He's working in Tinubu's government. You know, they are working in tandem, right? They are in the same elite class. They go to the same club. When they go to London, they stay in the same hotel. That's the problem right here. You know, we are the working class. We should have that working class mentality. I don't care if you're Yoruba or Igbo. If you're a working class person and if you're affected by the systems, economic policies,
Thank you.
we have the same problem. We
Yeah.
have the same problem, and we all have the same need. We all have need for survival. We want to eat. It doesn't matter if you're Igbo or Yoruba. You want to eat. You want to
Yeah.
survive. That's the key
Yes,
thing.
I agree. I agree with you. Ekena, you're going to respond to him when it comes to your time because I know your response will take long. So I'll
Okay, so
go to the Roy.
let me
Yeah,
say
go
this
ahead.
thing.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you 50 seconds. Go ahead. Say what you
All right.
want to say.
So someone say something about United States stamping out the jury segregation. That's false. That person, if he leaves the United States, there's something called red line. For anyone that leaves the United States, you know what? Something called red line. And the red line communities, coincidentally, are the communities that Black people live in.
Black living, yep.
Exactly. There is still the jury segregation, right? All the effects of segregation that was done in the 60s during Jim Crow era, its effect is still felt today. There's still
Yes, I agree with you.
if you want to sell your house as a Black person, it's hard for you to sell your house the same price, even with all the equities paid down. We've seen a case like that where a lady, she took out the pictures in her room and put in. I mean, that's a de facto segregation. I get that, but even to get a loan for a home in some neighborhoods, you're not going to get that, right? That's from the bank. That's the jury segregation. It's a real thing.
Thank you. Roy, you next. Thank you, sir, for being patient. Go ahead. Your 5 minutes start now.
All right. But first, I would like to say, for people, we're talking about Nigerians today. For Nigerians, you really have to study the history of America before you talk about America. The Civil War was fought not to really free slaves. It was fought to keep the country together. Lincoln was trying to keep the country together. That's why the Civil War was fought, not to free slavery. They wasn't trying to break. The country was going to break up because the South wanted to keep slavery, and the North, although they benefit from slavery, right? Although they benefit from slavery, they wanted to get rid of it, right? So the Civil War was fought to keep the country together. In Nigeria, you guys want to fight a civil war to break the country apart, but the Civil War in the United States was fought to keep the country. Lincoln didn't care about Black people. He had slaves himself, right? But he knew that the Union would break apart, right? If this war didn't fight. So they fought, cousins and cousins fought each other, right? To keep the country together. So I just want to make that point clear. Another point I want to say, the United States, my government, they're not building a $500 million edifice in Echo Atlantic, right? Because they're into real estate. They know why they're building that structure, right? That's going to be the biggest embassy in the entire world. They know because it's already predicted that in 30, 40 years, Nigeria is going to be in the top 5 economy in the world. You think these white people are stupid? They know what they're doing. They have plans for Nigeria and Africa. Africa needs to have their own damn plan and realize what is going on. They're not playing games. You see what I'm saying? And for people that say, oh, Nigeria is not the leader of the Black world, you don't understand the economy of how the world works. And that is the problem, right? You do not understand study how the world economy work. They already know what country is going to do what. They know the United States is going to fall apart. Europe is going to fall apart. It's happening right now. This thing might not last another 5 years, right? You guys have to understand what's going on. Africa, that is their concern. That is the prize. That is the prize, and that's their concern. The Americans don't care about America. The Americans that need to care, that know what's going on, they don't care about this place. They don't care about Europe. They know that Africa is the prize. That's why China is there. Russia, everybody is there, right? Because they know where the prize is, right? Africans have to know, and Nigerian is the lead, right? And you guys, that is the reality. The Igbos are not gonna leave Nigeria. They're not gonna leave Kano, anywhere they are. They're not going to leave. You might as well forget it. That's not the reality. You guys have to deal with reality, right? They're not gonna leave their multi-million-dollar business to go live anywhere else. And then the governors them in like Enugu and Abia states and all those other states, they're building their society. So why not dwell on what's going on and fix the bad problem? Dwell on the good problem. You would think nothing is going on in Nigeria at all. Sometimes I think I know more about Nigeria than Nigerians. Nigerians complain that there's nothing going on. There's no building. There's no this. They don't know that. But look at Abia State. Look what's going on over there. Look at Enugu State. Why is this negativity, 100% negativity? I just don't get it. And it's the same thing here with Nigerians here. They hate it. We have problems in Haiti. It's torn apart. You don't see Haitian coming up. Oh, let's get rid of this place. But they're infighting over there. Everybody's trying to uplift their country except Nigerian. What is the problem? That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Please, can I respond, please? It's too much. Adam.
No, you can't. It's not your turn, dude.
Eccentric, hold on. You are not the moderator now. Why are you attacking me? Okay, while we are waiting for her, let me respond to my brother, right?
Can you say something?
No, I said no. Can you hold on? Mr.
Okay,
Janaba is next. Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm busy with work, so I'm sorry. Mr. Janaba is next. After him, can I be patient? Zokwenike. Hi.
No, we
Mr.
are here to
Janaba,
help ourselves.
Mr. Janaba, welcome to the show. Thank you for being patient with us. Your 5 minutes starts now. And thank you so much, sir, for last night. And for those of you that don't know, let me promote the women's show. We have a show, a segment that we do every Saturday, Talk by O and I. We cater mostly to what is going on in our community. So please feel free to join. It's a segment where you don't have to have your camera on. So I just want to kind of promote that so that we know what is going on this platform.
What's
Thank
the name again?
It's Talk. Comes on every Saturday at 6 p.m. Talk by O and Adam Mas podcast on this channel every Saturday at 6 p.m. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Jonaba, you're next. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't take so much of your time.
It's okay. You can take anything. You are a good girl. So I hope
Thank
the
you.
medication you order for your brother CM that he reach him quickly, because there's no point of him going crazy like this. He's a good brother. I know the pain of losing a loved one, but I also send a prayer to his heart to calm down. There's nothing too big for him to lose his focus. And thank you for having me. I came in because of I want this channel to make a progress. We all can disagree to agree. And what I see today, I think we are declining. Everybody's time is very precious. And I think when we come to this Times Square, we come to promote our view and to make sure we find a way to iron things. But most of the languages used here, some of us have been here over the years to make sure that we increase the viewer and make attempt. But this word coming with hate, with bigotry, I'm surprised my brother can have get the level of promotion to with bigot now to even he used to be, but I'm surprised to see him today talking. Yesterday, so I was confused, but I hope my confusion does not lead to say things that I should not say. Public square is different than what we have in our bedroom and our living room. So please, I don't want to stay talking to any topic, but I'm of opinion that whatever happened in Nigerian space, especially some of us in the US, we have used to whom much is given, much is expected. But in most cases, I've seen this very divisive word from us that are even a beneficiary of the very thing we are condemning about Nigerian space. I mean, Nigerian JFK said, don't tell me what American will do for you, but what you will do for America. And we all have responsibility to ourselves and to the community and to the world at large. And if this is the way you want to go down in life, this is what is your strength. It's fine and good. History is watching us. But to all of those things, we have to rethink and find a better way of talking to each other. It's not anything big here. This is just to say to Nigerian space, if they watch us, that we Nigerians are tired, that they should find a way to bring us or to do better for their citizens instead of stealing our stuff and sending it abroad and send us abroad for 21st century slavery. That home should have been a better home. That after all said and done, some and not all can find or come to Nigeria freely and leave Nigeria without thinking of problem. Every family have their differences. Every country have their challenges. But we have leaders that their brain is upside down. And if we don't look at it that way, that is about fighting each other, then it's a long way to freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janaba. I'm going to ask Ekene.
Yes, ma'am.
It's your turn now, sir.
Thank you.
Your
I
5
did not
minutes
finish my
starts.
5 minutes in case Kene says something I'm trying to reserve so I can use it to lash at him, please.
Okay, no problem, sir. I'll allow that.
Join the queue.
Yes.
So let me
No,
start with
he
my
can
brother,
come back.
eccentric cast. Yeah? I don't think the topic of today is about division in Igbo land.
Can I
Because if you
respond
want to,
when you say something? When you say my name, if you say something that I disagree, I'll have to respond because you said my name.
hold on. I was admonished for interjecting you, so please learn from that. So the topic of today isn't about division in Igbo land, but about division in Nigeria. However, if you want to discuss about division in Igbo land, now let me tell you that there is more division in the north than you have in the southeast. There is more division in the southwest than you have in the southeast. Look it up. So it isn't about division in Igbo land, but about how to fix Nigeria if it is fixable, which I've said it here, that Nigeria is irredeemable. You can try all you want. Good luck with that. My brother Delroy, right? Is he still here? Okay, yeah. Please, I would like you to, you in your statement, you stated that America fought to keep America together. And you also alluded that some, the fighting to keep America together is to the detriment of some people in America. Now, let me also help you to understand that Nigeria fought to keep Nigeria together to the detriment of Ndibo. I don't know if you're understanding the mathematics here. America fought to keep America together, and that keeping America together is to the detriment of some people. Nigeria has already fought. Over 5 million people were killed. Over 5 million Igbo people were killed in order to keep Nigeria together. Again, to the detriment of Igbo people. Understand that, right? So nobody is fighting to divide Nigeria. That fight has already been fought to keep Nigeria together. So what we are asking now is, since Nigeria is irredeemable, since keeping Nigeria together is to the detriment of Igbo people especially, let therefore divide Nigeria. But if Nigeria want to go into fighting again, no problem. We are not afraid of that. So just be clear with that. Now, you also stated that that in America, you have I can't remember, but let me just put it straight, straight. In America, there is a structure in America whereby a graduate will conveniently go out there, look for a job, and start making income. In Nigeria, you don't have such structure. For a graduate with first class to get that job, if you are a woman, you must be hammered by one stupid man that called himself a CEO before he offered you the job. If you're a man, good luck looking for a job. You must know somebody that knows somebody in the government for you to get that job that you're looking for, even with your first class. So let this sink well into you. So keeping Nigeria together as it is today is hurting the citizens. Is hurting the citizens. We had a president called Buhari. Buhari brought in super nepotism in the government, where all the appointments were given to his people from Fulani ethnic group. Does that sound like what is being practiced in America? Does that sound like we have such thing in this country? In Nigeria, you have a country that all it does is to keep the people down. You are now lamenting, crying that America will be happy to see Nigeria disintegrate. How? Let me ask you, what has Nigeria done to unify Africa? What has it done to unify Africa? Tell me just one thing Nigeria has done to unify Africa that you are now afraid that if Nigeria splits, Black Americans are going to be in hell. My brother, let me tell you, the kind of hell that Black America are in today is what we don't want our people to be in tomorrow. And that is why we are calling for the division of that country. Keeping us together is trying to bring hell to our people. Go to the street of Los Angeles and see the level of homelessness in America. And who will you see on the street in Los Angeles? Black Americans. And today, keeping Nigeria together is forcing our people to be homeless. Don't you know about that? Don't you know that the Fulani people across Africa are being recruited to come to Nigeria and sack people from their indigenous land and take over and make those people homeless? Don't you know that that's what's going on? So please, before you come here to tell us how to fix our country or how to seek for our collective good as Igbo people or as Yoruba people or as Hausa people, try to learn the politics going on in that country. But in fact, let me tell you, America wants Nigeria to stay together against your notion that America wants Nigeria to split. No, America benefit more as Nigeria is sticking together because they have oil in the southeast. So that oil in the southeast, America now is benefiting from it, using people from the north to extract the oil free of charge. But if you have a divided Nigeria,
seconds left.
Yes, if you have a divided Nigeria, they will be stopped. They know that. They know. And that is why they want Nigeria to be together for their benefit. So please, Deroy, try to maybe seek help from CM to educate you more on how to fix Nigeria, on how to better our people. And for my big brother, John Abba, please, it's only in Nigeria you leave the sick person and be giving medicine to the healthy. It's only in Nigeria that a doctor will be, instead of giving medicine to the sick, he will be giving to the healthy. So you are now prescribing medication for somebody that is making sense on how to fix Nigeria instead of first and foremost.
Thank you.
Help yourself with some medication.
Thank you. Don't worry.
Can I use my time now?
Yeah, you need you need your own special medication, which I'll make available to you. I will write it and make sure I fill it. I'll make sure I write it, fill it, and send it to you. Go ahead, Janaba.
Kenny, we are in public square. And I see him know I'm coming. Everybody know where I come from when I joke like that because the artwork.
No, I was equally joking. Not personal, my brother.
Yeah, and the next thing is that in as much as we talk about the struggles of African America, I want you to be mindful of the word you use. The blood of the Black people is where it brought you here today, and the freedom we get by the Black. So you cannot cross the line of because one person make a statement and you just think that is fair for you to get at him and get against the whole black nation in the United States of America. And I hope you understand that. Thank you.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, but
Because
you don't have to. You don't have to
you are
understand
always
it.
ungrateful. Your division is more important to you than the unity and the progress of any other thing. Thank you.
Thank you. But Ekene, what he said, let's try to keep an open mind. And I always say this. I said, if we can't look at anything else, let's look at the medical. Or if you're in emergency, you want someone to stop and help your child or help you. God forbid, if you find yourself where you need help, you will not care the color of the skin of that person or where that person comes from. So please, I just want to applaud with every one of us. Let's keep an open mind. And I want to make a reminder for those in the comment section, please be respectful with whatever you're typing out. The comment section is being monitored, unless you be censored or you be banned. Thank you. Mr. Paul, welcome to the show. And I'm going to hand it over to you. 5 minutes starts now.
Yeah, thank you. I think this topic is talking about bigotry and the likes, but to some extent is being deviated and everything. Sometimes when we talk about Nigeria, there is nothing, single-handedly there's an entity called Nigeria, but there are different tongues and tribes that live there. We can pick a particular tribe and discuss about it. We shouldn't feel bad like when they pick a particular tribe and discuss about it, then people just want to take it like personal thing, like, oh, they are talking about you. It's okay for me to talk about you, because if I talk about your tribe, that your tribe is still in Nigeria. And it's okay for you to also talk about my tribe. We shouldn't feel bad. We shouldn't shy away from it. These things happen, and we all see these things. But only sometimes we feel so entitled that people are not supposed to discuss about us. It is only us that's supposed to discuss about us. It doesn't make a place grow. See, let me just go back to the US. The people who do all these things, this bigot thing, this Christianity, religions thing in the US. For example, I use the evangelical and their culture, some of their culture. Oh, they don't want this, they don't want that, they want to keep their culture and everything. They happen to be one of the poorest states in the US. You understand? They don't want another race. You see some tribe, they don't want another race. They don't want to keep their culture. They happen to be the poorest state. The state where you see the multi-ethnic groups, different people live there from different races. They do way, way better than them. And everything. I can make mention of so many states where you can only have like 4 Walmart in the whole state, 2 Amazon in the whole state, where you literally in some places you have over 50 Amazon in one city, one small city. Some city can even take over 2 to 300 Amazon and the likes. So these are the things. So we should learn to stop to stop taking things to being so entitled that people are not supposed to discuss about us. The question that we ask, is this thing real or is not there? It is there, just like what this guy said. You see, when I see, we shouldn't be talking like this MAGA, these Republican people who talk and everything. During the time of Trump, the US government was doing very well. What is employment rate in the US government? Employment rate dropped up to 3.7%. You understand? In this Joe Biden time, employment rate also dropped to that level. But you will see Republicans will come, will say, oh, they are allowing all these immigrants. Immigrant is taking your job. When there are jobs everywhere, when very many of us have 2 jobs, we won't get tired. We don't have the strength to do it. We are not doing it because of 1 or 2 financial needs that we want to meet up. Or maybe we put too much of bills on our head, all type of credit. So we have to work to meet up all our needs and the likes. Do you understand? So when people come out and say, oh, immigrant is taking your job, immigrant is taking your job. Unemployment rate is so low to the level of 3.5% unemployment rate. And when they say unemployment rate is 3.5%, remember that 3.5% that we are talking about. There are people, maybe because they have large family, there are people who want to take care of their elderly ones and everything. There are people who want to take care of their loved ones who have some type of disability that can't walk. That tell you, by the time you trickle down everything, that tell you that there is job in this country. But somebody will just come out and say, this immigrant is taking your job.
and another immigrant will believe it. Is that not funny? In a country where very many of us have 2 jobs, some of us will do it for some time, we'll quit, to say, I beg, I almost die. You understand? So we should learn to stop all these things. I know we can play politics with everything. You understand? And it's okay, we can play politics. But sometimes when we take it so personal, like people want to, like when people say some of the things that is happening and is being read, it look like they are trying to denigrate you and the likes. It's just not good. I use one city where Mr. James lived the better part of his life called Edo State today. It used to be the old Bendel State. You understand? The Benin happened to be is among one of the ancient empire, ancient city as the like.
Mr. Paul, you have 50 seconds left.
Benin
Thank you.
didn't grow so much just because of one culture, the way they treat stranger whenever maybe top chief, the king or something passed away, they use humans for sacrifice and every other thing. Strangers will leave. Great cities in the world today, go and look at it. Go and look at London. Go and look at New York. Go and look at California. You understand? Even though the so-called every other places, even though as Texas can be red, you still see other races. You see very many Nigerians are doctors, Indians are doctors, are engineer there. When Bush did what he did the other time, when Bush was president, when people started leaving Texas, it affected their economy. They had to close their eyes one side to let the immigrants
Thank
come
you.
and work.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your input. So now, can we focus, Mr. CM? I'm going to go to you. I did hear some solutions. Can we focus on what kind of solutions do we need? Please.
Okay.
Please, we have the division
without
already. It's there. Yes. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
This is the solution. The patriots that visited Tinubu 2 or 3 days ago, I don't know, they've put it in motion. Nigeria is a plural country. We are different people with different levels of civilization, value system, cultures, and tradition. That's a fact. Yes, we are not the only plural country in the world. There are many of them. And what we need, because we are talking solution, this time, I am for solution before people. This time, a solution I they give. Number one, the article that will bind us together will be a product that every part of Nigeria will make input. That is to say, a new constitution where according to my Professor John, late Professor John Kingsley Onigu Otite, he's an Urobo man from either Opera Island, that's a place they call it, foremost professor of sociology. He did a work and left it behind called The Ethnic Diversity of Nigeria. He said there are more than 300 ethnic groups with distinct language or related. So if we base it on that, let us bring everybody together. The population of Ndi Igbo is bigger than that of Ogoni. But it doesn't mean that I will lord it over Ogoni man. I don't want that. I don't want it. If Ndi Igbo are 2 on the table, Ogoni will be 2. Let us discuss. It is possible that in the course of discussing what we are going to do, how we are going to relate to each other, some people may get a wrong deal. They may say, no, they don't want, and they are going away. Please allow them to go. Please allow them to go. That was how Western Cameroon left Nigeria and become part of Cameroon. That was how Atiku became a Nigerian. Atiku was born in Cameroon. The Sadwana province where he was born in the 1946, that side was part of Cameroon. At independence, 1963, they said 1961, they did a referendum. That side of northwest Cameroon want to come to Nigeria. Southeast Nigeria, some part of it, want to go to Cameroon. It happened. These are facts. So in this case, what Nigeria should do is convene and bring everybody together. Everything on the table. Ogoni, how do you want to relate with Fulani? Urobo, how do you want to relate with Kanuri? Igbo, how do you want to relate? We say it. Do you know why I'm saying this? It pains me. I'm not Ogoni, but I always have soft spot for them. they've not benefited from their crude oil. They have not. I am not from Benue State, but it pains me that the people of Benue State, even if it's one or two, are living in refugee camp. I once said it as a solution that if Tinubu should do one thing, and I will love him forever, let him go to Benue and say, this refugee camp is closed now, just like Abraham Lincoln did at Gettysburg in 1853 or 1863, 19th November. So say this type of thing, let them go. When you say it, I'm not from Benue, but I will be happy, because how can you live, a family be living in a refugee camp? Because every day when you wake up, your mind will go straight to your compound. You were a man, you have your house. So Nigeria, we are too diversified. Let us come together and they agree how we are going to live. Whatever we agree on becomes our constitution. It may be the unique one in the world in which everything will be put there. If you ask a TV man, Urobo, Igede, Igala, Idoma, what do you want? Everybody will state what he wants. So we put it there so that we now have, all of us, we have buy-in. And not a case of maybe if you get Igbo, maybe you get Yoruba, get Fulani, they load it over somebody from Ogoja. That is no country now. We are not having a country. You can't just use your population to suppress others. Since you are together, it was be. So in the course of doing it, if anybody did not agree, and he mentioned that he want to go, organize a referendum, let them go. That is what will bring peace and progress. Until we agree on a single document how to relate, that is my solution, we are not making progress. If you call some people, they go behind and start to lord it over. The way Nigeria is, it will be difficult for Urobo man to be president. We all know this. It's Urobo, not Nigeria. It will be difficult for Isoko man to be president of Nigeria. Or is he not a Nigerian? It will be difficult. Same thing for Goni. Same thing for
You have
Idoma.
50 seconds
Same thing for
left.
Igala. Thank you. Same thing
Yes.
for Igala. Same thing for Igede. Same thing for Birom. It will be
If you're
difficult.
going to stay in this room, Zoe, I'm not playing.
So that's what we are saying. So for us to forestall this, there is civilization now. Let us come together. This is what we want. Everybody will be free on equal terms. If you bring one Urobo man, you bring one Igbo man, everything on equal terms. Nobody will be higher than the other. We discuss. Those that doesn't want to stay, you allow them to go. Those that agree, then we form a country and then we move on. Then all this every time we are trying to preserve the way Lord Lugard handed power. That's what I'm saying. That's my solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Christian, can you unmute? I'm going to allow you to speak because you've gone out and come back. So do you know what we are talking about, or do you need me to highlight, or you know? Can you unmute? You're muted. You're muted. No, you're muted. We can't hear you. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great.
Do you know what we're talking about? So I want to give you 5 minutes to go ahead and talk.
Yes. Let me just, there's quite a lot, but I will try and summarize it because time is always of the essence.
Okay, I'll give you 7 minutes just to be fair. Is that enough time for you?
Wow. Okay. Let me just start by saying that the solution to Nigerian problem, it's unfortunate that people don't tend to want to deal with issue from the grassroots, from the root bottom. You know, Nigeria, aside referendum, there's absolutely nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing that is going to work in Nigeria. And why do I say that? Because what we have in Nigeria is a clear-cut case of a hostage, a kidnap, a captivity. That is the situation. Right from when the British, through Lord Lugard, came and forcefully, without the consent of the people, created Nigeria till this day. And in fact, in 1999, it was made even worse with the 1999 constitution that was created, and referendum was carefully taken out of it, meaning that what you have in Nigeria is a forceful marriage. You must be a Nigeria. You must be in Nigeria. You have no choice. if you ask for a referendum for the people to decide, for Christ's sake, how do you kidnap people, force them, all the various different people, different countries more or less, into a country without giving them any opportunity to decide what they want? If they want to be Nigeria, if they want to be Oduduwa or Biafra or whatever, and you turn around, you expect them to give you flour. It doesn't work. And it's only in a black society or black region, whatever you want to call it, that you see such abnormality obtainable. And that is why I am sorry, but I have to say this, that there's nowhere you go where you find not even one developed black nation. It has to do with, again, I'm sorry to say, but I think there's something fundamentally wrong with the way we as black people, we reason, the way we behave, inability to think deep, inability to connect dots. You begin to wonder. I was in the Netherlands, and the Dutchman told me that when I was talking about the issue of Nigeria, he told me that Belgium and Netherlands, they used to be one country. These are small countries of about 6 million, 5 million thereabout. But he said that they hardly see eye to eye on fundamental issues. It was always infighting, striving, and here and there. So that they decided that no, that it's not working. So they had to separate, Now, you look at the case of Nigeria. For over a century, it's not working. Everybody knows it's not working. But yet we are fighting, killing each other to continue to keep this one business center that the British created. That is what I find ironic. They've succeeded to kind of manipulate the various elements that people are, and they have their agents. I am telling you because they have the agent working for them to make sure they continue to keep Nigeria as one. And the oil and gas that they're feeding on is coming from, you can call it Old Eastern region, whatever. These are their main interests, not the interests of the people of the country. They don't care about it. And I tell you that if Nigeria, let me just try to, the point is that anything other than referendum, you can't continue in this forced marriage and expect there to be peace or progress. It's never going to work. Now, the ADAS led by Anyoko, they just recently had a conference, came up with a workable or good solution, quite all right. But the question, I said this again, that if anybody thinks that Tinubu will eventually implement it, you need your head examined, because the British and the people that runs Nigeria on their behalf, they are the one that put Tinubu there as we speak, and restructuring or referendum is not part of the itinerary, it's not part of the manifest given to him. And quite frankly, he said it right there in their face that his priority, Tinubu told them that his priority now is not what they are talking about, that his priority is economic well-being of the country. Then you ask yourself, how is he going to do that? Tinubu is not going to be able to, he lacks capacity. He doesn't have what it takes to build economic development. He doesn't have it. So obviously, like I said, I'm sorry, but I don't see any solution, because it's a kidnapped entity, and except you are ready, you are willing to lay everything on the line to be free, you're never gonna, because nobody's gonna give you freedom. Absolutely. The American that brother talked about, they fought like hell to get their freedom from the British. So Nigeria is owned by the British and run by those that they hand it over to. So that is a pure fact. Shetima, who is a vice president currently, he told you, he said that restructure my food. That was his language, restructure my food. And what they are professing, the solution they are all professing is restructuring or regional government, which is the same. And which, by the way, the country went to war over, and millions of Biafrans were killed over this. So it just doesn't work. But we can continue to deceive ourselves. There's no any practical whatever that can make day and night to cohabit. There's no, now I understand that in the UK or even America, they have various tribes, different regions, whatever, but they have a workable system and they have a constitution that everybody, regardless of your religion or tribe, you have to abide by. But in 1999, Obasanjo sat back and he allowed the Northerners to create a different Islamic constitution that more or less supersede the constitution of the country. You cannot go to the north now. Some state, I think it's about 12 or 13 states in the north, and do certain things like certain kind of business or trade, whatever. You are not allowed to do it. But they can bring their cows right there in the south and eat up crop. About 2 days ago, a video was posted to me where the Fulani herdsmen were moving their cows in people's farm, eating up crops and stuff like that. Because certain governors they have a conference about 3 years ago or 4 years ago that they were going to ban open grazing. But the Fulanis, El-Rufai, the people that runs the country on behalf of the British, he told him that that idea is dead on arrival because it's not going to work. And guess what? Fast forward 4 years down the line, nothing has changed. When the last time I was in Nigeria, I think it was like a year ago, cows all over the place because the Fulanis told you that ban on open grazing is not going to work. So what kind of country is that? Where they have their own separate law, now trying to systematically, they are pushing it to impose Islamization of life. You may not believe it, you may not like it, but that's fine. But that is where the country is heading. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Christian. I really appreciate your inputs and your opinion. I'm going to go to Mr. James. Mr. James, before I go to your secretary, you have your hand up. Do you have something you wanted to say? I can give you 1 minute.
Yeah, I wanted to say something like if you don't have solutions, I don't think you should be wasting our time because it's kind of like repeating the same thing over and over. It's kind of boring. Like we need to at least come up with something. Like come up with something different, not the same. Don't repeat the same thing over and over. It's kind of boring.
I'm just giving you a solution, man. I've given you a solution.
No,
you
Mr.
don't like the solution.
Mr. Christian, I'm sorry if you took it offended. I think he was trying to say, let's come up, I know you were coming up with solution. I quite agree with some of the things you said. Please don't take it personal. He was just saying, let's focus more on the solution and not what divides us. Thank you. Please don't take it personal, okay? I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. Mr. James, I'll go to you 5 minutes, sir.
It's all right. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yeah.
Good. Talking about solution, let me start by saying that Mr. Tinubu is about to meet the northern governors, Kwankwaso and Dangote. They want to hold a meeting any moment from now. They want to re-strategize because they've seen that their power base is being attacked by the youths in the country. And this is the strategy they always use. Remember June 12th, when the country was in tatters, they regrouped and reinforced their grip on the country. And this is another June 12th that has taken place. So people should be on the alert. And these so-called patriots who went to see him, was it yesterday or I don't know, these are the same people mismanaging the country since independence. They know that their power base is already very, very weak. They want to reinforce it in order for the status quo to remain. So my suggestion is clear. There can be no change in the Federal Republic of Nigeria without a revolution. Personally, I want post-Nigerian republics, but most people do not buy the idea. Alternatively, we need a revolutionary government to bring a new dispensation. And it must be carefully handled because not all revolutions bring about the desired changes, but there can never be a change without a revolution. And the moves the present youths are taking to address the problem is already yielding benefits. For the first time, the Northern elders are holding a closed-door meeting with the President of the Republic. Something is fundamentally wrong with the country, and the country is irreparable. The country is beyond repair. But if they insist on keeping it together, we need a revolutionary government. The present political dispensation, the leaders of the country must be swept aside. I'm not saying they should put them before firing squads because it's going to generate more problems should we go through that route. And lastly, I want to mention something. I feel very resentful when non-Nigerians interfere in our internal affairs. I feel very resentful. This is why when one Liberian guy came some time ago, I was not able to hide my feelings. Because when they talk, when they make pronouncements, they don't know where the shoe pinches us. We wear the shoes. We know where it pinches. So I want them to mind their affairs and wash their hands of our internal problems. These are internal problems. When Americans are having their problems, we don't interfere. The British, the Israelis, you name it. This is our internal problem. So non-Nigerians who have no stake in our problems should wash their hands completely out of it. So thank you. Please, I have to sign out because it's nearly
Thank you
bedtime.
thank you so much, Mr. James. I really
Yeah,
appreciate you joining us. I really do.
Good,
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to you, Deborah. You want? I think you're. I think it's eccentric before you, if you don't mind. He's the one. Are you okay with that?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. After eccentric, you're going to be next. Thank you.
Is it my turn? Okay, so man, I think we've exhausted this point already, and I had some stuff that I wrote down that I didn't get to. Let's see here. So, like when it comes to the United States Constitution, the people that inspired the United States Constitution are people like John Locke, right? And I think Nigerian Constitution should be inspired by our thinkers, right? Our great thinkers like Bola Ahmed and many others out there. Those people should inspire our Constitution, with their philosophy. And I think we need our Constitution rewritten. We need to write our Constitution based to be in line with our own ideologies and thinking, and not to copy from the United States of America, because what works for them shouldn't necessarily work for us, right? And also, I've mentioned this so many times. I think our problem is IMF policies, and I think someone said, what's the president's name? I forgot. Tinubu. Tinubu does not. He doesn't have the mental capacity to implement policies to help the economic situation in Nigeria. He's not really the one doing the thing. He's like the president. Just like how you have managers in the office, their job is to make sure all the subordinates do their work. So the people that he employs to do the job are the ones tasked to do the job, right? Not saying that, he's gonna employ the right people, right? We have a nepotism problem. He's gonna employ people that are, he's yes man, people that will do what he wants, and we know that he's corrupt, just like any other leader. Everyone always mention Buhari, and then stop at Buhari. All the presidents prior to Buhari were all corrupt. Jonathan was corrupt, pretty much. I mean, I don't have amnesia. I remember during his presidency, Nigeria almost shot down, right? He's corrupt. His sister-in-law or whatever went to a foreign country here, I think St. Lucia or something like that, and bought citizenship for $500,000. Where did she get the money from, right? She stole 20 million from NNPC, right? So the elite class are corrupt. It doesn't matter where they come from, right? From the east, from the west. And the problem that we have in Nigeria, it's not only Igbo people that are bearing the brunt. All the people from other ethnic group are bearing the brunt, right? People from the north are not all doing well. If you hear the narrative here, you might think, oh shoot, people from the north, all of them are doing well. They live in like some kind of paradise. Most of them are poor. Like most of the poorest people in Nigeria are actually from the north, right? People in Yoruba, in the south, in the west, they are poor people. They are poor Yorubas. They are poor Igbo people. There are poor people in the Niger Delta area, in Port Harcourt, everywhere in Nigeria, right? People experience poverty. Most of the population are experiencing poverty. The working class people are experiencing poverty. Things are expensive. There's inflation. Most of the money that we send back doesn't do enough, right? We can send 100,000 naira in a few weeks, 1 week, we get called back. Hey, we need more money. Things are pretty bad, right? And it's affecting everyone. Let's work together. Let's just leave this ethnic tribal crap. Leave it alone. All these unnecessary you know, personal issues that we had and using it to generalize everyone. That's not how to think. We need to think holistically, right? We need to think holistically how this, you know, create solution. Like when I go to Nigeria right now, right, and meet someone on the street, maybe the conductor. I'm not asking them, hey, are you Igbo? You're not Igbo? I'm not entering your bus, right? The transport that you're going to use to go from one point to another, if it's a taxi, it doesn't matter if the person is Yoruba or Hausa. You pay for the taxi, right? You flag them down. They come, you know, they stop. You get in their car and they take you to your destination. It doesn't matter your ethnicity, right? They're offering services. They are experiencing the same thing every other person is experiencing. You know, the people that's complaining out here, they're all experiencing it, regardless of their ethnicity, right? Because the economic policy affects everyone. And it's like, it's kind of like nature, how nature works, right? When it rains, you know, that's why I tell people, like, God does not care if you're a Christian, Muslim, if there's a God, right? Doesn't care if you're a Christian, if you're Muslim, if you're atheist. An example of that is when it rains, right? It doesn't stop raining at a house of persons or a Muslim's farm. It rains everywhere, right? When there's sunlight, doesn't matter. It doesn't discriminate. Nature does not discriminate, right? We should implement that same system, right? The country is like a body. It's like a human body, right? If a rogue virus gets in the body, all the systems form together to fight that problem. Let's model our society in terms of our body, right? There is a name for it. I forgot the name for it. It's like a system used in like making like things like gas cookers and all that. We can form a society that way, right? If we see a problem, if there's a problem, we should have a system where the mechanism automatically triggers to deal with that problem. If it's poverty, if it's housing, the mechanism should automatically trigger to deal with housing.
You have 50 seconds left.
Okay. If it's transportation, it should deal with transportation. If we have transportation problem, doesn't matter if you're Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, everyone gets affected by it. Economic problem, everyone gets affected by it. That should be a clue. That should be a clue. You know, it doesn't matter. Our ethnic group thing, it's a distraction, right? Let's view it the way nature view everything, right? If it rains for everyone. If there's poverty, it affects everyone. The person that's the cattle herder, it's a working class person, right? They are trying to survive. The cattle, the cow is going to be used to make food for everyone, right? We can create structure for them to have places where they can graze peacefully without destroying other people's farmland. But they're not the enemy. You know what I mean? I've talked about this a few months ago. They're not the enemy. They're the working class people.
Thank you.
Segregating us, ourselves.
Thank you. Exero, welcome to the show. I'm going to come to you next. Let me get to the Roy before I come to you. Go ahead, Roy. You can unmute. Your 5 minutes starts now.
All right. This is the last thing I'm going to say. For the people that, I think 2 people in the panel said, if you're not Nigerian, you should, not participate. Right? I came on the panel. The host allowed me to stay here and give my opinion, and that's what I'm doing, giving my opinion. Now, I didn't ask. Me or my ancestors did not ask to be wherever else in the world, right? But we're here now. That doesn't mean we have no input or impact of what's going on in Africa, because that's where we came from. My ancestors directly came from the land they call Nigeria today, right? According to DNA and so forth and so on, right? But I'm not even going to dwell on that. Realistically, could someone on the panel tell me approximately how many, we're going to use Igbos, right, live in Lagos and Kano State? Can anybody tell me the approximate number? I'm asking, so can anyone answer me that?
I would say in the millions.
Right.
Just in millions. We don't know the number.
Right. But it's a lot, right? No, realistically, Understand realistically. Do you believe those people are going to get up and leave what they built, their family? They've been there. They're half of them or most of them is born there. Do you realistically think they're going to get up from that side of the country and move to another side of the country? Realistically, with everything that they built, their entire family built for generations and generations in these different areas that they live. Realistically, do you really think they're going to get up and move from a referendum or whatever you want to call it? Realistically, it's not going to happen. Millions of people is not going to move from point A to point B. It's not going to happen. And why should they? They built these places. They help to build all these places around Nigeria. So why should they move? Realistic. Why should they move? They should not.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
This back and forth about referendum. This you guys take this part of the country. That guy take this part of the country. Realistically, that is it will never happen. Realistically, it would never happen. So talking about it don't make any sense. Right? So you should be only talking about solution and how to solve the problem. If the government is the problem, get rid of their behind. Get rid of them. Right? But to say,
But that can also be part of the solutions too.
It realistically, it's not going to happen. No one is not. If I was there and I'm Igbo or so forth, you're not. I'm not moving nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. This is my place. I'm not moving. You can't move me. If you come move me, it's going to be a war. If you're trying to move me, right? Because I built it. My family built it. So you can't move me and tell me to go over here. No, I don't want to hear from you. Right? So why don't you just deal with realistically what could happen and what cannot happen? Realistically, no one is gonna move. They're not gonna leave their what they built, what their family built, and move. It's not going to happen. So why even dwell in it if it's not going to happen? Realistically, it's not going to happen. Realistically, Nigeria is not going to break up. It's not. Right? It's not going to break up. Right? So realistically, try to fix what problem is going on now. That's what I'm saying. Everything else is fantasy because the place is not going to break up. It is
You have
not.
50 seconds.
Right? It's
Right.
not going to break up. So what I'm saying is realistically, only deal with what is science. Realist. Be a realist. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Leroy. I just want to say I'm sorry if you don't feel welcome or your opinion is not welcome. This is a platform where we welcome anyone to come in and share their views. And one, you are African American. I can sense an accent. I don't know where originally you're from, but I just want to tell you, I'm sorry if you feel your opinions were not Jamaica. Jamaica? Oh, yeah, man. Yes, bro. I got you. Yes.
From Jamaica. I came in
Oh,
when I was a baby.
wow. Thank you for coming to the show. I really appreciate you. I'm sorry if you feel that your opinion, please do not take anything anyone express out of content, even though you may not agree with what they say. I just want you to look at it this way. Some things do rub people off the wrong way. You know, people are expressing themselves, and sometimes people tend to express themselves when they're angry about something, but don't take it personal. Trust me, we all love ourselves in this platform, and they disagree with me a lot, but that's okay. I love them all. Thank you. Okay, so hang in there, Sola. I'm going to come to you. Sarah, please. Sola has been waiting for quite a time. Then you're going to go next. Okay, is that okay? Sarah, can you hear me? Thank you. Sola, can you unmute your 5 minutes starts now? Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. So one thing again is we're talking about how we can, restructure Nigeria, and part of the thing we can do to restructure the country is by changing that constitution, because that constitution is no more or less like a decree to me. From they just patch it, and when we should have changed that constitution was in that 1998. You see, after 1998, people don't understand that these politicians, they are now wise. They now know where the money is. They now know how to patch the bills, how to to embezzle themselves. That is the reason why the confab of 2012 or whenever they did it, or maybe 2010, did not work because it was killed by those politicians. Go and listen to Ezekume. Go and listen to Olisa Agbakoba. Go and listen to Femi Falana. Go and listen to, even at that time, Tunde Bakari. There was a lot of people that were there that came up with agenda. Part of the group, I'm sorry if anybody is offended, that killed this thing were the Northerners. Because if everybody goes,
what about Jonathan?
It will not going to.
What about Jonathan?
Mr. Paul, could you please allow him have his time? Not
can I talk? Please, and this is the reason why I don't see intellectuals don't come on this platform because some people.
You please allow him talk?
Intellectuals don't come on. I'm very, very sorry. I don't want to come on this platform before because
so loud. Don't look
see him has attacked me.
Mad. I just use one word.
No,
don't use one word. Just keep quiet, please. Keep quiet. Let somebody talk. Wait, since all the time I didn't talk. Please. I mean, intellectuals will come on this platform.
I'm sorry. You
come
feel
on.
that way. Please don't.
For 2 years, I've been listening to it, but people just come and talk.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is this. I said the North. I said all these people talk. Even Ezekume that came on channels today was also providing solutions. A lot of people, because I didn't mention Jonathan now, somebody is talking. Ezekume is there. Olisa Agbakoba is there. They came. There was a lot of people that came and said, look, we need to rejiggle this constitution. If we don't, this country will not move forward. All other people, the same Babasunde that is crying foul today that is talking, he wanted a total agenda. Why didn't he change it? So for us to move forward as a country, if we don't want to break up, we need to rejiggle the constitution. And also, this this 1 term, 6 years presidency is another good thing. I mean, that Igbo man, that senator, that Igbo man, I don't know where he is from, which side he's from. He said he raised it during Jonathan time. They killed it. Even Jonathan raised it during his time. Let us do 6 years. The Northerners came with some few people, and the Southerners and the Westerners as well. They came. They said no, it's for you to elongate more time. We need to find a way to see how we can work together. But because if we can't, we will surely break apart. And the only way I'm seeing for us not to break apart is to rejiggle this constitution, is to put referendum, is to allow federalism to work, is to allow people to be able to make progress in terms of impacting in everyday thing that we are doing. Because these politicians, they are just playing us against each other. And it's making things very, very difficult for us as a nation. Please, I yield the floor. And I'm very, very sorry. I am out. Thank you.
Sola, can you wait before you leave, please? Can you wait? Could you listen to me, please?
I'm listening, please. I'm listening.
Please, Sola, can I say something to you? I don't want you to live in anger. I want you to look at this platform where you have a disagreement with a family member. You guys are not always going to agree. So please, we are all Nigerians here trying to find a solution to the problem that affect every one of us. So please, I would please ask that you stay back. Your opinion are welcome. Everybody don't have to like what we all say, but every opinion is welcome. And I don't want you to live in anger, please.
I'm sorry, Adama. I've never said anything that is wrong. CM, he attacked me at the end of the day. I'm talking now. Paul is coming. I have not said anything that is wrong. If people want to talk intellectually at the end of the day, they need to see when intellectuals are. I have people in government. I am close to people in government. I live in Nigeria. Most people, I have been on this program for 2 years. I don't come on it. The reason is that a lot of people that are talking on this program, Adama, they live abroad.
The only man that talks in this on this program that at least speaks his mind is that man, righteous man. He's not here. He's not here today. For them to know that I know this program very well. He comes, he talks, he will tell you what is currently going on in Nigeria. Most of these people that are talking, they don't know. Passat or what his name is called. He just said I will take it by force. Was it there? The Igbos were killed. This was a genocide. These people suffered. People, you have children, Kwashoko, they didn't eat. He is saying that they should take it by force. Is he going to be there when the war starts? He's going to be in the US or wherever he is, sending money down there. Does he think that war is easy? He should go to Gaza and live in Gaza so that he will understand. Nigeria has to work for everybody, and it's our country, and we have to make it work. So that's just the reality. Thank you very much.
Solo, please wait. Okay. Mr. CM, I'm going to allow you to respond for 1 minute and Paul 1 minute. Okay. Please, yeah, let's not drag this and let's make it respectful, please.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Just for those that are listening, concerning what Sola said. He said Ndibo said Lagos is no man's land because of what happened last year, and they start to slaughter Ndibo during the election. That was what I reacted by bringing out the inaugural address given by Lateef Jakonde, former governor of Lagos State, on 1st October 1979. He referred to Lagos, tracing the history of Lagos from as a British colony until he came and said it was carved out of the less part of Nigeria, and they called it a federal territory. Otherwise, they're no man's land. It's written in black and white. That's what I corrected. So if today I stand in Lagos, say Lagos is no man's land, I'm quoting Jakonde. If you say the Lord will fight for you and you have to be still, Exodus 14:14, you don't have to take it out on me. You go to Exodus. Whoever put it there, you attack the person. I've given you a reference.
Okay, thank you, Dr. CM.
Jakonde's address is my reference.
Yes.
Thank you.
I know, thank you. Paul, I'm giving you 1 minute, please, and be respectful. Thank you.
Adam, I'm a student of debate. I did debate in school, and I watch talk shows a lot. Look, let me tell you, some people can be in Lagos. If I can read newspaper every day, which means I cover Nigeria, if I can call shows, talk shows in Abuja, talk shows in Lagos, and somebody is in Lagos, I'm in America, I believe I covered Nigeria more than that person. So things work like that. So don't just, when people want to gag us, say because of you live in America, people gag my children. Oh, why are you training your children like this? You understand, failing to understand that you as an Igbo man, if you raise your child in Lagos, the child will be more wired more as they do things in Lagos than the way they do things in the East. If you raise your child in the North, the child will be more wired more the way they do things in the North than in South. This is how it is. So this gagging that, oh, you are not here, you don't understand. It's not for love or for nation. I have over 1,000 movies to watch on Netflix for us to be here and for us to contribute in these shows. Did something tell some people that we watch all type of TV station, we read newspapers for us to have something to argue, to contribute? Don't you think it's okay? Somebody is saying something, and I say, what about Jonathan? I'm even helping you. You understand, to expand your conversation. I didn't argue with you. I just say, what about Jonathan?
Okay.
You understand? So, but these things that it just look like I'm a bully and everything.
No, you're not.
He
just expressed
you understand?
what he said.
Adam, maybe after now I'll stop coming to your shows. I like to debate. No. If it's to shut
CM,
it down,
can I say something?
Paul,
listen,
this is
Paul,
a conversation.
Paul,
this is
can
not
I say
news.
something?
Adam,
Paul,
if
Paul, you're not
everyone
listening
just come
to
here,
me.
read news and go, that's not the platform I want to
Paul,
be.
but you're not listening.
Be
But can you wait? All I'm saying to you is wait, please. Paul, please, let's not take this out of, I don't want it to go out of place. We are all entitled to our opinion. All I'm asking is that we be respectful. He just expressed how he feels. You don't have to like it, but you have to listen to what he's saying. Doesn't mean that you have, I'm just...
Adam, when I said what I said,
I know,
he just flare up.
No, but don't go
what
back
about
on
Jonathan? I didn't rebut what he's saying. I only just tried to help him to expand.
Yes,
you
I
understand,
agree.
period.
Can we move on?
But if it is not okay, Adam, I'm saying it to you. I am not mad. I look like that. Yes, it's true. If we can't just chip in while people are saying something, I don't enjoy the platform. You understand? It looked like
Okay,
I'm just
please.
reading, I just watching and
But I
writing.
want you to have this thing in mind, Paul. There are people.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon. I don't enjoy that kind of platform.
No,
Not,
but
no,
Paul,
if it's like that, it's not my
Paul,
show.
can I
It's
say
not for
something
me.
to you? There are people when they are talking, if you interrupt them, you've thrown them off.
Adam,
Maybe
that's how
you're
a
not
good
that way,
journalist
but
take
listen,
people
but
off
Paul, I'm
guard.
talking.
That's
Please
how
wait.
a good journalist take people off guard.
I
You
know, but
understand? That's how,
listen.
it's like that. Go watch
Yes, and
Media
I agree
Ground.
with you what you're
Watch
saying,
different
but
people. That's how they
Paul,
take
you're not
people off
listening
guard.
to me though. But you're not listening. Paul, you're not listening. I want you to know this: that let's leave people to be able to express themselves, regardless of if we agree with what they're saying or not. So let's move on from it. Ezero, can you please unmute and lighten the mood? And you're the one. 5 minutes. Welcome to the show, Mr. Ike. Welcome, sir. I'm going to come to you next. Thank you.
Good evening from here. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're kind of far from your speaker. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Electricity. Yeah, hold on. Electricity. You want to say something?
Electricity,
you're
mute. Yeah.
muting.
Okay. Sorry. To the gentleman, thank you for being here. Adam, I thank you for hosting. Paul, you've been a part of this house for a very long time, and I think there's been more heated argument than this one you are currently facing, and therefore saying you want to leave and you won't come back. I don't think.
No. I'm just saying for Adama type of show that if everybody will be talking, nobody just say anything. It's just not my thing. That's all I'm saying. Once a while, it will be so. That is where moderator come in. Moderator can calm it down. But if it look like if CM is talking, I can't say anything. That is the rule. It's not my type of show. That's all I'm saying. You understand? I'm not leaving the show. But maybe that's how Adama, as a moderator, that's how she wants her show. It doesn't cut out for me. That's all I'm saying.
No. Don't make this about Adama. No, don't. You just said the moderator is the one that controls the show. So if
correct,
you want
I
to speak,
accept.
and she said, hold on, whoever it doesn't matter being that because she's the moderator or not. It could be me that says, you know me personally, I don't like interjection. I let people speak, and for others to wait. There will be time for bantering or not, but so don't make it about. I put you backstage, not Adama. I put you backstage.
Oh no! I didn't get mad about that. No, not at all.
Okay, so I'm not asking you. I'm appealing to you to calm down. It's not about her. She's the moderator and whatever way she feels, and I think she's done a great job so far. Honestly, if it were me, I probably would have said good night and we'll close shop and go and sleep. You know me very well, so let's give her that I don't know the right words to use. I mean, I must commend you people. You've given her that respect. So let's continue in this spirit, please. I yield the floor back to you, Adam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Ezero. Ezero, you're next. Can you please unmute? 5 minutes starts now.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're kind of far. You're far. It's echoing a little bit.
Am I still far? Am I still
far? Oh, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Good.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I thought that the topic for today was bigotry. And then it went down into people discussing on the solutions for the massive problem of Nigeria. Well, I think we've discussed something similar before, and I don't know if it resonates what I said that time, though some people commented. I asked this question on this platform before, and I asked everyone if we can define who a Nigerian is. Up to today, nobody has been able to do that. It's such a simple question. Who is a Nigerian? If we are able to define who is a Nigerian, then we can start working towards what a Nigerian should be. If we sway, if we make a mistake towards that journey of who a Nigerian is, we remind ourselves and we put ourselves all right. But if we don't know who a Nigerian is, then what's the journey? What is our journey? Where are we heading to? Nobody can tell us what we aim to become in the next 50 years. Europeans are doing that. They know their future. They're predicting their future. They are planning towards their next 50 years. What is our next 50 years? If you can't define that, then why are you complaining about different trauma? Everyone here is traumatized. We're evidently traumatized. If you ask Mr. CM, he's going to tell you from his own pain. If you ask Mr. Paul, he's going to tell you from his own experience. If you ask Mr. Jonava and the rest, everybody has different trauma. This country is battering us different ways, in different ways. And we come out, we cannot even discuss with one another because we are so traumatized that we can't even begin to fix the problem. We all here, we are not the solutions to our problem. I'm sorry. We're all biased. We all have our different problems, so we cannot even start fixing it because we think we are right. If you ask us, we keep giving symptoms of the problem. Symptoms. Somebody has stated, and I think to a large extent, the guy had a point. He said Nigerians need to be united because the world, if Nigeria collapses, the black man's destiny is at stake. Look at Europe. Over how many countries are working together? They are different ethnic groups, but they're working together. If you enter one country, you have entered the rest. You can move with the same visa. Why are they doing this? Why don't we learn and see how they are getting it right and work towards that? Definitely, we need a new constitution, but we need to define it rightly. A new constitution for an Igbo man means the revenue formula must be well organized. A new constitution for a northerner is totally different. And same goes to even the middle belt. So I think to make it simple, we need to go back and define what we are. Where is our future? Where are we heading? We don't know where we're heading. Nigeria is being led by criminals, and the population is so traumatized that they are not even the solution. We here, we are all small tyrants. And that's the truth. If you make one of us leader now, you will see the kind of person we are, really. Because we think the next man is a problem. We want to get there and punish him. We have secret bias inside all of us because we have been traumatized for years. We are not the solution. We have lost it. We have lost it. Look at the way we are discussing with ourselves. It's a simple thing. We know we have massive problems. But if we cannot agree, how can we remove the people who are on top there, who are criminals? They are very formidable. Very, very formidable. We are not just working with their principalities against us. Very formidable. If Tinubu goes, another one of them is there, is going to come in. Look at look at how we are discussing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you so much, Xero. Mr. Ike, you're next. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, my sister. God bless you. It's my first time to meet you in the platform. I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Used to listen from the background when you're having your program on Saturdays because most of the time I'm working.
Thank you.
So, but it's good. It's good to be here.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have you speak, then I'll go to Mr. Jonaba. Mr. Jonaba, is that okay? Thank you. 5 minutes, Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, do you know what we are talking about?
Yes, I've been listening, but I was doing laundry. I'm going away, coming in. Today is Sunday. It's a kind of a busy day for me, but it's well.
No problem, sir. The floor is yours. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Brother Paul, I was in Arizona with Kamala Harris yesterday. I didn't see you. Where were you? Oh, my brother. Where did you go? Huh? John Abba, how are you? Hey, Brother CM, God bless you. Hey, listen. I'm not gonna. I want to start with a question for everybody. I'm coming from another perspective of what we're talking about. And that question is for everybody. If Sister Adama would allow me to everybody to answer that question sincerely and honestly.
Yes, sir. If they are open to it, I'm okay with it, sir.
Okay, listen.
Thank you, sir.
I know that 95% of us in this platform are living outside Nigeria. And I want to ask this question. How many of us that is in this platform, I want you to be honest to yourself. How many of us in this platform travels with Nigerian passport? Or how many of us are using other nationality passport to travel around the world? I want a sincere, honest question from all of us that are here.
Well, I travel with both.
You travel with America, you travel with Nigeria.
Yes.
God bless you. Is there any other person that is open to tell me that you have Nigerian passport and you travel with it everywhere you go?
See,
I have Nigerian passport. I don't travel with everywhere I go, except if I'm going to Nigeria.
Okay. Brother Ike, even if you want Nigerian passport, you can get it. So why should I travel with it?
Okay.
Is it my fault?
Listen, I'm happy. Why I asked that question is to tell you that from the beginning, Nigeria is a fraud. You know, like myself, up to today, I travel with Nigerian passport. I'm qualified to have EU passport for more than 7 years ago. But I'm still traveling with Nigerian passport all over the world. But do you know why I asked that question? Because when you travel with Nigerian passport, not going to Nigeria, it doesn't matter the country anywhere in the world. The insult, the embarrassment, the treatment that you receive at every immigration point with Nigerian passport, it doesn't matter how many stamp of countries that you have in your passport. It doesn't matter how many years of visa do you have in your passport. As long as it's green passport, every other person will go. They will ask you to wait. At my age, my children, my grandchildren, my wife, they travel with Dutch passport. And every time we get to the immigration point, everybody goes, Brother Ike, you have to wait. Even if it's the same immigration point that I pass almost every 3 months, it's still the same insult. It's still the same embarrassment. It's still the same degradation in front of other small African countries that all of you are standing in the same line. But you are singled out with a Nigerian passport. What does it tell you? What does it tell you? It's a fraud. Nigeria is a fraud. Listen, when I came to where I'm living today, when I finish, I'm going to go and bring it in my file. I sent my in-law to Nigerian embassy in Caracas to go and renew my passport. When he went there, because Venezuela is as bad as Nigerian immigration. When he finished to renew the passport, when he came to immigration, when he was coming back, they asked him for $200. He refused to give $100. They seized the passport. And he came back without my passport. And I wrote back to Nigerian embassy, look at what happened. And I said I need an emergency travel document that I can go to Nigerian embassy in Den Haag in Holland so that I can get my passport. When I finish, I will go and show you the emergency travel documents, Nigerian embassy of Nigeria, what they issued to me. Carton, you know carton, they use carton and write and print in a computer and printed my name and the other information. Carton. Even a certificate is even more valuable than what Nigerian embassy gave me that I can use to travel. From where I am living,
pass Europe before I'm going to Nigeria. But I have to go to the government of the island, which is run by the Dutch government. I have to go to the governor's office. I present my case. And I was given a Dutch passport, emergency Dutch passport, for me to travel to Den Haag to get a Nigerian passport. But the document that my country issued me is not even something that you can present even when you are going to register a company wherever you're staying. That's a country. That's your country. So it's a fraud. Paul, you live in the US. You, Donab, I know you live in the US. You have been to Nigerian embassy in New York. Have you been to Nigerian embassy in New York? Nigerian embassy in New York, a country like America, they treat you like an animal. They have no regard and respect for you. Nigerian embassy in New York. So this country we're talking about is a fraud. At this age that I am today, that I still suffer this humiliation in everywhere that I travel. And I've decided I am going to go get my Dutch passport because I am working towards my retirement. And I cannot continue to be humiliated in every country. Even the country that I know that I am going there to spend not less than $7,000 to $8,000 for vacation. Cyprus, my last vacation was in Cyprus. I was humiliated in Cyprus because I have a Nigerian passport. With all my children, with my grandchildren.
You have 1 minute left, sir. Thank you.
If you are telling yourself a truth, for you to know, like my brother Hector was saying, that when Nigerians we are stressed or something. I don't know what the last word my brother used. It is because of the system. It is because what this country called Nigeria has made Nigerians to go through. That's why most Nigerians, when they're outside, the first thing that they do to fight for is to get that country's document so that you can travel in peace. I am telling you what I am going through, even at my age, even at my status with Nigerian passport. Talk less about most Nigerians who are stranded in Europe and other parts of the world, who might not be able to be in a position to stand against anybody, any government, anywhere, to defend whatever insult and humiliation you are going through. But for how long do I have to continue at the age of 60 years? So listen,
I'm sorry to hear that.
If you don't understand what Nigerians go through around the world, travel with your Nigerian passport, not going to Nigeria. Travel to any other country. Leave that American passport that you have, or British passport that you have, or that Canadian passport that you have. Travel with your Nigerian passport and go and queue in immigration. And you see that even standing with a Malian or somebody from Burkina Faso, they will allow somebody from Burkina Faso to go before you, and they will ask you to wait.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Ike. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That is so humiliating to hear your story, and I don't know what that feels like, but I'm sorry you went through that. I am so sorry, sir.
Sister Adama, it's not just I just went through. It is something that I go every year. I am telling you that I travel almost more than 6 times in a year, but it's still the same thing. Oh. It's not just I travel once in 5 years. I'm traveling by October, God's willing. God give me life. I'm going to vacation. But it's still the same thing that I go through. And my wife has taken so much pain. My children will see the way I am humiliated in front of them with my grandchildren every time we travel together as a family. I said, Daddy, what is really wrong with you? Burn this passport and throw it to the dustbin. And I have decided to do that. I am getting my Dutch passport because I am sick and tired of a country called Nigeria, because it's not working and it's not going to work.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You've given us a food for thought. You've given us something to think about. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Janaba. Can you unmute your 5 minutes? Somebody, I hear some noise on the background.
For me,
No. I don't know if it's. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Pastor, you get that, but I'll bring a bottle. Sorry for your frustration. I use my Nigerian passport wherever I go. I don't get that frustrated like that. Don't go with holiness and waka, crayfish waka. You have to be strong. And then I'll bring a carton for you to put it in your printer where you can get that go through your printer, the one they use for you in this. And I'm saying you are not a billionaire. What do you put there? Yeah, no, I don't use glasses like you. Yeah, now I go. so, so I think. So, I think our frustration is in different way. And by the way, let's go back to. I'm using my.
I can. You're just making it fun, but that's okay. I enjoy it.
Don't worry, it's part of my 5 minutes. I don't believe a word that CMs talk about the camp in Benue State. I think he's finished to whatever he wants for his own good. I don't believe his heart is what he said, but he just wants to spin it to make his political statement or to get at me. So I don't believe CM for his heart is for people in Benue in camp. I don't believe him for 1 second. So, and then I think the solution to Nigeria forward, let's look into each other from the very micro way, then we take it to the bigger way. Our family have problems individually, family, community. They find a leader that ratifies it. So I believe that true leaders that work, Nigeria will be a great nation. But we don't see nations that are patriotic enough to unite us. And even if we are to go separate ways, we're still going to have boundaries. We still have to live together as a people that exist with different passports. We cannot be at war with each other simply because we now have a referendum whereby we can go separate ways. So I think it's time for us to tone down our rhetoric and have a better tolerance of ourselves. And then whatever we can bring to the table to discuss, it can be impactful. But coming from the fact that I know you were not being genuine to me, you have your biases, and it's nature. But sometimes we kill those things in us in order for us to work together in peace and in harmony for the greater unity or for the greater goal of the society. But there will always be differences between even twins. But true leader will bind the people together. And I'm looking forward to see those leaders when they emerge. We will see their rhetoric and we see that the leader have arose and Nigeria, even in Africa, I'm Pan-African, and we can talk about it. But the notion that the only solution we offer, and another thing is that all the leaders in the old leaders, they're supposed to go. They're supposed to get a homage visit from the youth. That's the only way they can start moving forward. They're supposed to pay them homage visit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonaba. Olumide, can you please unmute your nest?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, thank you. Welcome to the show. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you, Adama.
You're welcome.
So I just wanted to get a grasp of what is going, what you're talking about. Is it about the what do you have on the screen there?
It's about providing solution for good governance in Nigeria. We were talking about bigotry first. Then I said, let's talk more about solutions. So we're talking about solution, things that will work. Yes.
Okay, I
yes,
see that.
Sir.
I see that
Yes.
now.
Thank you.
Mr. Uncle Ike's point, he said something about the Nigerian passport having no value. I mean, that is not news. That is not something that surprises all of us, especially with the state of the country at the moment. And then I also want to pick up from where John Abba actually stopped. John Abba said, I don't know how John Abba proposes that what he just made be achieved or be reached, or is just making what we call just making a statement. Just what do you call those kind of statements that has no real how do I say sincerity behind it? And he said, let us work for the growth. Let us work for the greater good, the unity and progress of the country to achieve its goals. But what exactly is that, or how do you want to achieve that greater good? How do you want to achieve that unity? You know, how do you want to build an inclusive society? Today, we are, I mean, I'm an advocate of the Yoruba nation, simply because I think Nigeria, I don't envision Nigeria with the way it is right now, working in my lifetime. And I'm hoping that maybe if we get our own nation, everything that we hoped that we could have seen in Nigeria, maybe in the Yoruba nation, as a people, we'll be able to work together better to achieve those goals. But again, I think when I think to countries like Canada, the US, and even the UK, as conservative as the UK is, they are trying to build a more inclusive society. You have different races. You even have different people of different racial backgrounds contesting elections and winning. We have Nigerians. Recently, you had a prime minister with Indian roots. You know, you've seen that in America, where the diverse society, you understand, and we seem to have that even in Nigeria too. We have the Fulani who are not really indigenous to Nigeria, but they've come to establish themselves in that country, you know, and with a large population there, especially in the north. So we've seen those nations work and make progress. But we should look at our own current state. Maybe if somebody were to argue and say, give the Canada, the US, and the UK example, I would still reason with them to say, you know what, we have our own we're a black race, we have different ethnic nationalities living in that country, over 300, diverse background. Maybe it's a recipe to build a strong, prosperous nation. But I think the major problem we are having that is different from those good examples, it's perhaps the fact that our foundation is very weak. It's not that kind of foundation that will build a prosperous nation. You understand? And I thank the patriots going to the president to remind him to say, you know what? One of our major problems is the Constitution. We need to have a constitution that embraces our pluralistic nature, and it's really federal in nature, where every region can pursue and aspire to what they want to be, based on that constitution, whether religion, whether otherwise, resources and what have you. So that is very, very key. That I mean, I would want in Nigeria that would work for all of us. In as much as I love and I'm an advocate of a Yoruba country, I mean, majorly because of the way things are right now. Especially when somebody like Donaba says working for the greater good. So key to that, I mean, unfortunately, I don't know where this started from, pre-independence, post-independence, how long far back the structures and the institutions of the country have been so bastardized that the country needs to be rebuilt from the scratch, institution-wise. It's not just the president, you know. We are talking about people who are saddled with our institutions in the hospitals. As strange as it is, you would find
You have 50 seconds left.
you will
Thank
find
you.
clerical staff collecting bribes in the hospital to issue cards to patients. You will find people finding it difficult to access their retirement after 25, 30 years in service. And it is these ordinary people that sit on such things. You understand? But even about rigging elections too. It is true that it is the people, ordinary people that are involved, that get involved, that allow this to happen.
Yes.
But our judicial system too, even as much as we have rotten justices, I know there are good ones there.
Yes, sir.
There are good ones there. And what I want to say is that in achieving that goodness, in achieving that greater good of building a unifying country, we need to start from that very process. When we have the opportunity to have a reset, like rigging the election, it was very clear to everybody that this election, the last election, was rigged.
Yes, sir.
And to have an opportunity to rebuild the country with different, we have to rebuild it from different angles. Constitution, our institutions,
Could
constitution
you
needs to be
round up?
reset.
Your
Our
time is
institutions need
up.
to be reset. Okay, our institution needs to be reset. And starting from this very moment, somebody like Yakubu needs to go.
Okay.
After investing 400 billion naira in an electioneering process that at the end of the day is flawed.
Yes,
And
sir.
and conducting 3 off-cycle elections and bungling those 3 off-cycle again, we'll see the way we'll conduct it. It needs to go because
Thank you. Thank you.
we need to start from somewhere. It needs to go. We need to be able, we need to be truthful and honest to each other.
Yeah, don't worry. You can come back.
It's not just making statements and saying working for the greater good.
Yes, we'll come back. We come
How
back.
do you work for the greater good? What actions need to be taken to work for the
Okay.
greater good?
I do agree with you with a lot of things you said. We're coming back to the final section where is open. We're going to discuss anything that is on your mind. But first, before we do that, let me acknowledge Ms. Gladys Oyibo. Welcome to the show, ma'am. Could you unmute? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Can you unmute? You have 5 minutes. Do you have an idea of what we are discussing?
Can you just, I joined you earlier on and I left because today has been a very busy day for me and I had to come.
Now we are talking about solutions on how to fix and promote good governance in Nigeria. First, the topic of the day was about regarding bigotry, if I'm not mistaken, when you joined earlier before you left. Now we are talking about solutions of how we can make things work for everyone. So that's what we're talking about. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I think my suggestion here, though I actually didn't listen to most of the speakers when they spoke, but I know that the solutions to how we can have a good governance in Nigeria is if we can come to a round table talk to have discussions on the way forward. It is not necessary for us to accuse each other. Of recent, I've heard people saying this set of people made this problem to be, this set of people made this problem not to be. That will not give us solutions to the problems we have. The solutions we can have is where we can sit down, talk at issues, how we can manage our situations. The situation is such that if we do not sit down to discuss about them, the problems will going to linger on. It's like an open wounded stuff of a thing where you have a wound and you have not treated the wound. You do not want to handle it in such a way that you want the wound to heal. If you treat it partially, the wound will still remain there. But if you treat it with the whole of your heart, that you want this wound to get healed, the Nigerian situation is such that there's nothing we cannot manage. But the problem that we have is that those who have caused most of the problems we've had in the past, we still praise them, we still hail them. If I may have to mention one or two things now, if you don't mind. The situation we saw in the north was like a problem that was on for several years, but the people were held back from protesting or saying out their minds. But this very situation they now saw, they capitalized on it and came out and said, I think we have had enough of the hunger and the pains we have had. But in the past, some people were actually complaining about the problems that we had. And people asked them, do not complain. We are one Nigeria. We do not want such situations where people are trying to voice out what they have in their minds. But right now, except we sit down to discuss the way forward. If we do not discuss the way forward, how can we solve it? How can we manage our resources? The resources we have is just like one-sided. A group of people are enjoying it. Most of the things that we are wasting money on, payment of this, payment of that. Meanwhile, we cannot even manage the populace we have. Some people are complaining of hunger. Some people are not even complaining. They send their children to school in abroad. When they need medical treatment, they come abroad to take treatment. And the people they are governing, they do not mind if they have good schools, if their children are sitting on the floor to read and write. The hospitals we have, if you go to our hospitals, they have Panadols. Even where they have good treatment, they will not give it to you. You see that people are lined up or they are queuing up waiting to see the doctor. It's not like here in abroad that you can go to any clinic or you can go to the hospital of your choice, depending on what you have in your hands, and you get treated. But in Nigeria, the situation is such that if you go whereby you do not have payment or you do not have the money to pay, the doctor will tell you until you bring your money. The doctor does not care if you have to die. But if we can fix up our hospitals, fix up our schools, most people will stay back and school in Nigeria. Nobody will want to jump to abroad. The lifestyle here in abroad is not as easy as people think it is. People manage what they have. Even in situations where people are doing businesses or those who are working, you see most people keeping up to 2 to 3 jobs. But in Nigeria, we do only one job. Maybe 9 to 5 or 9 to 4, we'll close from the day. Let us come together. Forget our tribal sentiments. I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa. Most of us will have relatives who are Yorubas, who have relatives who are Hausas, especially in homes where our people have intermarried with other tribes. Are we going to drive away our cousins, our first cousins and second cousins, because of political problems? If we have the fear of God, we'll be able to sit down together and do not apportion any blame to any person. But if whereby we need to apportion blame to those who have caused some of these problems, we'll tell them straight to their faces. We think we want solutions to these problems. How are we going to be governed in the next wave of life? I call it next wave of life because the wave of life that is going on in Nigeria, people are suffering. You see a lot of children who are having kwashiorkor, malnourished. They don't eat well, but they never complain. They kept quiet. But those that used to complain in the past, they will tell them, people don't know want to support the government. But now what has happened in the past few days has shown us that Nigerians are hungry and angry. We need to come together. I think that's my own suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I like your inputs and I value your opinions. Thank you so much. Now, the next segment, which is going to be our final segment, is going to be whatever you want to talk about. Let's talk about it. I'm open to that. But before we start that, let me go to electricity. Electricity, what do you have to say regarding the subject? Thank you.
Elder John Abbas already weighed in respect to Mr. Ike. I really don't know why you went through or you were put through that because I have also traveled in the past. I've traveled with Nigerian passports and I never had any issue. I mean, I went to the US, Spain, Poland twice, and I think Switzerland, if I'm correct, in the past. And I never had any issue with my Nigerian passport. So I don't know why that is. So I apologize for that inconvenience we were put through. And so we'll find solution. We always come here to find solution and, or to discuss solution. We can't continue to hate each other. What unites us is more than what divides us. Until we come to that point of agreement that what unites us is more than what divides us, I think we will make a way forward. So I yield the floor back to you, Adama. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to open up the floor. I'm going to start with Sarah. And you have 5 minutes to say whatever topic you want to discuss. This is the final segment, so you can so you can say whatever you want to talk about.
Well, I'll just repeat myself a bit, and then. But that thing about the Nigerian passport, I think I don't know, but I read through somewhere that passports are classified into different. I think different. There's a classification for passports, and if your country falls within a typical classification, you'll be given more scrutiny. And I think right now Nigerians are traveling a lot, so there's this fear of a risk of not going back to your country if you're on a visiting visa or something like that. So we are placed on that category. So that is why there's always this tough scrutiny on the Nigerian passport. It's not just Nigeria, there are some other countries that are equally in that bracket. So, but I think when things improve, when we eventually improve the country, we will be classified that we will be placed on a different category. But talking about improving Nigeria, I still ask this question: what is Nigeria before we start improving it? Because we seem to lack that particular, we don't understand where we are in. Have we agreed on how to move forward, or we just want to start dealing on the symptoms? Because if we have not come together and discussed what we are, why an Igbo man should fight for a cause with a Fulani man, what unites us, or what we can both fight for together to achieve our wellness, that will be of benefit for the both of us, where our future collides and we follow the same journey. If we are not being able to decide and decipher that, then why are we complaining about the symptoms? We should, as men of honor, be able to sit down and say, okay, I am this and you are that, and we have this much differences. But if you put these particular laws in place, then those differences don't matter anymore. Take, for instance, if you put a particular law anywhere you live in this country, as long as it is Nigeria and you agree to be a Nigerian, you are free to live there, to vote and be voted for, to build a house without the danger of it being demolished. This kind of laws, wherever you decide to live tomorrow, if anybody says you are a foreigner, go back to your state of origin, that person has committed a crime. We should be able to decide that and decide, okay, this is what we are going to call Nigeria. But if we don't want to decide that, or some people don't want to agree to come together or disagree to agree, then we'll keep deceiving ourselves. We are deceiving ourselves because we all have different struggles, different trauma. But as men, I still repeat, if we cannot decide where our journey is going to take us to, I bet you in the next 100 years, we'll still be discussing, it's Fulani's problem, it's Yoruba that is the problem, it's Igbo that is the problem. We will still. I've seen one particular picture where they painted the Arabs in the last centuries. The last century, they were busy worshiping God, praying. They showed the Europeans they were busy building their country. In the mid-centuries, they were still busy worshiping their God. The Europeans were building. Come to this century, this particular day and time, they are still busy doing the same thing. Religion, religion, religion. Why Europe has moved to AI, to the AI. That is what is happening in Nigeria. If you go back 1914, I'm sure our forefathers were discussing like this. Why will I join with Fulani? Why will I join with Yoruba? Come to the middle before the war, we are still saying, that's the reason why we had the war. Come to today, we are doing the same thing. We are doing the same thing. We are not dealing with the factors, the main factors on ground. We are busy beating ourselves from our different experiences. We should try to be more scientific about this. We are humans, we will definitely have problems. But if we can fix laws that will make sure that I will not be, pushed, I will not be put down, I will not be oppressed, no matter my tribe, religion, or what have you. If those laws are strong enough, I will not bother who is the president, because we already fixed laws that the president should not have a foreign account and should not take from and we've already fixed laws that the center should not hold ultimate power. Well, I yield the floor. This is just my own take.
Thank you so much, Azera. Uncle Ike, we're going to go to you. Whatever that you want to get off your mind, this is the time for it. So whatever you want to discuss, sir. Thank you, sir.
I really listen. Electricity and John Abba was trying to console me about what is going on. Listen, I've been traveling since 1989. If you check 1989 to today, I've been traveling the world. It's not today that I begin to use Nigerian passport. But I am using myself as an example because of what other Nigerians go through at every immigration point. Because if you are a traveler and you meet a Nigerian at an immigration point, you see some of them going through stuff. It might not be me, because it's not everybody that, like Exero said, it's not that I've never been intimidated by anybody in the countries I've ever traveled, because I know what I stand for. If you know your right, I mean, it's easy for you to, get away with, because you are standing on your right. But most of our brothers and sisters, when you are somebody who traveled the way I travel, you see what Nigerians are going through around the world. You see, whatever thing they are going through, you yourself is going through that, because you have the same passport with them. And sometimes it's difficult for me to pass and let them there, because sometimes what I preach for, what I stand for, what I preach and what I stand for, sometimes doesn't allow me to allow those people who have been treated and humiliated like not human beings. Sometimes I can't allow them. I can't go. Sometimes my family will leave me and they continue until I try to resolve one thing or the other. Because as a Nigerian, as an African, sometimes I see those things, I can't take them, and I try to do what I know I can do, because it is good for me to practice what I preach, So when you try to do those things, sometimes it affects you on your own, So it's a pain, my own pain, and the pain of so many Nigerians that go through at every immigration point. It's not just me, because for me, I've been traveling around the world since 1989. So whatever anybody does or say, it doesn't matter, because I know that my document is good and correct. So I fear no evil, right? But what of most of our people? So that's the area I see. And on the issue of Nigeria listed, electricity, Nigerian constitution. I don't know where he is. Maybe he should have read, is it chapter 2 or number 2? I don't know what you people call it for us. For what I just wanted to say, he has a Nigerian constitution with him. Maybe is it chapter 2 you used to call it, or number 2? What is it? Electricity. Maybe you can read for us for quick one, before I can round up. Sister Dama, if there is time for me. But then,
yeah, of course he would love to do that. So I am going to allow him to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So electricity, can you read that for us?
Sorry, sir. I thought you were actually joking. What do you want me to read, sir, please?
Chapter 2 of Nigerian Constitution. I think you used to have it all the time. Can you read it for us for me? I want to say something.
Let them be talking. I mean, you guys be talking. I'll go get the
Okay,
Constitution
let me
chapter
continue
2.
talking while you search for it. Listen, I think that
What exactly do you want me to search for in chapter 2?
I don't know. Just read it. I want to say something. So just if you can read for me, you know.
Okay. All right.
Listen, I think that, like my brother CM was talking about a new constitution. I think one of the biggest problem we have is the institutions that uses that constitution or uses that constitution to rule Nigeria is the problem. Because when the local government chairman cannot obey simple laws in Nigerian constitution, the same constitution he will be preaching for you to obey. But he that has been given the mantle of leadership to walk through that paper is not obeying that paper. The commissioner in the state is not obeying the paper. The minister of justice, who is supposed to be the defender of the law, is not obeying the law. The governor of your state is not obeying the law. Yesterday, I was watching online. It was in Anambra State, a lawyer in a magistrate court. I don't know if anybody saw that, what was happening. The chief magistrate was demanding 20,000 naira before a bail bond can be signed. This is the institution we're talking about. It's not about Nigerian constitution. It's not the problem. It's the people that have been given the mantle of leadership to lead the country is the problem.
You make
They are
everything
the cause of
syringe.
the problem we're
Yeah,
having.
Ivy, I'm sorry, I said syringe. Ivy.
Can I go on?
So, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know I was unmuted. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So I mean, when I was listening to the lawyer in the magistrate court, in a common magistrate, in a magistrate court you have in every town, the magistrate court was demanding 20,000 naira, and the court registrar, the lady that signed paper was also demanding 20,000 naira before a bail bond can be signed. This is the problem. Such person, that's magistrate court. If Nigeria is a place where people pay price of consequences, that magistrate court by yesterday is supposed to have been fired. And everybody in that magistrate court that took part in that situation, they are supposed by today be fired. Strip of their whatever they have, whatever the Nigerian bar say, they strip them of their law, of their last certificate, and make sure that these people go to prison. But we are living in a lawless country. It's not about constitution. For me, I also will want a new constitution, but the problem is that the people, the upholders of the constitution, are not respecting and obeying the constitution. So at the end of the day, we, the common man who is crying here, for example, my brother Extra is asking a very important question. But at the end of the day, you see that when you go to police to go and make a simple report in Nigerian police, you might end up being an accused and put you in prison. This is a country that is the lawless country. Nothing works every system is collapsed completely. You take your case to the police will turn against you, become an accuser, because the person you're accusing maybe have money, more than the money you have. You go into prison. So this is the problem. So in as much as I want every one of us as Nigerians to sit in a table to make a dialogue to see the way forward, but the constitution at the end of the day, I don't think is, for me personally, my own personal opinion, I don't think it's really the major problem. But it is the people that practice the constitution. If you listen to Sam Ahmadi yesterday or day before, this week, about 12 minutes, 15 minutes, he did a lecture about this issue of Nigerian constitution and what happened in 2023. You will discover that the problem is really not the constitution, but it's the people that are holding the constitution, that are preaching that constitution to you and me, is the problem. Electricity, you got it?
Yes, sir, I got it. Chapter 2 of the Constitution. I don't know where you want me to read from because it has a lot. It's about the fundamental objective and directive policy principles of state policy. So you want me to read section 13, 14, 15? Which exact section do you want me to read, sir?
Okay, can you read 14 and 15?
14 and 15. The Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state based on the principles of democracy and social justice, 14:2, that's one. It is hereby accordingly declared that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through this constitution derive all its power and authority. B, the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. And C, the participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution.
Thank you, my brother. So,
no problem.
What are we talking about? Is what he just read? Is it what we have? What is obtainable in Nigeria? No, it's not. It's not what is obtainable. Because now, for example, we are looking at protest as if it's something that is something that is very big thing for us to do. But it's something that is normal with us as human beings, because those people that we claim that we elected, that we did not elect, we have every right to question every decision they make on our behalf. But we're not doing it. Rather, when it is time for us to do it, everybody will say, Emiloko, everybody will go to his tribe. You know, everybody will try to defend his brother. Oh, don't worry, you know, leave this.
Let me put
so that's
two
the
inside
problem.
my back.
So we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to make sure that there are consequences. People who do anything that is contrary to the constitution we are talking about, they are made to pay the price of what they have done. Yakubu is still walking about in street of Nigeria and is planning to conduct the election in the next 2 months or 3 months. Is it the country we are talking about? Sorry. I yield.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. I really appreciate your input while electricity is getting the constitution. Are you happy with what he read, sir? Okay, thank you.
I'm happy with what you read. I'm okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your input. Olumide, you're going to be next. Before you go next, let me come to Wale. Wale just stepped in, if you don't mind, Olumide. Thank you. Wale, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Madam Adama. And first of all, let me give you the kudos for coordinating this very well. Since you started, I've been at the background.
Thank you.
A lot of people have spoken, and from listening to every single one, I could see that we all know the solution. But the willpower for us to go forward and do it is what I don't know how we're going to do it. Many people, you know, they always said, talk is cheap. If we are all ready, we can go back and fix our country. But how many of us are ready to go back? And I'm not saying going back physically only. Those people that we mentioned, say Mr. I can't remember my brother's name that had this horrible ordeal with the passport and everything. My question is, those people that torment his life, you know, getting a passport, do this, do that, they are our people. They are my brother. They are my sister. You know, as much as we can blame Tinubu or whatever, what about us? We ourselves. You know, you want to buy land, you want to sign the paper. Who is sitting there to sign the paper for you? Is asking you to bring 10,000 before they can. You see, all these things is our problem. Until we're able to look at ourselves in the face and say, Adama, why would you want to collect that money? Mr. Olumide, why are you not doing your job properly? Until we put the wrong peg in the right hole, we will continue to lament. And until we all hold each other accountable and responsible for our action and inaction, honestly, we all know where we live. They wouldn't say don't drive your Ferrari 200 miles an hour or 200 kilometers an hour. Yeah, once you are caught by camera, you pay the fine. So until we learn where we live and we use that to build our own home, nobody's going to fix our own. We'll continue to be a slave till Jesus comes. So you and I, every single one of us, have a lot to do to build our country. All the places we all jackpot to, you know, they build their own country. Either they use someone to build it or, you know, whichever way. So please, every single one of us, let's shield our sword. Let's look inward. Let's reflect and say, what am I doing that is destroying that country, directly, indirectly. Until we're able to do that, honestly, we'll fix the country. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Wale. I appreciate your input. Olumide, I'm going to come to you. Could you please unmute? So this segment is, you can talk about whatever there is in your mind. You don't have to go by what we're talking about. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, Adama. So I want to start from where Brother Hike stopped at. So I want to agree with Brother Hike that in as much as the current constitution is imperfect, despite the imperfection, if the holders of that constitution obeyed the constitution to the letter and did what they were supposed to do, perhaps we would have seen some kind of development. But where I disagree is the fact that I still think that that constitution is a problem in the sense that it wasn't the people's document. And there are fundamental things in that constitution that did not put a pluralistic nature, the nature of the country, into consideration when that constitution was written. So a lot of things were done behind closed doors that, without factoring the people, the indigenous, the ethnic indigenous people of the countries, and letting it go through a referendum before it became a document that is supposed to be for the people, which it is not. So I do agree that if even as imperfect as it is, maybe what happened then was when they handed it over to us, it was purported that those imperfections could be made through the political process. I mean, it could be fine-tuned through the political process. But if they allow the process to be free and fair and devoid of the corrupt nature that it is right now, maybe majority of us would have said, you know what, let's continue to work on it and neglect that aspect of it. But they have not allowed it they have not allowed the political. So which brings me to Xero's point, where he says, is this how we are going to continue to do things and expect that progress will come to our society? I do agree with you that if drastic steps are not taken, we are not going anywhere. We are not going to make progress. So I'm saying that I am foreseeing that there are three ways that this change can come. One, it is through, when people say dialogue, when Gladys says we need to dialogue, we need to sit down, we need to talk, we are inadvertently saying the politics. Politics is the way and process that a country wants to build their society. Like in the US, you have the democratic presidential system of governance. In the UK, we have the where they have the legislature and the parliamentary system of governance. And then in some countries, they have a part presidential, a part parliamentary system of governance. And they allow a free and fair election. So maybe we would have had an opportunity. So when I say politics, it is the politics that will allow the dialogue. When the people you elect, if for instance, they had allowed the true winner of the last presidential election to come in, the people that backed him, that brought him, that supported him, that voted for him, so that he comes to power, he can then come in and fulfill all that aspiration, everything that all that they've aspired for. We want a new constitution. We want a federal system of governance. We want the state to control their resources. We want a level of autonomy. We want this, we want that. That is when that dialogue can take place. Not when not when a few people from all different ethnicities have cornered the people's sovereignty. They've hijacked the country and they pretend, like Buhari did, oh, I will write a new constitution, and they come and say, constitution my foot, regionalism my foot. Understand? And they pretend. If those people have their own political agenda that does not consider the people who have voted them into power and continue to force themselves on the people, you will never have that dialogue. That is how you will continue to see somebody like the Patriots go to the presidency and say, Tinubu, you have to do this, you have to call, show familiar and more busy to do this, to do that. You are making too much noise here. So, and then all Tinubu would do when they come is to, and tell them, look at them, they are fooling themselves. Because all he wants, he has his own political agenda. So these people have hijacked the country and they have not made that political process that is supposed to bring the change and the dialogue to work. The people have lost their sovereignty. They can't elect their president, they can't elect their state governor, they can't elect their local government chairman, and here they are talking about local government autonomy. You see how they are kidding themselves? Then two, that change can also come by a revolution, the people's revolution, where the people will say, you know what, like we've had in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka, enough is enough. Get out of it. We don't want you people anymore. We will choose our own new set of leaders. You understand? People's revolution, or through arms revolution, whereby some kind of means, some people, it could be ethnic blocks, it could be people coming together, it could be a military coup, I don't know. Some people will take arms and say, you know, enough is enough. Our people will not suffer this anymore. We want out of this. You understand? So this change that they are refusing, but I don't expect these current people to sit down and reason, especially with what the Patriots have brought to them on the table. I don't expect them to sit down because for them, the stakes are a lot bigger than for the people. You understand? You can see how they are dealing with Dangote. We may quarrel with the way Dangote does his business, but at the end of the day, if the refinery works, maybe it might bring a level of pricing, to help the pricing, but look at the way they're fighting him and they don't even care whether the people benefit or not. So you see, these people, see, this is the conundrum we are all in. So all this talk of dialogue, we will sit down and judge and do this, and you understand? This guy is not going to listen. And the only way for people like this to make them accountable and to pay them back is to say, okay, during the electionary time, we've had enough, we don't want you here. But the problem though is this the same criminal who conducted that 23 election that will now conduct the same 2027 election after collecting 400 billion naira and making it fail? In the same society, that guy would have been fired, you understand? And what exactly were the processes? What exactly were the processes? The electrical glitches that happened, that the IREV and the beavers were switched off. Have they done an audit report by an independent body to find out exactly what happened? And how are they going to prevent this the next time? So these are the kind of things that they've not even done. You understand? And if this president means well, see, I'm a Yoruba man, he's a Yoruba man, but I'm not going to support criminality. God forbid. I'm not. If we want to build a country that is fair and free of corruption to everybody, regardless of your ethnicity and your race, I am not going to support any criminal-minded person. No, never. I'm not going to do that. You understand? If you are a Yoruba person and you lost the election to another person who is more who the people have chosen and can do a better job than you, then so be it. So that's what I'm going to say. At the moment, I don't think Nigeria is ready for that, to build a country of their dream that they want to build.
Yes, sir.
So that's just what I'm going to say.
Thank you. Madam Gladys, I'm going to come to you. Dr. CM, you're going to be last if you don't mind. Madam Gladys, you're next. Whatever you want to get off your chest, this is the time to do it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of things right there inside my chest and on my chest. The things bothering one can come out if we can actually speak to each other truthfully and honestly. The problem we have noticed is that we are not truthful to each other. We only complain. We sit in our different quarters and complain. We need to come together. We need to have conversation. We need to discuss what is the way forward, because our children are coming up. What they have learned from us, the parents or the grandparents, is that what they are still going to live with? A situation where there is so much tribalism, nepotism, corruption. They still come in and meet the same thing. Like I read recently where they said that some group of people have been asked to leave Lagos, that they must leave Lagos. If we are one, you need not discriminate against each other. The big cities of the world were developed by people from different parts of the continent. They go to such places and they stay back there, do their businesses. A lot of people here in America, their original homes, they are originally from Italy. Most of them are from Spain. But now they are here in America. If the original owners of America get up today and says, okay, oh yeah, go back to your various countries. These were the people that developed this country. So I don't know why Nigeria, as we are still talking of that they should get ready. We are going to fight. What fight are we going to fight for? Is that what we will leave for our children? Instead of us, we claim that we are Christians. I need to delve into that a bit. We claim we have and worship the same God, and we do not want to set eyes on each other. We hate each other so much. When it comes to religion, we want to separate, or we want to say, this one is a Muslim, this one is a Christian, this one is a member of Methodist Church, this person is a member of Redeemed Church. There's no need for such a thing. If we have the fear of God, we will not divide on the line of religion. Or you say, where are you from and where are you not from? If someone is not good for a job, such a job should not be given to such a person. If it is that it's only one particular set of people that are good at doing certain jobs, such things should be given to them. We should not say maybe because they are from this part of the nation or this part of the world, such things should not be given to them. That is the aspect I want us to address. And the issue of electricity, that most times you see people in darkness, no light. Whereby if someone is rushed to the hospital and you need oxygen or you need some certain things, how are we going to revive such a person? A lot of people that should have made it alive passed on because of lack of care. Not just when we talk of electricity, yes. How are we going to improve on our electricity? We have a lot of youths roaming around, no job. So why won't we have kidnappers? Most of the kidnappers we have in the country, they are people that are graduates, that have graduated from schools. People use them. Then thereafter they share what they have. That is like sharing blood of people. Because in some cases, when they will ask you for a huge sum of money and you don't come up with such money, before you know it, they will buy the person. The person is killed off out of anger, thereby having blood in our hands. But let us not forget that there is a lot of karma. These people that we think they have not governed us well, let us come together, forget our languages, forget wherever we are coming from. What is the way forward? How can we resolve this issue? If not, in the next 5 years, 6 years, we'll still be crying the same tears. Will be coming out from our eyes. How can we come together? Even if the people have to come together and sit down and say, okay, this is how we want to be governed. Those that have ruled us for years, what have we gained from them? Rather, they are busy buying companies, developing companies and developing businesses for their children, unborn children, and the one they have already have in this world, leaving others poor and leaving others hungry. How can we end this? What is the solution? It's very painful that each day in and out, when we lie down, we begin to think, what is the next thing going to be? They say protest for 10 days. 10 days ended yesterday. What is the way forward? What are we expecting to see? How can we resolve these issues? Not that issues that people will come, give us bags of rice, give us big sum of money, give us political appointments, and then we'll just jump onto the queue and forget that others are there still suffering. If they are settled, they keep quiet. Well, how long are we going to be settled and we stay quiet and die in silence? That's what I have. Thank you. So
Thank you so much, Madam Gladys. I really appreciate your submission, and everything you said really makes sense. The one that struck out to me is electricity. I don't know what I would do without lights. It's just the honest truth. I feel like people who stay in darkness, it affects them mentally. That's just my own personal opinion, because light does a lot of things for us. So that's just me. Dr. CM, you're going to be next, and over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Where are we? Thank you very much. Actually, I don't really. I think
This
those
is
that
the
spoke.
time to get whatever you want to talk about. Now is the time to do it.
Well, the thing, now, but the thing is, I think the only thing I could do now, let me add to what Olumide said, because to me it's like we think alike. The way he graphically described the situation and the solution he was preferring, everything, and what that he said. What I will add is this: what Olumide said is known to even everybody. It's not that it's not being original. It's known. Most people know it. Now, not doing it is to invite anarchy, and that is what Nigeria is get. That is what Nigerians want. That is what Nigeria wants. They don't want to come round the table, discuss their problem, do it the way it is done everywhere. They're only trying to see what will happen, and it will surely happen. Nigeria will go apart, but from what I'm seeing, it won't be peaceful. To be honest with you, it won't be, because there is no excuse. I don't see the reason. All these things that we know the game they are playing. The people know, but they play the people against the other. For instance, for things not to, Tinubu want to play Igbos against Yoruba. He sent Bayo Onanoga. And look at, till today, not even warning. It hasn't happened before. It hasn't happened. So they know the game they are playing. The North will be there doing their own. So Nigeria is on the calendar, to be honest with you, because there is no excuse we've not tried. There's nothing there's no simple solution to different people. What is it that we can discuss? Is it the oil in Bayelsa? Let Bayelsa control their oil. At most, Bayelsa may be richer than Ebonyi or Benue. But you have peace. You can go there and live. The oil is in Texas, but California is richer than Texas. How about that? So we know all these things. When they mention oil, or the oil, crude oil, you have this, you have that. Let the people, let the Ogoni control. That is what I stand for. Let them control what they have. That is when you know that Zamfara will be more developed if they account for their gold. But all these things, people will just pretend, oh no, we have one Nigeria. Nigeria will explode. It will surely, because we are getting close to it. The next protest they are going to conduct, it won't be like this. The next protest, bet me, it won't be like this. They've only flown Russian flag, and people are saying this. People will openly install it in their homes in the north, and then and then decide to say this is where they belong to. But all these things, when we come, I mean, people will feel that it's not a sign for anything. It is. We've crossed the Rubicon. We can't make peace with each other. Yes, some people will say, before people used to say, no, 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 we are together. After all, we've intermarried and do all this. You see, this issue of marriage, it doesn't work in Nigeria. Maybe if Rose Vivor, the mother, is not Igbo and the wife is not Igbo, he could have been governor of Lagos State. It didn't stop him from going to study architecture, University of Nottingham, one of the best in UK. Then went to MIT architecture, one of the best in the world, if not the best university in the world. He distinguished himself. Very sound, young, vibrant, full of ideas. For a place like Lagos that is waterlogged and all those being on the coast. He said it in one interview. He said he will not have to plan it. All these things will stop. But because of what was is it that what Rose Vivor want to do is not good? But because the modern Igbo, they give a name Chinedu, and that's all. That's all. They have to slaughter people, which I lost my cousin. People slaughtered in Lagos in broad daylight. So what are we talking about? That is the issue. So when people talk, even me, I preach it because so many people should notice. I'm against inter-ethnic marriage in Nigeria. It doesn't pay. I'm against it. thank God all my sisters are married. If any of them would have said they are marrying somebody who not Igbo, look, I disown them. I've said it. It doesn't pay. It brings a problem to us. We don't exploit it. So what is the difference? What does it mean? If really since we intermarry and we see ourselves as one, it means if you want to give appointment, you won't look back. Because that area you are discriminating, they are marrying your people. So why? But we say, oh yeah, let us intermarry, we are one. But when he reached to when to give something, they say, get out from here. So what is the point of intermarriage then? Why do we intermarry? Let us interrogate all these things. Nigeria has crossed the line of all this. What they are heading to, they know it. They themselves know it. Ango Abdullahi, Arewa Consultative, Arewa Elders Council, he said 1914, Nigeria expired. That we should see that if we evaluate our progress, it's not good. Let us go our separate ways. He said it, Professor Ango Abdullahi, former ABU Vice Chancellor. So what are we? They all know, everybody knows. So why can't we then carrying people every 4 years, we do shambles and we won't do anything? Like Olumide said, why is it that we haven't taken stock of the last election and learned something from it? Till today, nobody can boast of seeing a INEC result. The result INEC used to declare Tinubu is not on their website. Till today, you can't see it. But they themselves, they know what they did and they declared. So what are we? Why are we wasting our time? Why are we wasting our time coming together to deceive? That's what they call you deceive yourself. Yes, you can tell people I can lie to anybody, but I can't lie to myself. Nigerians are lying to themselves. That is the stage we are. We are telling ourselves lies. Let me live with this. Nigeria is the only country joined together by Britain that is still the way the Britain joined them together. Why is it that? And why is this problem? Others have seen reasons to be on their own and they are making progress. Even if they are suffering, they are not complaining. They've taken it as a decision. So why is it that we want to preserve what Lord Lugard created? Especially when we want to improve on it. Your father can build a house for you, maybe 1940, but by the year 2000, you will say, no, although I will live in this compound, but the window has to change. You improve on it. Why can't we improve on what Lord Lugard handed over? People will tell you no, because we are using it I don't blame the Western world. They are using it just to feed ourselves. Nigeria will explode. Only that the doomsday, I don't know whether I will be around then. But if to explode, Nigeria must surely explode. Because you can't build a society the way we are. The animosity is there, the wickedness is there, the hate is there. How then do we tell each other the truth in Nigeria? We don't. Everybody lord it against the other. If you can lord it over, then that's all. And so what? So how long can we continue wasting our time? Tomorrow, Burkina Faso, let's say in 5 years' time, 2 years' time, you see where Burkina Faso will be. People will be telling you, look at Burkina Faso. Look at where they are going, because they've kicked out the French and they now want to take their destiny into their own hands. But Nigeria is still hoping that we'll be deceiving ourselves. We put oil, we remove subsidy, we are paying subsidy through behind. Dangote build refinery, then we are hearing another story. The 4 refineries, they can't work. We continue importing. For how long? We can't deceive a people. That generation will soon be going, but the thing is that they are handing over the iniquity to the other, and the Gen Z, like they say, will perfect it. Nigeria must surely explode. It can't continue like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. CM. This would be my final word. I want to say thank you to every of our panelists that joined, that made this a success today. And thank you to the people in the comments section. I really appreciate everyone. And my final statement is going to be this: let's learn to be human first. And be human and treat people with empathy, regardless of what you think of them. We all bleed red. And that's the way I look at life. And I treat anybody that comes into my life as a person, as a human first. Ethnicity, I'm sorry, ethnicity has divided Africa, religion, but at the same time, we have to start healing ourselves and move forward. And the only way we can do that, practice the change we want, is to start from ourselves. Practice what you're preaching. Because if you can't do it for anybody, do it for your children. Do it for those people that look up to you. So at the end of the day, I want us to keep an open mind, treat people with respect, be nice to people, be kind. You don't know what people are going through. So at the end of the day, let's learn to treat one another as human first, and not necessarily where they come from or what they look like. Thank you. Electricity, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've done a great job hosting this show. Mr. Hike, thank you for agreeing with the Constitution. Not just agreeing with the Constitution, you made me to read it. This is my own final say. We may disagree with the Constitution. The Constitution is like rules and regulations of the platform. We have issues keeping to rules and regulations of the platform. Does that mean the platform is bad? Or does that mean the rule is bad? No. It's the people who are supposed to enforce the rule. They are the ones that are not doing their job very well.
God bless everybody.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your
as
week.
we bring the show to an end, so I'm going to play some few music. Hopefully, we'll come again next week and have a very good night and lovely weekend ahead of you.
Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Hey, that's so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh, compatriots. Nigeria, call obey to serve our fatherland. With love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and heights. One nation bound in freedom. In freedom. In freedom. Peace and unity. Arise, my people. Arise, my
Never, ever accept because you're a woman as a reason for doing or not doing anything. All over the world, girls are raised to make themselves likable, to twist themselves into shapes that suit other people. Please do not twist yourself into shapes to please. Don't do it. If someone likes that version of you that is false and holds back, then they actually just like a twisted shape and not you. And the world is such a gloriously multifaceted, diverse place that there are people in the world who will like you, the real you, as you are. We females are so often socialized to silence. Don't silence that voice. Dare to take.